4, we're going to convene the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors into session, and like to invite the clerk to conduct the roll call.
Supervisor McGordy.
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Chair Jurdy.
Here.
And Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Okay. Would Supervisor Hashak like to lead us in the pledge?
Let's see. I'll turn mine around so you can see maybe the flag over there. Okay. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. We have telecomment opportunities for people to speak on agenda items, and you need to submit a speaker form to the clerk. At the first and last parts of our posted agendas, there's a link to do that. At this time, under public expression, I'd like to invite members of the public to comment who submitted forms online, and this will be addressing both consent calendar items and also any closed session items. Do we have any public comments at this time?
Yes, we do.
First caller is Karen Jamacon.
Hi, are you guys there?
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry, I missed the part where you guys called my name. So my name is Caitlin Morgan, and I am coming to you guys today to kind of follow up on my February 23rd inquiry with you guys about the armed guard services that we were increasing their contract term for $200,000. I waited that entire meeting for as the CEO had asked us to, for the COVID update, to hear what they had said in terms of the questions being prepared to be answered during the COVID update. I didn't hear any of my questions being answered. Actually, I heard Miss Emery say that we utilized the Whitmore Lane facility, that it was consistently utilized. And then later on during the meeting, the CEO said that the place was actually vacant because of the roof falling in. And so I'm wanting to know why we actually are paying for that armed guard services. And then I also realized that there is an agenda item that that was actually signed on February 23rd for Armorist, another an unarmed guard service. We are now increasing, I guess you guys are going to approve, or you're going to be asked to approve, to increase that contract, amend that contract. I can come back during that agenda item if you want me to. I'm not certain. But I would like to know what we are actually using the armed guard services for, and I am wanting to know where they are actually, guarding. I guess that is all I have right now.
Next is Ravel Gauthier.
My name is Ravel Gauthier. I am 11 years old and a 6th grader at Montessori Del Mar Community School, and I will be commenting on the numerous timber harvest plans that CAL FIRE has submitted in Jackson Demonstration State Forest. To begin, I would like to remind everyone here that you are leaving this planet to my generation. You are leaving this planet to us. You are leaving us the oceans, you are leaving us the atmosphere, you are leaving us the land, and you are leaving us the forests. When we think about the environment, when we think about climate change in particular, we tend to look toward the distant future as if we have an infinite amount of time to solve the problems that we have created for ourselves. We see it as tomorrow's worry because we will not feel the effects anytime soon, most likely not even during our lifetimes. But if we keep cutting down trees, burning coal and gas, drilling for oil, my generation will be the ones to suffer. From 2050 to 2100, the mortality rate as an effect of climate change is estimated to become 2 million deaths per year. That means in that 50-year period, 100 million people will die and many, many more will suffer as a result of climate change. The majority of those people will come from my generation. To quote Michelle Yu, UNDP Goodwill Ambassador, what we do in the next 8 to 10 years will affect the quality of life on the planet for the next 100 to 200 years. My generation are the ones who will pay, some of us with our lives, for what your generation has done. Deforestation is the second most prominent cause of climate change. We can't afford to lose a single redwood tree. Because of this, I ask you to call for a moratorium on logging in JDSF in order to facilitate a good faith public dialogue. Thank you for your time.
Jessica Harness.
Next on the line is Jessica Harness.
Hi, my name is Jessica Harness. I live in Covelo. I'd like to address the Planning Commission's special meeting on March 19th. First, I want to express my expression for Commissioners Purnell, Pauline, and Jones. They gave thoughtful consideration to the many issues before them, and they genuinely cared about our county and our environment. I sat through the 11.5-hour long meeting, and I couldn't believe how incompetent, ignorant, and irresponsible the other commissioners were. I suppose this meeting was scheduled ahead of time, yet they didn't bother to prepare themselves for it. It hurts to know they could have a big effect on our livelihood and environment. They both ignored the outpouring concern from the public, which was in opposition of the Phase 3 10% expansion. There was no question that they made their decision based only on their personal interests. Commissioner Nelson was retired right after the meeting. However, I strongly suggest our supervisors disregard his recommendation on Phase 3 10% expansion, or at least investigate his decision-making for conflict of interest. If our planning commissioners are under the supervisor's watch, I urge you to do a better job to make sure our commissioners, officials have a strong ethical compass and integrity. Thank you for your time.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards.
Good morning, Board. I'm calling in to make some suggestions and hope that the board can provide some directions. Staff has been doing an incredible job in organizing these online Zoom meetings, but we're at a year into this, and I think that it is really, having participated since last year, I'm finding it extremely frustrating at times to make comments, to access, and this should be a public input situation, not a public denial. I understand security issues about publishing Zoom, but let's take, for example, the last Board of Supervisors meeting. There was a comment. I had registered, so I did have the link, and there were comments being made, and I raised my hand, and it was a very important subject. One cannot fully know everything they want to comment on ahead of time. By participating and watching the meetings, that is, I'm doing my civic duty. And not to have the right to comment on that seems to really reduce that ability. I mean, to see a last minute with the district attorney being able to jump in by raising his hand to make comments, yet the general public is not afforded that same option. Also, it was really nice, even though that planning commission meeting was extremely long, to announce who the next speaker will be. This way it allows them to get themselves situated, to figure out how to unmute, to do all the things they need to do to make a presentation. I think that that would make a much smoother running meeting. And if there's any way that you can make it so that someone who is watching can comment in real time, that really would be a benefit for the public. And I can't see how it would be a detrimental thing to have more comment than less comments. Thank you very much.
Next on the line is Karen Jamgokian.
Hello, can you hear me? So I'm standing in for my wife, Karen Jamgoshin, because she got called away for a meeting today. So I've got a public comment. My name is Chet Jamgoshin. I was born and raised here in Mendocino, and I wanted to draw attention today to the proposed timber harvest plans in Jackson Demonstration State Forest. In the past few years, the amount of logging slated for the coast has increased dramatically. Over 5,000 acres are currently scheduled to be logged in the next 5 years, including the entire forest surrounding the Mendocino Woodlands State Park. This is concerning to me for a variety of reasons. First and foremost are the environmental consequences of such extensive logging. These areas encompass some of the most pristine regions of the forest. There's already been irreparable harm done from past logging activities, and it's going to take decades to recover to a healthy state. The streams that flow through these areas are already struggling from past impacts. The steelhead and coho populations are on the brink of collapse. I remember growing up here with a local robust fishery, which was once part of a vibrant local economy. That fishery is now all but gone, due largely to an abused watershed that has been impaired from repetitive logging activities. The second reason I find this logging concerning is due to the dire climate emergency that we face. Logging is well understood to be one of the most substantial contributors to climate change. Jackson is a forest with a mandate to demonstrate sustainability, yet CAL FIRE management does not take this into account in any substantive way. A huge part of climate change, as we're all aware at this point, is wildfire. There are claims that these plans are mitigating fire potential in some way. The reality could not be further from the truth. Slash is piled up and left behind. Areas that are cleared fill in with highly flammable brush and invasive species. The trees take decades to grow back and have a high fire potential for the first big chunks of their lives. These THPs are creating tinder boxes in our backyards. We have raised numerous concerns with CAL FIRE regarding these plans, and there's resistance to any meaningful public input. This logging appears, for all intents and purposes, to be purely for the principle of the matter. There's no meaningful need to log these areas. The funding received by auctioning off these THPs is a drop in the bucket when looking at the overall budget. The funding appears to basically be going towards creating future THPs and the construction of more logging roads. When you look at the forest in economic terms, there's a far greater incentive to keep them standing. These are public lands, and they should be used for the purposes of the public. And I think that the public should have a say in the process of how they are used. I call on you all, Board of Supervisors, to support the Mendocino Trail Stewards in our call for a minimum of a 1-year moratorium on all logging in JDSF in order to facilitate a mediated public dialogue held in good faith without the disputed forests being cut down in the meantime. I recognize that you all have limited say in what goes on at CAL FIRE, but I urge you to call upon your contemporaries and use whatever avenues you may have to communicate this message to the proper channels. Thank you.
Next on the line is Anna Stockel.
I'm here. So I don't have anything written, but I'm happy to hear, first of all, the two callers talking about the Jackson State Demonstration Forest deforestation issue, because I am fully aware of it. And I want to commend the 11-year-old boy who called in. And I'm going to tell you from personal experience, Mr. 11-year-old boy, you're going to have to buck up, because I've personally tried to work with the Mendocino Board of Supervisors on our ocean disaster. And I even got a meeting with Dan and Ted, and it resulted in zero action whatsoever. And friends of the ocean have been left to their own devices so far to try and save our coast. And it's really quite sad, because not only does our coast affect everybody's environment, as you point out, Mr. 11-year-old boy, but it also affects our local tourism here. And I have not been able to get any traction from the Board of Supervisors. So I just want to warn you in advance, you're going to have to be tenacious, and please don't give up. And I appreciate the other caller too. Secondly, I appreciate the caller talking about public comment, because I experienced the same thing. I'm not fully versed in the topics as in advance, and then I listen, and there's no way to submit a public comment during the meeting, because you have to submit it before 8 a.m. in the morning. And I've been thoroughly frustrated, because I have been submitting public comments for 3 months now, and it doesn't end up in the agenda. It doesn't end up in the record, other than my name. The email comments I submit are never part of the record. And it's extreme. And plus, you only get 3 minutes to talk on whatever subject you want. So if I have 3 subjects now, I have to divide them up between 1 minute increments. Finally, I'm physically, emotionally, and mentally exhausted trying to get any of you to do anything about trailer code 20168-040. I have been trying to work with Mendocino County, and specifically Dan Jurdy, and yes, I'm calling you out because you're my freaking supervisor, for over a year now. And instead, Mendocino County has chosen to make my life hell. And I hope John Burks is hearing this, because he is implicit now, despite my efforts to work with the county. Answer my emails.
Next on the line is William Lemos.
Good morning, members of the board. It's William Lemus in Casper. Good morning, members of the board. It's William Lemus in Casper. In the late 60s, I was in college, and my summer job was working construction for PG&E. Every day before leaving the yard and heading out to job sites, workers exited the ready room through a door over which hung a large sign that read, "Safety First." The Mendocino Trail Stewards are asking the county board to adopt a resolution to put a 1-year safety first moratorium on timber operations in the western portion of Jackson State Forest, so that the impacts of logging can be assessed with relation to the fire hazards associated with operations that leave the forest hotter and drier and with increased fuel loads on the ground. CAL FIRE contends that logging makes the forest more fire resistant, but the sheer cumulative impacts of the numerous THPs planned for the western forest in the next few years, if examined closely, show how CAL FIRE past practices can be used as a guide. With so much splash left on the ground, and as so many few trees are left in clear cuts, and so much exposed earth is left to be scorched by the increasing temperatures and limited rains of this drought we are in, the only reasonable conclusion we can draw from the on-the-ground observations is that the forest is less fire resistant, not more fire resistant after logging. Egress is the issue on several rural roads from Fern Creek Road in the south to Simpson Lane in the north, all west of proposed and approved Jackson THPs. The neighborhoods are served by these roads only have one exit, and that's to Highway 1. The fire danger and the safety first concept supersedes politics and economics. Supervisors William and Jurdy have been sent copies of the resolution. We ask for a sponsorship of the resolution so that at a future board meeting, we can discuss the fire safety risks. Just this morning on the California Report on NPR, Fire Chief Tom Porter said that this year's fire danger, quote, has all the elements similar to fires in California that burned in 2017 and 2020. He reports that conditions are extreme all across the state, including the coastal range, which he says is in peril. The county's own fire hazard map supports this assessment. Thus, it's imperative that we do everything right now to prepare for fire season. A moratorium on permitted and planned THPs in Jackson is the only sensible and safe thing to do under these dangerous conditions for our neighborhoods. Thank you.
That concludes today's public expression.
Mr. Chair.
Chair Jurdy.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, I hope you don't mind. I'd like to draw the public and the press's attention to a document that was added to public expression on March 19th. Seems as though there's been some misunderstandings about how the supervisors knew about something called the ranch concept that we discussed yesterday. And so I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that that document has been and was uploaded Friday to the agenda for public review. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I just wanted clarification from the clerk of the board about the callers who were complaining about the ability to call in during the meeting. And I thought that people had that ability at this point to call. They didn't have to call in and register before 8 o'clock, that they could call in if something sparked their interest during the meeting. So can we get clarification on that?
Yes, this is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. We do require registration for different items, but we keep registration open. So you're able to register up until that item, and we generally can get the invite sent right back to you and get you on the line in time, but we do require a registration.
Okay, and that could be at any time during the meeting. They just need to register before they can talk.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So now we're on item number 4, which is consent calendar. Does any board member wish to pull any consent calendar items for discussion? Supervisor Hashak?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 4C.
Okay. Well, go ahead and let's discuss it right now.
Okay, 4C is the divvying up of the TOT for the private campground tax. And I appreciate the work done on it. I'm just wondering if all of the fire districts have had their audits or current on their audits. So I don't know if Lloyd Weir, our auditor, is on the line, or if he could answer that at some point today. It seems like before we give out money that we should make sure that everyone's doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Supervisor Williams.
The special districts, whether CSC or fire district style, have a requirement to perform audits. I don't know that all of the fire companies have that same requirement. And there may be a couple. Westport isn't a district, Whale Gulch isn't a district. I don't know that we can hold them to an audit requirement. We previously approved an item to divide 100% of the funds equally. I think it was the next day the Fire Chiefs Association met and realized that there was a fire company that was left out, one that doesn't even have a district but responds to emergencies. And they decided of the 25% that the advisory allows them to help steer, we should allocate 70% of one equal allocation of the 75%. I started writing it up and realized it would be a lot simpler to say 3.5%. President of the Fire Chiefs Association looked at the math and said, yes, that's the same outcome. So this is really at the discretion of the fire community, realizing they don't want to leave out one of the local fire agencies that provides equal response to every other fire agency. It may be when you look at the cost of providing service, in some areas it's more, we're contributing more per call. But when you have those calls, you need to have people who are trained, you need to have equipment that functions, and they decided it was justified. I'm happy to back them.
So what you're saying, Supervisor Williams, is you don't think that some of the fire associations that aren't special districts are required to have that?
I don't. County Council can probably research it. I don't know that they're required to have an audit, but I do know these are local fire agencies that don't pay their people. So what we're funding is equipment and training, right? There aren't any salaries involved here. We could audit it and, maybe, I don't know what we would find, that they paid more for an AED or too much for Band-Aids. There's a cheaper source. I would hate to hold off on approving this. I think it's overdue.
No, I could go ahead and approve it. I just didn't know that fact about I thought all of the associations needed to have updated audits. And so I'm just trying to make sure that that's happening if that's really the issue. If not, then I'm ready to go ahead and vote on it.
Supervisor Williams.
Can we hear from County Council and the auditor?
And we do know that all of these fire departments have gone through a review for service areas from LAFCO. So LAFCO's reviewed their plan to serve their area.
If I may, through the chair, just responding to the question from Supervisor Williams, I don't immediately know the requirement for a volunteer fire company and its audit obligations. I would suggest, however, that it may be appropriate for the board to also just provide some direction for County Council and the auditor to work together and make sure there's no issue in terms of the disbursement of the funds. If we're dispersing to a fire district, there's inherently a limited purpose by which the funds could be used for the distribution. I expect that's likely to be the same for a volunteer fire company, but I think we just want to verify what the organizational structure is, and what is the entity and the function of the entity that's actually receiving the funds, to make sure that there's nothing that would have to be done to otherwise satisfy the county's legal obligations.
And Chair Jurdy.
Supervisor Hashtag.
Yeah, I could go ahead and vote on this and just bring it to the fire district's attention for into the future. So I'd be fine to vote on it now.
And just as context, if the auditor is seeing the way in which the funds are being spent, and maybe the auditor doesn't see that, there could be controls that way. So for example, all the fire departments are paying for insurance, all the fire departments are purchasing equipment. It could either be a check to the department, or they could simply authorize the expenditure of these funds for those purposes. Pretty clearly, nobody's walking away with money in their pockets in this. Okay, so we're on to the consent calendar. Any other items in the consent calendar that people would like to discuss? Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes, I would just like to mention that earlier this year, the board had given direction to staff that if there are retroactive contracts, that the reasoning for that is included in the agenda summary report. So again, anybody that is in the public or any member of the supervisors, if that was not sufficient information to approve a retroactive contract, then they could certainly pull that item. But I wanted to make sure that the public was aware that that direction was given and has been being followed. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Any other comments on the consent calendar? Would someone like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So move.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Atlas, would you like to conduct the roll?
Sure thing. Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
and Chair Jurdy.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay. All right. Well, that takes us to 5A, which is discussion of possible action, including an update of associated with the coronavirus and possible direction regarding essential services, Mendocino County. And this is being brought forward by the Executive Office. And I do want to note that we have included in the presentation today is Michelle Hutchins, County Superintendent of Schools.
Good morning. I'm on now, right? I'm just sorry.
You are. I understand you have another appointment. Would you like to go first?
Certainly. Thank you. That's very helpful. So good morning. My name is Michelle Hutchins. I'm your elected county superintendent of schools, and I want to thank the supervisors for hearing me today. It's actually been just under a year since I spoke to you about the COVID crisis hitting our schools back in March of 2020. So what a difference a year makes. It's so good to see school buses stopping for school children and not just distributing meals and operating as hotspots. Again, March 17th of 2020, we transitioned to distance learning, and instantly teachers were asked to master online learning platforms, which quickly transitioned to live video conferencing with students in entire classes. Schools are now in the process of transitioning to in-person instruction, where teachers are simultaneously teaching students at home and in the classroom. Ingenuity is the highest we've ever seen it right now in schools. By the end of spring break, most elementary, middle, and some high schools will have transitioned to partial in-person learning. It's important to identify some key points about the reopening of schools. Each school community is deciding the best reopening process that fits the unique circumstances of that community. While studies show it is safe for students to be on campus, challenges arise as we transition from one mode of learning to another. Safety mitigation measures must be learned and new patterns of behavior established. The redesign of classrooms and campuses is dependent upon the structure of each school facility. So the redesign of classrooms to accommodate COVID mitigation is not a one-size-fits-all strategy. As the pandemic wanes, the CDC will continue to adjust the guidelines, and the CDPH will reflect those changes. This is reflected as school communities will begin to relax some of their requirements in response. For example, we've just seen the CDC come out with a 3-foot distance between students. And I do foresee us being able to adopt that definitely by the fall, if not later this spring. The purpose for the waiting is because it's really important that schools go through the process of transition and teaching students and parents and staff what it feels like to be in school socially distanced and utilizing the other COVID mitigation strategies. So how do you know what a school's doing? There are COVID safety plans posted to each school's website, or if the school doesn't have a website, in another publicly accessible place, which explains the individualized strategies schools are implementing and addresses the challenges of each school site. The state has also created a Safe Schools for All website that allows citizens, parents to be able to report any concerns and also provides schools with technical assistance. There is also a state-level in-person instruction dashboard that will be finalized April 1st. So people can review the percentage of students that are in hybrid versus full distance learning versus full in-person learning at each level, elementary, middle, and high school, at each district all over the state. So very soon you'll be able to have comparable data for how our county has reopened versus other counties with similar issues. So in terms of academics, In-person is best, but distance learning truly wasn't all bad. Even though we had several challenges, a new kind of learning evolved. Our whole county is now 1-to-1 computer-student ratio. Here are some examples of how distance learning changed education. We've learned that some students can focus better on academics without the distraction of a social environment. We've learned that students who cannot attend class can still have access to class material and instruction. We've learned that long-term distance learning could allow Mendocino County schools to share specialized classes and teachers, such as AP Physics. This has the ability to expand course offerings at our small schools, expand dual enrollment opportunities with Mendocino College even, by sharing instructors between schools by using distance learning to pipe students in. Spring is the summative end-of-year testing season, and our schools are required by the state to do so this year as in all years. Schools were granted some flexibility in what instrument to use for these tests, which is going to prevent schools from really being able to compare results, but not in the requirement to test. So the goal here, I believe the state is trying to determine the true learning loss and help schools be able to design programs to help students recover from such identified loss. So now I'm going to switch to talk a little bit about funding. Schools have received some one-time funds to assist schools with COVID transition, learning loss, and limited social emotional support. With all the requirements placed on schools during the pandemic, schools have spent enormous sums to keep students safe and learning. The monies they've received will not cover all the expenses caused by COVID-19. For example, in facilities, schools have installed hand washing stations outside classrooms. There have been over 40 of these put in just Ukiah Unified alone. Water fountains today cannot be used in schools. They're closed, yet still schools are required to provide water. Schools that moved from individual desks to tables to support collaborative learning are now having to return to individual desks with plexiglass dividers. That equipment, the desks and chairs, all needed to be repurchased this year. Creating one-way navigation on campuses is another, purchasing signage, ventilation systems in our schools. We can't just buy filters when the motors are not strong enough for MERV 13 filtration. So the entire heating and ventilation systems will need to be replaced in some of our schools. Open windows are taxing heating systems, which are making them break down more and often, obviously, are increasing utility bills. In terms of expenses for technology, all the while supporting students with technology needs, schools have bought hotspots, internet access, and many more devices. The hybrid learning today means teachers are supporting kids learning at home as well as in school. So investment in technology continues as teachers now need resources to do simultaneous instruction with students at home and in the classroom. Also, because software is subscription-based, schools cannot just buy things once, they must continue to pay for them. Now, schools have also been required to do surveillance and response COVID testing of staff and students. There is a cost of materials and proper PPE, plus training to administer these COVID tests and the time to administer the tests. So now our education staff are really expected to work in healthcare. Transportation. Transportation has posed some of the biggest challenges. Before the pandemic, schools had no extra capacity with busing. We do not have enough bus drivers or vehicles. Our big buses don't work when we can no longer have as many students on a bus. Buses were designed to carry 78 students. Under the current COVID restrictions, they carry around 26. So schools have had to redesign bus routes to accommodate social distancing and fewer students. More runs equals more expense. But truly, we don't have the drivers, we don't have the buses, and this is going to affect students' access to education. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about summer because schools are expected, because they have been given funding to support learning loss and create summer programs. Summer programs are very expensive. Designing summer programs to mitigate learning loss and continue to prep for more unknowns, our concern in education right now is the mental health of teachers. Many are extremely burnt out after an incredibly challenging year, and I think it's going to be difficult to have teachers work this summer and then expected to continue in the fall. They need a break. So that brings me into the mental health of schools in general right now. And truly what schools need from their county government is support for mental health services. We know the toll on students and families. In the COVID funding for schools, although schools are allowed to use some for mental health services, those funds must compete with practical expenses. I am planning to meet with Dr. Janine Miller to discuss strategies for supporting our schools in meeting with the mental health needs of the families they serve. I am going to ask the Board of Supervisors to consider school representation on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. Several vacant seats exist. As you appoint people to fill these vacancies, I ask that you bring education to this table. I even ask you to consider adding a county education representative as an additional seat on the board, in addition to the geographical representation you've created. Isolation, grief, loss of loved ones to COVID, and also the loss of what could have been senior year, prom, final sports season. In society, tragedies like the death of George Floyd have brought new awareness and sadness and anger to bear. Are students able and ready to learn today? It's important we consider Maslow's hierarchy before we move into Bloom's taxonomy. And what I mean by that is it's important to make sure that students' basic needs are met before we ask them to stretch their brains and learn. It's important to assess the mental health of students and staff as we return to in-person instruction. In reading the mental health report produced by the Behavioral Health Advisory Board for 2020, K-14 education is part of the solution to many of the barriers and recommendations outlined in the report, including increasing access to adequately trained professionals, stigma reduction and community education efforts, and required early intervention, prevention, and additional treatment at the mild to moderate level to avoid the mental health crisis instigated by the COVID-19 pandemic causing long-term damage. Those 3 bullet points were pulled from your report. In addition, it would be incredibly helpful if the county could provide funding to assist schools in hiring qualified counselors to support students with mental health challenges. We all know that students belong in the classroom, and we are excited to get there again, one step at a time. So I thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the superintendent? Supervisor.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you to Michelle Hutchins for that overview of the education, that's going on in our county. That certainly there is a lot of concern and challenges, but I think that it's being really well accepted of, the return to the classroom, and the teachers are very happy about being back in the classroom with the students is what I'm hearing. So I appreciate all you're doing. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Supervisor McGorty.
Morning, Superintendent Hutchins. As we speak, my grandson is downstairs attending school in Marin County. So distance learning does offer some interesting advantages, and the technology is rapidly evolving. And his father, who works for WhatsApp, a division of Facebook, is no longer going to have to commute to work. He's going to work from home. He has a permanent assignment. So things are definitely changing. And who knows how our board meetings may change in the future. We may have a hybrid system where occasionally supervisors attend from distant locations. First of all, I really appreciate all that you do. My first public office was working on the Board of Trustees for Ukiah Unified, and the teachers are really subsidize education and give a lot. And I know this last year has been a real toll on them, and I think some of them retired rather than face it. So the ones that made it through, congratulations to you. And we want to be supportive. So as we discuss the monies that come in as part of the COVID relief package that the federal government put together, it would be interesting to explore some help for mental well-being of our students. I think that's so important to, especially with younger kids, they're having issues just to diagnose and help them early rather than later. So count us as being partners if there's something we can do. At least this superintendent, at least this supervisor, sorry.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Superintendent Hudson.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think next is Dr. Andy Quern.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy, and to the rest of the Board of Supervisors. I'd first like to say I really support what Michelle Hutchins has brought to the board and the concerns that she has, having worked for the last year on the COVID epidemic and the restrictions we put on the schools and the teachers. I have been absolutely amazed at how they have adapted and can certainly understand many of the mental health issues that are being dealt with on the part of the students and their families, and especially the staff in the schools. And I just want to express my support for what Superintendent Hutchins has presented, and her recommendation should be considered thoroughly. Thank you. As for the report on COVID, the data as of the 22nd, yesterday, the U.S. coronavirus cases numbered 29,850,767, and in the United States, 542,653 people have lost their lives. In California, our cases are 3,547,278, and the deaths number 56,545. In Mendocino County, our average daily new cases per 100,000 is 5.17, and our positivity rate, 7-day average positivity rate, is 2.3, which is down a little bit from 2 weeks ago. In looking at the contagion happening in the county, we look at the R effective value, which is 0.79, compared to California, which is 0.82, and in this case, lower is better. So we're doing well. The total cases in Mendocino County so far number 3,920, of whom 1,971, or 50.3%, have been Latino. And this is not much change from 2 weeks ago, but over the last couple of months, it has actually been slowly decreasing. Native Americans represent 6.5% of the cases in our county, and that's down also a little bit from 2 weeks ago. Isolation currently is 40 people, and quarantined are 80 people. The deaths in the county now are 46. There have been 2 more in the last 2 weeks since we met last. One was an 89-year-old white man from the North County, and another was a 57-year-old woman who died out of county. She was suffering from significant renal and cardiovascular diseases, but also did have COVID. And of those who have died, 14 have been Hispanic, which represents 30%. Currently in the hospital, there's one in Med-Surg in Mendocino County and one in the ICU in Sacramento, again, primarily for a neurologic issue, but also having suffered COVID. Mendocino has achieved now the red tier or substantial, which is very significant, and has maintained this metric now for 3 weeks. We could conceivably achieve orange if our cases were less than 3.9 per 100,000, or if the state is able to distribute a total of 4 million more doses to the lowest resourced zip codes, then the transition to orange could be 5.9, which we are achieving. And so though the probability of distributing that many vaccines is probably in the next month. As far as outbreaks go, we have none currently. Cases are still predominantly community spread and household. And so let's talk about the red tier for a moment. There's a number of openings that have occurred. The schools 7 to 12 are beginning to open. They have already submitted some sport plans. We are now able to open indoors at 25% capacity, places of worship, restaurants, and if serving food, wineries, breweries, or distilleries. If they are not, then they have different guidelines. Museums are also open to 25% capacity, and retail is open to 50% now, with groceries at 100%. And gyms and fitness centers can open to 10%, and that goes also for our lodging industry, but still no indoor pools. On April 1st, there will be guidance that we can use for outdoor live events with controlled seating, and that will be open to 20% capacity, and that can apply to sports as well as graduations, which is a long time coming. Finally, small indoor gatherings of 3 households or less are allowed with masking and distancing, but they're discouraged, especially if there are any vulnerable household members included. Remember, we want to open up, but we don't want to open up to another surge in infections or even outbreaks that could set us back to purple. Testing is low statewide. I mentioned last time that we are using 72% of our testing resources, which is actually better than the other counties. Since then, our travel team has been on the road in distant towns, and also we will probably in the next couple of weeks see more in those small townships, as our travel team should be permitted to visit 2 towns per day. We were able to successfully negotiate this from OptumServe, and will be the first in California. We think it'll be much more efficient and much more cost effective. The Solano lab, our new county lab, has begun whole genome sequencing to detect emerging coronavirus variants. And we have already had the opportunity to send them 2 samples for this. Thankfully, no variants were uncovered. The lab is still in the process of doing quality control on this before we can really make an arrangement with them to set up an automatic sampling of our county positives to see if there's any new variants happening here. The state goal is still through their lab doing 2% of the state's positive tests. So as I said, we have not yet been informed of any known variants in our community from the state lab, though variants are increasingly a problem, with the 2 California variants just changed from variants of interest to variants of concern due to their increased transmissibility. And this is significant since they are the most prevalent among the variants we're finding in California, and a good reason for concern that we don't have any more surges. Contact investigation, contact tracing has been supporting our efforts in other areas since there are less cases. Within the schools, our well-vaccinated education sector continues to open to hybrid programs, as Superintendent Hutchins mentioned, which will increase increase attendance in the schools in phases. Sports are beginning. Recent court cases have reevaluated the issues of school opening criteria and looking at the spacing between children. And our guidance from the state is changing. When I wrote the original orders, I made it from 4 to 6 feet. The state seems to be settling on 3 feet. Our schools have magically been able to fit the kids in who are coming within those restrictions, and hopefully we won't need to change that soon, but probably, as Superintendent Hutchins said, we may be looking for a change towards the summer and fall. We have seen a slight increase in the numbers of people associated with schools, both teachers and students, who have tested positive, but none of these have been epidemiologically linked. We're following it closely, but this means that there have not been any outbreaks associated with the opening of schools. Now, moving to vaccines. The accounting and reconciling data platforms are improving, and our data is much more complete and reliable, though it's not perfect. Our epidemiologists and staff continue to shed light on communities that we have to support. There are still some problems with getting the data about the VA and pharmacy distribution, but we're getting more information from our Native American neighbors. And they have apparently administered somewhere near 2,000 additional doses in Mendocino County. Our vaccine supply has been a little bit better and hopefully will be stable for the next 2 to 3 weeks. However, not enough to give first doses for this week and next. We do have available Pfizer and Moderna and the new Janssen 1-dose vaccine. Adventist Health has been running into the same issues of allocation and actually had to borrow from a sister hospital in LA last week to fulfill its event needs. The county is now using smaller travel teams for catching up with nursing homes, vaccinating our prison population, the people who are homeless, and other small groups. We've opened up our eligible tiers last week to include construction workers, as we found that our clinics were having difficulty finding enough people to fill their events. And so we felt that we are topping out a little bit, at least temporarily. All of the groups that are now eligible should be including more of the Hispanic population, and we're decreasing requirements for verification, accepting much more self-attestation, as it has become clear at the state level that this was an impediment to vaccinating people. And also, the President of the United States has announced that he wants to open up all vaccines to everyone by May, which should be possible if the supply is present. To support the increasing availability, we're increasing our community education efforts, including a county flyer that's just being released in Spanish, I think today, to add to the efforts of Nuestra Alianza, Los Promotores, UVA, and NCO, as well as other groups. We are planning to have some vaccine events at the Catholic Church and on Sundays, also to make it more available to people who have difficulty getting off on Sundays or on weekdays. And we're asking people to take selfies while they're getting the shot to tell their loved ones and friends that they got it and they're doing well, because word of mouth from trusted people is the best to break through vaccine hesitancy. Our data shows that we need some more vaccines for Dos Rios, Leggett, Calpella, Talmadge, and Hopland, and we're trying to do this, run this data weekly. We have found and reported that My Turn is expected to improve access in Spanish and English online and by telephone, but there are still kinks in that process, and we continue to improve that. The distribution in Mendocino County continues to excel, having administered 42,383 total doses recorded on the state website as of the 20th. This is approximately 40% of eligible adult Mendocino residents receiving first doses. So in summary, our efforts are paying off with lower case rates, entering the red tier, allowing the opening of schools and many businesses. But we still have to be vigilant and disciplined since variants are coming. And because of the vaccines may cause many people to become overly optimistic, forgetting the basics like masking, distancing, hand washing, and participating in unsafe gatherings. Continued testing is needed even after receiving vaccinations to catch silent cases that cause outbreaks that harm our loved ones and our community. The vaccines are safe and effective and becoming more accessible. We'll need to ramp up our efforts in unison with our partners to get everyone vaccinated. Those who are hesitant need more community education. So we are still saying, don't hesitate, vaccinate. And I'll end my report with that and be open for questions.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, question, comment and question. The comment is, I think the selfie idea is a great way to promote this. We should also ask the public to be careful about avoiding capturing other people in the background. We do have members of our community who don't want to be on social media because they were getting a vaccination at one of our events. So I'm just, I take photos everywhere. I'll tell you, a vaccine clinic is one place I don't, because I don't want to put anybody online who doesn't want to be in the photo. And the question is, as the virus mutates, at some point, if we lose protection with these vaccines, I imagine we will need boosters. What do you see, and what is the state discussing as far as restrictions? Is this a one-time endeavor of having restrictions and slowly rolling out vaccines, or do you see a possible repeat?
No, I think that what's happening now is active evaluation of all of these variants for their transmissibility and their virulence, and also their ability to escape our therapeutics and our vaccines. And the drug companies are developing updates to their vaccines. We don't know how long the immunity will last. At this point, we're saying, well, probably 6 months, but we don't know. And that'll just give us about another few months to see what the efficacy is. I suspect that vaccines will mutate as vaccines do. We'll get that process more under control as there is less transmission, less cases in the community. As the viruses expand, they are multiplying, and every multiplication adds the possibility of a variant. So we're going to need to continue this process, and I would not be surprised if there will be boosters when we find either the vaccines effect wanes, or if we find variants that are significant that are resistant to the vaccines, and the drug companies are working on that now. But I think the vaccination effort is going to continue.
And do you see the possibility to step back through the tiers, become more restrictive with health orders if we find that there's a strain that we're not protected against with the current vaccines?
Yes.
Is that being discussed at a state level? The possibility that this isn't a one-way path out?
Oh yes, there is provision as we go along the tier structure that if we don't maintain our case rates at a low level, then we could fail back and have to increase restrictions, and that is definitely part of the tier structure.
Thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
First of all, congratulations, Dr. Corin, to you and your team for getting shots in the arms of over 42,000 people. That's really amazing. And I know that we're one of the leaders in the state. It's been a great effort. And also to Supervisors Mulhern and Williams, who've been real active in this. The thing I'm wondering, and if you can give us just a really brief insight as to how this might end, based on the history lesson of the 1918 pandemic, which they didn't have vaccinations and it eventually went away, as opposed to something becoming endemic, and what are the best thoughts on this at the moment?
Well, of course, the hope at this point, and in the flu epidemic of 1918, they did not have the ability to do this. But our hope is that we're going to be able to achieve some level of herd immunity. And so as people get vaccinated and other people get sick and become immune, everybody who could get the infection is surrounded by a large number of people who are already immune. Now, if the immunity or the characteristics of the virus change, then we have to continue to strive for a high level of immunologic penetration of our society. The difficulties with hesitancy and with people being anti-vax is that we won't be able to actually surround each person that could get the vaccine, and they will be surrounded, or who could get the virus, and they will be surrounded by a group of people that can, represent a fair game for the viruses and another outbreak. So it's going to be up and down and a little bit of a bumpy course until we can really have a much better uptake of the vaccines and immunity, and we can achieve this herd immunity. We have done that with many other contagious diseases in the past, and there are some like the flu vaccine that keep coming in, and we need to keep giving a yearly vaccine. So I think it's somewhere between those two situations.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this point? Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So if we start getting, unlimited amounts of vaccine in May, then what do you see as the timeline for getting everyone vaccinated who wants to be vaccinated? Would it take a month? Would it take a week? Or what would be the timeline on that?
Well, it won't be a week, and it probably will be, I'm sure it'll be longer than a month. We're not only having to have these large vaccination clinics, but the smaller outreach strike teams that we're developing are very important for certain select populations who haven't gotten it. But I think for the most part, if we really get unlimited vaccines and the immunity holds, and the community really develops a hunger for the vaccines and is not stopped by any hesitancy, then it should be sometime this summer, I would say, that we would achieve some very high level of people being completely vaccinated.
Thank you.
Okay. If there are no other questions at this point, we'll go to the next speaker.
Good morning, Chair Jurdy, members of the board. As Becky Emery with the DOC manager, we are continuing to improve our resources as efficiently and effectively as possible. To that end, I have 3 updates. We are not currently utilizing our guard services as they are not staff are not currently occupying and utilizing the Whitmore facility as the repairs are still underway. We do provide supports for isolation and quarantine still for our community and are continuing that effort. Currently, though, there is no one currently utilizing our isolation or quarantine supports at this time. Additionally, we have worked through technical challenges and are now able to update our dashboard on our county website through an automated process. With this change, we are now returning to same-day postings at the end of day, and so you'll see that change starting today. Additionally, we are experiencing very low case numbers and evaluating our staff and are closing our DOC on weekends. We will be starting this shift this coming weekend, and so individuals receiving a positive test result will need to self-isolate and should reach out to their close contacts. We'll be following up with those individuals the following business day to review any additional supports that they may need, and are working through various outreach efforts to ensure that individuals in need of support at that time are able to access it. And that closes out my report.
Okay, thank you. Darcy, are you next?
Yes, good morning, supervisors. Dr. Korn gave a really great update, so I'm just gonna report on what we're doing this week. So yesterday we provided 600 second dose Pfizers at the fairgrounds. Thursday will be 650 second dose Moderna at the fairgrounds. Our partner, the city of Ukiah, will be providing 425 second dose Pfizers on Friday at the conference center. We do have a team We're calling it a target task team for vaccines that will be going out on Wednesday to find those that are unhoused and provide a dose of the Johnson & Johnson. And I'd also report that on Friday we will have testing in Covelo. That ends my report.
Okay, thanks. It looks like we have Sheriff Kendall here as well as John Burks.
Who would you like to go first, Sheriff Jurdy?
Either one. So Sheriff, why don't you go ahead?
Chair Jurdy, members of the board, we've had some very, very good work completed here. I'm very thankful to Dr. Corn helping us get through the a lot of different things this year, and the fact that Mendocino County is head and shoulders above a lot of our neighboring areas. I think that we owe him a great deal of gratitude. The outbreak in the jail that we contained was in no small part due to the partnership with Dr. Corn and his team, Becky Emery. We're continuing to forward calls and requests to the SIU. Co-sector deputies have been conducting some business checks, especially in that Mendocino area on some problematic locations. Sheriff's Office has received a couple of complaints, but the issues seem to be continually dropping off. People are just getting better at this. We're continuing to provide educational enforcement in the same fashion that we have been, but it's pretty few and far between. There was a big effort with public health and the jail nursing staff. We were able to get all of the inmates vaccinated who wanted the vaccination. And so we're moving forward on these things. That's pretty much what I have to say. We've been able to deliver some PPE and some various other things as we complete our patrols throughout the county, over to the coast and areas such as that. So hoping that many hands can continue to make light work in this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. John Burks from Code Enforcement.
Good morning, Chair, Board, and Community. John Burks, Code Enforcement here. Again, complaints are down. Any complaints that we do get through Code Enforcement that aren't through the call center, we're forwarding on to SIU for triage, and it seems like overall the complaints are down. Some locations generate more complaints versus before, where it was a large variety of places generating complaints. We have a couple under investigation, but most everything we're able to close with compliance. And thank you everyone for your hard work and for making this, as good a situation as we can. And I think that's it for me, but I'll stay on for questions.
I have a question, John. So if someone was in a store, maybe a big store, and they saw some people walking around without masks, obviously by the time they were to call the county, those customers would be gone. But what would be the protocol? Should the members of the public, is there a phone number they should call with the county? And if so, what would the county do? Would the county go and talk to that business?
Yeah, absolutely. So any calls to the call center, that's the best place to start. And then they would be, if it's a business, it would be assigned to Code Enforcement. What we look for, obviously, if there's folks walking through a store, they'll be gone before we get there, but we're trying to find out if that's a systemic problem with that business and try to provide them, the education and the materials that they need to be successful and to, prevent any problems. And once we're able to make contact with them, I feel like there's a high level of understanding. So yes, I would still encourage everyone to call. That's really important so we can follow up and just make sure that, we're doing our due diligence, and that'd be my recommendation.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions from board members, or do we have any other staff members who'd like to make a presentation? Okay. I'm not seeing any. Supervisor McGordy, you have any questions or comments?
No, just appreciation for all the hard work that's going into this. This is something that will define this board when we look back in history, was how we responded to the pandemic. It's going to be one of those milestone legacy things. And when I can see collectively that this group's doing really well. And I really appreciate the hard efforts of this team. It's been wonderful. Keep up the good work.
Supervisor Williams?
A few constituents have reached out over the past week highlighting that they're now seeing bills for the COVID tests, which the state told us would be free. I don't know that anybody's actually paid out of pocket. I think this is going through insurance where insurance was provided. My understanding is it won't be billed to the individual. But our ears are open. If we hear otherwise, we will follow up with the state.
Okay. Supervisor Heshak?
Oh, I was just wondering if the ad hoc that of Supervisors Williams and Mulherin had anything to report to the board.
I don't think we have anything specific to report. We've been attending meetings about the equity rollout of the vaccine and also the economic development from the cities and the county partners. So hopefully we'll be able to bring forward some opportunities for recovery when we are moving out of the tiers.
Okay, all right, thank you. Well, I think that looks like it concludes this item, and we will then go on to item 5B, which is discussion and possible action, including presentation of COVID tier reopening. And this is sponsored by the Executive Office.
Chair Jurdy, this presentation will be done by Heather Carell Rose, our risk analyst. There she is. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, can you hear me?
Your audio is not fantastic.
Not fantastic. If I talk a little louder, is it a little bit better?
That's a little better, yeah.
Okay. So as you heard in the previous presentation, as vaccine numbers begin to rise and COVID cases are starting to decline, the county is prepared to reopen services based on conservative guidelines, and we're utilizing the state of California's tier system. That's something everybody knows. It's the purple, red, orange, and yellow to move from phase to phase in our reopening schedule. We don't want to just open all at once. I was hoping I could share the screen so that I can show you the chart while I'm talking. Hold on 1 second while I add it. Okay, so right now the county is in the red tier. If you look at this, I'm sure most of you have seen a chart very similar to this before. They've been using them in schools, they've been using them statewide, other counties have been using them, so we just kind of jumped on the bandwagon with that. We are currently in the red tier. Our buildings are still closed. Our offices are by appointment only, and once we are in red tier for 2 weeks, we were hoping to do the break rooms and conference rooms limited to 10% capacity. But we're still going to have our workers work remotely, continue our virtual meetings, and obviously we're going to continue our facial coverings and social distancing requirements, have our droplet guards and barriers in place to protect the staff, and the restrooms are closed to the public. And our suggestion when we move to the orange tier, and with the orange tier, what we have talked about is keeping it, being in orange tier for 3 weeks prior to opening the reopening guidelines. The reason for this is twofold. One, we want to make abundantly sure that when we're in orange tier, we stay in orange tier. And because of the size of the county, some of the reopening is going to take a little bit longer. The county is quite large. It's one of the largest employers in the county. So some of the offices might need a little bit of time to start getting those workers back into the offices, reopening the buildings, implementing new procedures. So with that orange tier, buildings would be reopened at 25% capacity. Offices with in person, they could have 25% capacity. Remote workers are still encouraged to stay home because there is still a moderate amount of exposure out there. We're going to continue socially distanced. Socially distanced meetings, but virtual meetings would be preferred. Facial coverings are going to be required, and we're going to have the droplet guards in place. For yellow tier, also 3 weeks. The minimum buildings can reopen at 50%, offices at 50%, break rooms at 50%, and workers may return to the office. Restrooms will only be open in orange and yellow tiers if we have security and or cleaning services available. We are just being very conservative on this. Facilities have done quite a bit of work on this to get us prepared and to keep the offices clean and safe, particularly our custodial staff, who has done a really excellent job on keeping, the offices and the buildings clean, and the staff who are at work, clean and protected. I wanted to turn over to Janelle Rao to talk about the work that facilities has been doing.
Good morning, board members. Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. I do have an overview of what we've been doing as far as the county facility preparedness. I'll just mention some highlights, but do have a fairly extensive list. So since the initiation or since we've been responding to the pandemic, we've done some work as far as custodial support to our county facilities. We've had to increase our custodial support in general, meaning the staffing required, but we've also been expanding the frequency of cleaning in certain facilities where they were still open to the public, for example. We've also introduced new cleaning product that were rated for CDC on their N1 list, which was a disinfectant that cleaned in half the time that your normal disinfectants that you're able to purchase over the counter. We've made sure that there are products in place at the facilities themselves for staff to use. We've gone ahead and worked with departments on installing the sneeze guards and barriers in certain areas where it was appropriate. We've provided support for OptumServe as far as custodial and trash pickup. We've also been supporting the Whitmore Lane isolation and quarantine from the maintenance perspective. They do have outside custodial that come in and do the cleaning there. There's a lot of different work that's been done as far as preparation, crowd control ropes. We've been preparing all areas where the public would be received as best we can. Some departments have done this individually on their own with facilities assistance as far as installation and anything we can do to assist them. We've done also a lot of work with the HVAC systems and installing filters that are at a higher level, particularly at the jail during their outbreak. As far as facility staff is concerned, we've been doing a lot of work in training our facilities and custodial staff, ensuring they have the appropriate PPE. We purchased some portable fogging sanitation devices that we can use in facilities rather than having to acquire third-party each time we had COVID contamination or potential COVID contamination. So we've erred on the side of caution there. We've instituted other measures as far as facilities, for example. We've been doing on Zoom bid openings versus in-person bid openings and have adjusted the way we do business. But that's just kind of a brief overview. Wanted to let you know we've been doing the work to be prepared as we can possibly be. In some cases, there's more work still to be done, and some resulted in some remodeling of areas to assure the best protections that we can for our staff. And with that, I'm just here to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
One question I have is, I've heard, at least anecdotally, that break rooms are an area where people can spread COVID. They're usually unmasked, they're eating food together. Has the county done anything to create or improve eating areas that might be outside?
For in external areas, I know that the break room areas have been closed, which has posed obviously an issue. There are picnic benches. The problem with that is that you're still sitting close together, and there had been outbreaks. What we're trying to do is discourage folks from communal eating. But there are areas throughout most county facilities where individuals are able to go and take breaks or eat. It's something we could actually look into, though, as far as expanding that moving forward, because I think continuing with this as we progress through the tiers will be important.
Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So we heard that museums might be able to open up at 10%. What about the libraries?
Supervisor Hashcraft, so this is really just a general guideline. Each individual department has their own specific guidelines for their operations. So the museum does have its own reopening plan. So I believe, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head if they're going to reopen, but I believe they'll reopen a little bit sooner than everybody else.
And then the libraries, you don't know?
The libraries are already starting to reopen. They are doing some, I believe it's 2 days a week of service for folks to come in. And it's going to be a gradual reopening through the tiers.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern?
I was going to let Supervisor Hashak know that the libraries were reopening. So many of our departments that have their own social media have been updating the community about their reopening plans. And I'm thankful that staff did bring this item forward today so that the community could begin to understand when we might open to in-person meetings, because that was a topic of conversation even, of course, before today, and is really important for public input. So thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Williams?
Withdrawn. Mo beat me to it.
Supervisor McGordy?
I'm curious when the supervisors might actually be able to access their offices.
And that would be an individual department plan. I believe it would probably be in the orange or the yellow tier. But that would be specific to your actual department. So I would have to get the executive office plan for that.
No rush. I'm here happily at home with my cat. It's great.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angela. We will be following the tiers. I think that our risk manager did a great job of working on this and looking at the expertise from the CDC and CDPH in putting this plan together for us. We will be following the tiers in response to Supervisor McGordy's question. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Do we have any public comments on this item?
We do not have any telecomment for this item.
Okay, well, thanks for the update. And we will take a 10 or 15-minute break. So let's resume at 10:45. We'll resume the board meeting, and that takes to item 5C, which is discussion of possible action, including adoption of resolution adopting a new classification, Director of Information Services, Chief Information Officer, with a certain salary, and the sponsor of this is the Human Resources Department.
Good morning, Chair Jurdy, members of the board. This is William Schertz, Human Resources Director, with a summary of the item before you. In 2006, the standalone Information Services Department was consolidated with the General Services Department to form the General Services Agency. In 2015, the GSA was decentralized, with the operations becoming divisions of the Executive Office. Since that time, the Executive Office analyzed the various divisions, their operational structures, and resource needs. In 2017, the Board of Supervisors adopted the Information Technology Master Plan that included a review and an analysis of the county's IT staffing resources. Given the nature of the county's IT infrastructure needs and to fulfill the implementation of the IT Master Plan, it was determined that creating a standalone Information Services Department with a dedicated department head would be in keeping with the IT Master Plan and further the strategic alignment with the Board of Supervisors' goals and objectives. The creation of the standalone department will not require the addition of any staffing resources at this time, with the Executive Office's formation of a fiscal and administrative unit. This standalone department would be utilizing this unit to support the common departmental, fiscal, and administrative tasks, thereby reducing the common administrative overhead required of a standalone department. As a part of the IT master planning process and implementation, Information Services leadership have developed a 5-year resource allocation plan that will align with the needs associated with the implementation of the 5-year IT master plan. This item proposes that the board adopt the department head classification of Director of Information Services, also called Chief Information Officer. Additional information on this request will be provided by CEO Angelo, and HR is available for questions. Thank you.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. If I may add to this item, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to talk a little bit about this position and why it's coming forward at this time. But before I do, I would like to comment. I certainly have heard comments about this position, and I think it's unusual for Mendocino County, certainly the executive office, to bring forward the creation of a new position, particularly a new department head position. So I would like to explain to the board and the public what the reasoning is behind this. But before I do, I think there's also been some question as to process. So I'd like to clarify the process. We have a board ad hoc, IT ad hoc, which is Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Jurdy. And so the goal is to do a recruitment, to do an open recruitment for this position, should the board approve the position. And also, I would like to ask the IT ad hoc to assist with that recruitment and appointment for this position. This is not unusual when there is an ad hoc. And particularly with department head positions, I think every department head position we've done, whether it was the CSA library director, whether it was the planning director when Brent Schultz was hired, board members are asked to participate. This would be no different. So again, the process is a full and open recruitment, and my request is that the IT ad hoc assist staff in the hiring, in the interviewing and hiring of this position, should the ad hoc agree. So I wanted to be real clear about that. Getting back to the purpose of this position and why we're doing this. You know, over the last 10 years, over the last decade, actually starting back in 2008, you know, not to belabor the economic downturn, but we know that this county experienced an economic downturn as we did globally. And with that, there were multiple changes. It was the direction of this board to do consolidation and integration in departments. And so along with that, you have an executive office that has multiple different duties, many responsibilities. And if you look at what's happened over the last 10 years, we consolidated the water agency into the executive office. Certainly the Office of Emergency Services has been part of the executive office before this past decade. And then we consolidated Clerk of the Board into the executive office, and we consolidated the General Services Agency, which is purchasing and contracting, central services, and information technology. And if you look at the last decade, that was all done by the Board of Supervisors for very good reasons, particularly because we were under an austerity program. And so with each consolidation, we lost a department head. And hence the executive office being responsible for Clerk of the Board, General Services, Water Agency, OES. That all happened over the last decade. Now, it's something that my office and myself, we've done. We've done it at the direction of this board, and I think it's worked fine. However, the one area I would say that we struggle with to this day is general services. You know, at that time, before 2007, the board formed the Health and Human Services Agency, and they formed the General Services Agency. We know with Health and Human Services that is currently under review, and that review will be coming to this board for direction, I hope, in the near future. But with general services, it has always been a struggle attempting to provide all of those internal services out of the executive office. And I have assigned different deputies to do this activity. And with information technology, again, I think this has been one of the most difficult areas. I think over the last couple years, we've had the good fortune of having an IT ad hoc, but also we've had the addition of Supervisor Williams. And I want to say that Supervisor Williams has been instrumental in advising us in many of the IT projects that we have done and many of the IT projects that this board has approved going forward. So as we look at all of this, and we also look at the CEO model versus a CAO model, and certainly in my discussions with individual supervisors and this board, there is a definite desire to look at the chief executive officer model versus the chief administrative officer. And so if we are going to do that, and we can have I would hope that at some time in the future we could have a board presentation and a dialogue. But should we move in that direction, we really need to look at some of these services that are happening in the chief executive office, going back to either be standalone programs or elsewhere. The water agency was transferred to the Department of Transportation under Howard Dashiell, who has an area of expertise in water, so I think that was a good move. My understanding is that Sheriff Kendall is very much interested in taking the Office of Emergency Services, so that's a possibility, with recovery staying with the executive office. There hasn't been any discussion around the clerk of the board, but when we get to general services, I think information technology is clearly a specialty. If you look at the past 10 years, we've deferred maintenance, and so now we're trying to play catch up with our buildings, as evidenced by a lot of the roof repairs for existing buildings, not just new buildings. And then, of course, information technology. I think we have a way to go to actually come into the 21st century with our IT systems. And our IT systems are not just to have some really nice toys, it's giving our employees the tools to do the job. And I want to say how far this county has come, and certainly how far over the last 2 years, again with the IT ad hoc with Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Jurdy. For Supervisor Jurdy, if no one else, if you remember, it was only a couple years ago that we were all paper. Not all the supervisors would agree to use iPads or any type of technology. And so it was only the last couple years that we were able to move this board to iPads and to move away from paper, and our goal is to continue to do that. So this position, the Chief Information Officer for Mendocino County, again, full-on recruitment. I ask that the IT ad hoc assist me with that, but that this board consider this position as part of a transition from a CEO to a CAO model. If the board chooses to stay with the CEO model, I still recommend that we have a Chief Technology Officer because this is a big area. The board is putting millions of dollars into our IT infrastructure, and there really needs to be a leader for all of those projects. Thank you.
Any board member questions or comments at this time? Board.
So reading through the job description, well, first of all, I don't doubt that there's a need for leadership in this area because I think anybody will tell you that, first of all, no organization ever has enough money to really implement technology, given that it changes so quickly and is so expensive initially. But making really good choices is critically important. And as I read through the knowledge, skills, and abilities, the thing I'm a little concerned about is that I want someone who's a good leader and really knowledgeable about the technology itself. And we don't necessarily arrive there based on the knowledge, skills, and abilities, especially since we have kind of two ways to qualify for this. One of them is to be educated in either business, technology, or well, computer science, public administration, business administration, or related field. But there could be a substitute path, which is 10 years of direct related education and management level experience. So I want to be sure of whoever gets into that position is, you know, kind of in the Ted Williams model of somebody who's very technologically savvy, but also a leader. I think of, and I'm saying this from my experiences of working with IT departments at the University of California, as well as Ukiah Unified School District. It's really, really important to have leadership as well as your technical chops together to really do this. And if we don't have both, it'll hinder us some. So that's the only comment that I have on the qualifications. I think if we have the ad hoc working with the CEO's office to review the applicants, I'm pretty sure that we'll have a fairly robust process of reviewing candidates, and I think that that's absolutely critical. That's my comments.
Other board member comments? Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO Angelo, for describing why this item is being brought forward now. I am not sure that I would like to implement this item before we embark on a strategic plan and have the conversation about CEO versus CAO. I understand that a department head would be helpful if we were to move to the CAO model, but this board has not had that conversation yet. So I'm a little concerned about moving forward with this at this time.
Supervisor Hashak.
Yes, I'd just like some clarification on where we are right now with that position, because we have a person who's in charge of information technology. So how does that jive with this new position?
Chair Jurdy, shall I answer that?
Go ahead.
Okay, so there is a manager over IT right now, and when General Services was dissolved and consolidated into the executive office, we have always put a deputy over the GSA functions. So I have an existing deputy that works with IT. However, as we move forward, and as this board knows, and as this board has directed me to higher in the executive office, it's more and more difficult to do some of these functions. So at this point, IT would be run by the IT manager without this position. Thank you. I hope I answered your question, Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, that did. So it's just creating its own department and taking it out of the oversight from underneath the deputy CEO.
Yes, that's right. And, again, whether this board chooses to stay with the CEO model or a CAO model, this is really an area that really needs more attention and more expertise than my office can give it. And so I would really hope that this board would seriously consider this position going forward. And additionally, if we're looking for a person in this community that has expertise and experience, it could take some time to recruit as well. So again, I would hope that this board, I understand wanting to wait because the discussion has not occurred regarding CEO and CAO. I have to say that will be probably more than one discussion because it's a big decision for this board going forward. But as far as IT, I really see a need in this county for a chief information officer.
Supervisor Williams?
When do we plan to hold the discussion about whether to move to a CAO model? I know it's part of the strategic planning, but I've also heard the strategic planning exercise could take half a year to a year. I see that we have about 20 months left, and we're trying to make a transition. We don't know what we're transitioning to. So, I think this is it's the appropriate move to have somebody as a chief information officer, but I think the CAO model will put different demands on the board. And I don't know that we're all ready or if we fully contemplated whether that's the best for Mendocino County. So, I see the transition is starting to happen. We need to have the discussion about the CAO versus CEO sooner than later.
Supervisor McGordy?
So in the grand scheme of things, when we start on the strategic plan, we'll obviously take that up as a topic. Realistically, I wouldn't expect anything to happen until we adopt the plan, which probably at the earliest would be December of this year. So I don't doubt the need to start preparing a little bit for it, but I would like to know more about the new department in terms of how they work. If we're going to create a department head, how about the department? Do they cover all IT needs for every single department in the county? There are specialized needs for the library and the sheriff's office, and UC Cooperative Extension kind of has its own IT interface with University of California. So how would this person function with everybody? These are some of the basic questions I think we need to answer. I don't doubt that we need someone on that. The fact that they're kind of an at-will employee gives us an escape hatch if we didn't like who was in charge. If we switch to a CAO system, most likely the IT department would be answering directly to the board, and we can change if we want to go a different direction. But by the same token, I kind of like the idea of getting the right person, put them in place, and be sure that they're the appropriate. They can do the functions that we need for the county. So there's still some unanswered questions about how a new IT department would work. Is it exactly what we have now, or is it going to be different?
Chair Jurdy, for Supervisor McGordy, we have Policy 22. We have county IT that provides the support for all the IT services throughout the county system. We know that the sheriff has his own IT person, but they work lockstep with county IT. So right now, some of the projects, the property tax system, some of the criminal justice systems. I mean, there's a lot of different software packages and software systems that are being implemented. This is all being done by a group. I say this all the time. You know, they use bubble gum to hold things together because they haven't been given a lot of the resources, the technological resources to bring this county into the 21st century. The staff is there. Do they need more staff? Absolutely. So does planning. So do a lot of different departments in the county system. But what they really need is they need strong leadership. This board has allocated millions of dollars to an IT strategic plan. And, you know, they're working as best they can piecemeal with these projects. They need a strong technology director that will help bring them into the 21st century and move them forward with the rest of the county. So the department is there. We have really good staff, as you all know, that are working really hard, particularly during the pandemic. We've placed one of our IT staff actually in the DOC, and they assisted with many of the different projects to try to modernize what they were doing instead of paper. So, you know, the department, no question, strong department, good people. They've been here a long time. But what they need is they need a director. My office cannot continue to do this. We don't have the expertise and we don't have the time.
So,
Supervisor McGordy?
I want to add a little bit more information, having been a department head and having worked through two IT departments simultaneously. The University of California is actually three. We work with UC Davis, UC ANR, plus the County of Mendocino, and because of the odd nature of our relationship, when we really got in a bind for something and we couldn't get through to UC, the county IT guys were great. Even though they weren't necessarily supposed to, they'd help us troubleshoot things like our routers and things to get them working. So I can really back up CEO Angela's claim about a good department that tries really, really hard using the resources that they do. And it is really convenient, even with things like my county iPhone, being able to have someone troubleshoot it with me really quickly as opposed to waiting in line at Verizon. There's no doubt that they're a valuable asset. The question I have is probably somewhat a little bit of unfamiliarity as a supervisor. My fault. I need to spend time with them, but the pandemic's made it a little bit hard to interface the way I'd like to. So I get the need for a department head. I just want to be sure we get the right person. And I think it doesn't really matter if we're CAO or CEO system. Again, the way that this is set up, there should be accountability having an at-will employee. So I think that'll work, but I'm just really concerned that we get the right person in this slot. It's worth taking the time.
Okay, maybe we could open up to public comment if we don't have anything more from HR.
There are no telecomments on this item.
I'm sorry, are there any public comments on this item?
No.
Okay. Well, in response to the proposal that have the IT ad hoc participate in the interview process, I think that's a good suggestion, and I'd be very happy to be part of that interview panel. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I agree. I would like to broaden the motion to have the IT ad hoc also evaluate the scope of the department and how it integrates with other departments. You know, to touch on Supervisor McGordy's comments about does the Chief Information Officer have any say in decisions about what's happening with Farm Advisor IT or with the Sheriff's Department? And I don't, I'm coming in without a position, but I think we should clarify the entire scope of decision making and budgeting, so that we don't find in a couple of years that we have a position that has ambiguous authority.
Yeah, I agree, and I just think for historical perspective, as CEO Angelo just pointed out, the county's gone through this period of austerity, and I think most every department's been living with that austerity for close to a decade. And for employees in a department to realize that, wow, the board is finding money to upgrade our equipment, to upgrade our systems. It's sort of a new direction. And I think as they hear that, they, I think, will respond with suggestions on ways that they've probably seen for years that the county could be more efficient and more helpful to other county employees and to the public. So I hope that, and I think that IT is hearing that, and everybody in the IT department's looking for opportunities to help us make the county as efficient as possible. Would someone like to make a motion? Supervisor Moore.
Just one additional comment. If the ad hoc is going to be looking at this, can we also look at the title? And I don't know why the county chooses information services over information technology. And the chief information officer may seem like that person has more broad information than only based in technology. So that's just a personal preference, I suppose, but might alleviate some confusion in the future.
So are you suggesting that the chief information officers, it makes it sound like they might be the public information officer, disseminating information about the county to the press?
Correct. Or that they may have information, just generally about the county, about all departments and not the technology department. So that's just a preference if you're going to look at that.
Yeah, I back that preference. Every time I type it, it bothers me. Usually I type it wrong and I go back and, oh no, it's information. I think the board will need to weigh in at some point about who has authority in bringing services, paper services online. For example, if it's permitting process, is it planning and building services that should be architecting the online solution and then information services assisting with the implementation? Or should it be information services having a comprehensive plan for how all online services countywide should be provided, and then work as necessary with planning to integrate? Who's the lead here? And I think I at least have see ambiguity in we don't have a comprehensive plan to take all paper services online. McGordy.
So that brings an interesting question, Supervisor Williams. Are there models in other counties where they have kind of an overlord who homogenizes the way that departments communicate, and they use similar systems, or how does that work?
From my research, I don't see a single model. I see every county is doing it their own way, right? We're not necessarily learning from best practices elsewhere, but I think the IT master plan has a lot of credibility. We need to continue implementing it. It doesn't cover all of the high-level needs that may come out of a strategic planning session. We may decide that we're a rural county with a very sparse population, and our people should be able to interact with the county entirely online from anywhere. And we want a consistent set of tools that has the same workflow, same user interface, same support call center, no matter whether it's with health and human services or with planning and building or cannabis or dog tags. And I think having information services or maybe the IT department pulling that plan together and building consistency from the start may be more effective than having each department come up with their own online services model and then expect IT to somehow integrate. So we don't have to decide now, but I guess I would like to know, does the board want the IT ad hoc to come back with those kind of high level recommendations as well? And how does that fit in with the strategic planning that's to come over the next year?
You're making my head buzz from all of the potential information we have to decide here. I think you're totally right. Having a standardized interface for the public to be able to access information is critical. In addition to that, there's numerous other programs that are really specialized for departments, such as the Sheriff's Department has their own way of accessing Department of Justice. The University of California has its own financial system. So, and I know that there's specialized software for probably the registrar and other people as well. So I guess the question becomes, you know, we want to be somewhat expedient on this part, which is looking at the, you know, essentially a leader for the IS or IT department, whatever you want to call it. It's first task. The second task sounds like it could be a lot more comprehensive, and I don't know if you want to tie the two together.
Well, just my own feedback. Going back to the strategic plan, I would hope that the strategic planning processes beginning through this ad hoc committee could at least start with our existing plans, focus plans. So, for example, taking the IT master plan, rolling that into a draft strategic plan for the county. The plan we heard yesterday from Mood 2030, rolling that into our economic development strategy for the strategic plan. We've got others from transportation, Minnesota Council of Governments, our capital improvement program. Those seem like those are components that could work into a draft strategic plan for the whole county, which hopefully would expedite that process. So that's just an aside. I didn't want to lose that train of thought. And Supervisor Mulhern, I saw you raise your hand.
I think that it's important that if we're going to consider that this person is overseeing the information technology from all departments and implementing online portals, which I think is incredibly important, that we make that very clear now instead of waiting, because the person that we hire may or may not have the skills and the abilities to work with multiple departments. Not everybody that is good at IT has leadership skills and vice versa. So that is, you know, part of the conversation that we're having today is what is the ad hoc looking for when they're choosing the person that they're going to hire.
So could Supervisor Williams just re-articulate kind of the extra things you wanted to do besides choose a person to head up the department? What kind of is sort of your short-term goal?
Well, I think we need to understand whether we're planning to continue with a CEO or a CAO model. If it's a CAO model, we're going to be much more hands-on in some of this decision making.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, as we put more of these decisions, push them into the future, it's very hard to make decisions today about where we should go. I mean, my take is all services should be online. And as you said, there's a lot of complexity there because you're dealing with proprietary solutions that don't necessarily integrate. But we need to give the public the sense that there's one integrated solution. There needs to be one place to call for support. And so I support creating this position today, but I think we need to come back with a more comprehensive plan, including revisiting Policy 22 and better defining the operational scope of IT.
Supervisor Hemp.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Yep. You know, I support this position, and I would also like to see some of the contracts that we have out there, you know, brought in-house if possible. So if we have a person that has the skill, and even if they have to create a team that can bring and do some of these tasks in-house, I think in the long run, it would save the county a lot of money. So I would like the IT ad hoc to look at that possibility too.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
Well, I would move the recommended action to adopt the resolution and to amend the position allocation table, plus have the ad hoc as part of the hiring committee and the other things that we've talked about, which were Supervisor Williams. Add on what needs to be said.
Direct the IT ad hoc to return with proposals for a comprehensive plan, including revisiting Policy 22 and defining the operational scope for IT.
Yes, that's the motion.
Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Supervisor Mulhern.
So I guess the additional motion or scope for the ad hoc, that is, like I mentioned, pretty time sensitive. If we're going to put this out to hire, and I know that both supervisors who are on that ad hoc are pretty busy, so I just want to make sure that we would be able to meet some kind of timeline. I think it's incredibly important before we choose the person that we're going to hire that we have that discussion.
When would you like us to bring it back? Can we fit it on the next?
Well, perhaps Mr. Schertz can let us know how long that this position would be flown for. I mean, that would help inform what agenda it needs to be on.
I think we'll have a discussion later today, but I think there's a possibility we can find time before the end of April. Is that good?
That would be fine with me.
Yeah, that's acceptable to me. And certainly if you have to split, the workload on terms of parts, like a part A is dealing with this position and the part B is doing more of an assessment of needs for IT in the different departments, that's acceptable to me as well.
Point of clarification, does the board want the ad hoc to include air quality management when we're looking at IT needs?
In my opinion, it should include all of our departments, whether we're the directors or the supervisors. So yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we will act as quickly as we possibly can, hopefully before the end of April.
We do have a lot on our plates collectively, so if I understand and I share Supervisor Mulhern's concern that sometimes we just reach saturation in terms of workload, and so good luck, guys.
Okay, we have a motion and we've already called for public comment. So can we have the roll call?
Yes. Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Well, that takes us to item 5D, which is discussion and possible action, including informational update on industrial hemp pilot program and the status of the hemp pilot program request for proposals. And this is from the Department of Agriculture.
Silly me. Okay.
We hear you now. You have audio.
Yeah, that helps. All right, let's start over. Good morning, Chair Jurdy, Supervisor, CEO Angelo, and County Council. My name is Elizabeth Garcia with the Mendocino County Department of Agriculture. Today, I will be giving an overview and an update on the new industrial hemp pilot program. The Mendocino Industrial Hemp Pilot Program will run 2 years. The program requires a license to cultivate hemp in Mendocino County. The selected applicants are also required to register with the California Department of Food and Agriculture and pay a registration fee. The schedule for this program is condensed as we need to make sure farmers are able to prepare their soil and plant hemp into the ground at the appropriate time. Thanks to the support of General Services, County Council, and the Executive Office, the RFP was released for solicitation on March 15th. The announcement was posted to 2 sites within the county website, distributed to a list of growers throughout the county, sent for distribution to the Mendocino County Farm Bureau, and to representatives from both the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance and the Covelo Advocacy Group, all who are important stakeholders in the industrial hemp program. There will be a mandatory meeting for any applicant who wishes to receive a license to grow hemp in Mendocino County. The reason for this meeting is to help applicants with questions they may have with administrative paperwork, answer any regulation or ordinance questions they may have, talk broadly about hemp pest management, and convey the importance of pollen management to the applicant. Proposals will be due March 26th with evaluations to follow. The evaluation team will consist of representatives from the Department of Agriculture, the UC Cooperative Extension, the Board of Supervisors, and the Executive Office. Selected applicants, no more than 5, will be notified on April 5th. And following that, the applicants must register with the California Department of Food and Agriculture, fill out all required forms, and pay a $900 registration fee to CDFA. For the first year, there will be no application fees, no county application fees. However, the industrial hemp grower will be responsible for the following fees: inspection fees by one of our 4 biologists at the department, THC pre-harvest sampling fees by an accredited laboratory, and if applicable, but hopefully not, crop destruction costs. The instructions to apply for the industrial hemp license are as follows. All applicants must submit proposals electronically with the following format: a cover letter, owner qualifications, location summary, business operation plan, site plan, operation plan, and a satellite site map. Applicants will be scored on 6 criteria points. Distance from a permitted cannabis property. This criteria, as you know, is incredibly important to both hemp cultivators and permitted cannabis cultivators. The greater the distance between an applicant's hemp cultivation to the closest property line of a permitted cannabis site is the more, the greater the distance an applicant's hemp cultivation is to the closest property line of a permitted cannabis site, the more points the applicant will earn. The purpose of this weighted score is to put as much distance between hemp cultivation and the cannabis cultivations to prevent accidental cross-pollination to either crop. The quality of surrounding buffers criteria is another pollen management protection measure that will be considered a weighted score. This is another best management practice that the applicant must consider when planting industrial hemp in proximity to a permitted cannabis site. Examples of quality barriers are timber stands or oak woodlands between hemp and cannabis. Established water rights is always important, particularly this year as we enter a drought year. It is critical that an applicant have a reliable water source the entire hemp growing season with no threat of running low or out of water. A California permitted operator is a criteria that vets the time and experience of an applicant. Growers will have their growing records reviewed as far as any violations in production agriculture and compliancy with agriculture codes and regulations. For this pilot program, we want the top candidates to grow hemp, which may help to mitigate any male production and give us a good idea if industrial hemp is a good commodity for our county. Oops, not yet.
Well, thank you, Elizabeth, for that presentation and for shepherding this project forward.
Oh, I'm not done yet.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, my bad. The pest management plan also gives the panel insight into applicants' experience in production agriculture by having them explain strategies to combat any type of pests they may encounter during the hemp cultivation season. An integrated pest management plan is instrumental in their chances of being selected, since it shows their knowledge of potential pests and how to responsibly protect their industrial hemp pests without the overuse of chemical pesticides. And finally, the pollen management plan criteria. The purpose of the industrial hemp pilot program is to demonstrate the ability to effectively and successfully cultivate industrial hemp in proximity to a permitted cannabis cultivation site without the threat of cross-pollination. Applicants must demonstrate a method and a plan to avoid any males or hermaphroditic clones from growing in the hemp field. The amount of time and method of inspections the applicant chooses to schedule to keep males from growing hemp to keep males from growing in the hemp field will determine their score. The Industrial Hemp Pilot Program will be the department's 16th program we oversee in this county. As a department, we are extremely dedicated to the program and to see that it is implemented, managed, and enforced properly. It is the department's hope that the industrial hemp and cannabis will be good and responsible co-crops, adding crop diversity to our county. However, we realize this is a pilot program. The research and the actual growing data will ultimately give us a real idea if industrial hemp can and should be grown in Mendocino County. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Thank you, Elizabeth, for that presentation. Certainly there's questions in the 3rd district about the distance and the fear of pollination. So is it possible for the 3rd district to not be a part of this pilot program? Considering the distance it is from Ukiah, the need to check on these grow sites regularly?
Well, Supervisor Hashak, that might be more of a policy question for the rest of the board. But I would think that the board could make a policy decision like that, but maybe we'd look to Elizabeth to know the timing of that kind of policy decision. Supervisor Williams?
I don't know that we can do it down district lines. Those lines are subject to change, from one census to the next. So it's kind of an odd boundary. And I actually see myself as a county supervisor. As much as I care about the 5th district, I care about Mendocino County. Is it possible to address some of the concerns in the abstract without talking about specifically which district? And then I'm going to throw it out there. I've had a number of conventional farmers approach me about wanting to get involved in the cannabis market, and some of them have cited a slump in grapes. And I see it as the farmers being innovative and resilient, and moving from one crop to another. When I look at this, I see the supply chain is immature, not a lot of processing facilities. Personally, I don't know if I would want to get involved in industrial hemp watching what's happening in Southern Oregon, but I don't see it. As a policymaker, I think our job is to make sure there's a fair procedure and that we facilitate the farmers and then leave it up to them to think about what the best business decisions are. But more recently, I've heard from the same farmers who have said the only reason they're looking at industrial hemp is because they haven't been allowed into cannabis. We've only allowed people who were previously, outlaws essentially, or under the 931 program quasi-legal, to even submit an application, and we're years into cannabis legalization. So, if we're worried about cross-pollination and the poor economic outlook for industrial hemp, we might consider allowing some of these farmers, conventional farmers, to grow cannabis. And McGordy?
I'm kind of thinking the same thing. So here's a few things to consider. First of all, the industrial hemp industry, as I understand it, in Mendocino County would be pretty much involved with CBDs, not fiber. So it's going to be a high value crop headed for a channel of value added. And we do have processors here who are doing oil extractions who would be set up to do this, as I understand it. And there's interest because of that. In many respects, this is sort of a way to take a look at phase 3 cannabis growing, because they're the same plant botanically, the differences in their chemistry. So sun-grown kind of larger scale cannabis or plant of hemp gives you an idea of what a larger scale cannabis would look like, and it gives us a chance to work with it on a limited scale, which is what I like about a pilot project, is that if we go through 1 or 2 years and it's turning into a hot mess, we can say, okay, pull the plug, this is not going to work. Before we issue, hundreds of permits, and then we have to live with it. So that's why I like the way that this program is being carefully rolled out. There are some questions in my mind about how it's supposed to be based on a feminized clone type planting, which means that the plants supposedly come from a mother plant that only produces female flowers. Botanically, I don't know how reliable that is, whether there is a tendency for cannabis plants to go back and forth between being female or maybe becoming both male and female, depending on what happens to them, whether they're stressed or over-fertilized, over-watered. I don't know that. Again, we don't have a lot of experience with a crop like this in California. There certainly is a lot of concern. Southern Oregon went from 0 to 9,000 acres in the space of about 3 years, and they went to a major oversupply situation. So I think that was part of the criteria that Elizabeth has built into the selection process, is that someone have a business plan for where it's going to go. So these are all things that hopefully will be considered. And by allowing us to move in kind of a slower pattern, we'll be able to, on a limited scale, figure out if this is something that's going to work for us. And in terms of it being an alternative crop, we have to think about that, because even in the grape business, even if we stay in the grape business, it's nice to be able to rotate your vineyards and have cash flow. So you pull a block out, ideally you'd like to wait 2 or 3 years before you replant. But a lot of growers don't, because they have to keep the money coming. So this would allow them a financial alternative. Right now, what we can do is just fallow and plant cover crops. There's no economic return. So this would give people a chance then to recoup some of their expenses for following their property. And it's just healthier for Mendocino County to have more crop options, quite honestly. If we have a real narrow economic base and one of our markets goes south, either for pears or for grapes or for cattle, you name it, it has an impact on us. So that's why I kind of support this plan.
Supervisor Moore.
Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth, for your presentation. My question is about, I realize that your department and your inspectors have many other tasks that they have to do. And I know that traveling throughout our county takes many, many hours sometimes. And so could you possibly address the plan for having to visit potential remote locations of hemp cannabis, which may, hemp plants, which may actually benefit the farther sort of remote they are, the less close they are to cannabis plants, but that is also going to give your inspectors a much farther distance to travel.
We're only going to go 2 to 4 times a year.
So distance from the office is not, or from Ukiah is not a criteria that we are going to count as a weighted score. However, we do have the resources and the inspectors to be able to do as many inspections as we need to. That's why we kept the pilot program to only 5 people. that it's a manageable number if we have to go out to different places, especially far out places. Currently, we don't have any applicants for the program, so if we have one or two, we'll definitely have enough resources to be able to do as many inspections as we need to and give them as much attention as they need. Thank you.
Supervisor Heshak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. You said that one of the criteria is the water, a reliable water source. So does that mean that they could be hauling water into that location, or does it have to be a source at that location?
Thank you, Elizabeth Garcia, Department of Agriculture, and through the chair. Water criteria, water is a rated criteria in the process for selection. Farmers that will be taking on hemp cultivation are going to be concerned about water, especially in this drought year. There are best management practices such as drip irrigation, mulching that can help plants from being affected from the drought. However, the type of water that they're going to be using for the hemp cultivation for primary irrigation is a weighted score. Municipal water source is going to be rated higher, and trucked in water is going to receive a very low score, if any at all.
Okay, and is there any plan to tax the product?
Tax the product? I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question, but if I can get back to you on that.
Taxes need to be approved by the voters in California. Fees for service can be imposed by the board. Supervisor Williams.
Withdrawn.
Just to kind of point out to everybody, remember, this is a totally legal USDA approved crop, and the growers can even buy crop insurance. So if they're worried about getting high THC and they don't want to lose their investment, they can buy an insurance plan from an approved USDA insurer, so that they're minimizing their risk. So it's very different than cannabis in that respect. It looks like the same plant, but in terms of how it's treated by the U.S. government, they can take their money and put it in a bank when they sell the crop, and it's totally legal.
I have a comment about something Supervisor Ted Williams said. This is Elizabeth Garcia, Department of Agriculture, through the chair. A cannabis cultivator and a hemp cultivator, according to the Food and Ag Code 81006, subsection C, says that industrial hemp cannot be cultivated on the same premises as a site that has a permitted cultivated cannabis site. Just so I do agree that cannabis cultivators are very familiar with this plant and would be excellent farmers for industrial hemp. However, they cannot cultivate both crops at the same time on the same premises.
Is a separate APN owned by the same party allowable?
It must be a separate legal premises, according to the Food and Ag Code.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just want to clarify that an APN describes the area that is on the map for the assessor's parcel number. It can include multiple legal parcels, or you may even have multiple APNs for a single legal parcel. I know this sometimes causes some confusion, but an APN is really just for the convenience of the assessor. It's not a description of a legal parcel of land.
Okay, and this might be a time to take public comment on this item. Are there public comments on this item?
Yes, there are.
First on the line is Ron Edwards.
Board. I think this is an excellent program and opportunity, particularly in education. I think we need to unwrap our head around that it's a cannabis plant with the same history. In fact, Mitch McConnell spearheaded making hemp legal. It has legal banking, and as Supervisor McGorty said, even crop insurance. There are just so many more areas that simplify this crop for the farmer. It's considered an ag product. So again, building codes are much different. And Mendocino is not looking at doing hemp for fiber, which means that in working with Dr. George Salou at Santa Rosa JC, every bit as much of having a monocrop, in other words, not having males, is just as important. The question was brought up about hermaphrodites. There are very clear triggers that cause the plant to hermaphrodite. One of them can be extreme heat, the other can be extreme cold. And of course, this program is requiring certified clones, which are not just seeds from a pollen chucker who has not stressed and certified those clones. I think it's a really exciting program. It's going to take some education. I think that the research has done that the pollen drift is not what it's considered, particularly if it's going to be a hermaphrodite, which is pretty easy to spot in the field and eradicate that plant out. I think this is a great opportunity. In fact, down the road, because this is a federally legal crop, it can eventually benefit our cannabis community because the ag department will be able to do research on pest controls, best practices, and then this could be developed into a program that can be mirrored by the cannabis program without the limitations that we have with cannabis being illegal. And, you know, I love the idea that it needs to be labeled that this field is hemp, which would help in law enforcement to keep these fields from being raided by, you know, some bozo who doesn't know the difference. So there's a lot of protections. It is an excellent remediation crop to grow in the field, as Supervisor McGorty said, to rotate it. And again, if we educate people, and this is where I feel failed in cannabis, if we educate people and have a strong program going forward like the Ag Department is proposing, it'll go a long way in eliminating a lot of problems that we've had with cannabis. Thank you very much.
Next on the line is Devin Jones.
Good morning, Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau, and I'd like to reiterate some of the comments just submitted by Ron as well as by the supervisors this morning. You know, this is a pilot program, a very limited pilot program that took into consideration the concerns of the cannabis community by looking at only the use of female clones, as well as by limiting the number of applicants to really try to do the research and the focus to determine if looking at hemp within Mendocino County is a viable commodity. You know, like Supervisor McGorty mentioned, you know, there are similarities, there are differences, and the biggest difference being sort of the federal standard and recognition of hemp as a legal agricultural commodity. And in connection to looking into phase 3 for cannabis permits, you know, sure, it's a private property issue, it's a choice issue. If individuals are looking to cultivate industrial hemp, or if they might be considering going into a phase 3 cannabis permit, that is their choice to do so. In speaking with, you know, several traditional cultivators, you know, some of the concerns are still around the federal legalization standard differences between industrial hemp and cannabis. So I'd be interested to see who comes in and applies to grow industrial hemp under this pilot program, and look forward to working with the Ag Department, UC Cooperative Extension, and others to learn more about the viability of industrial hemp as an agricultural commodity for Mendocino County. Thank you.
Next on the line is Monique Ramirez.
Hi,
This is Monique Ramirez speaking on behalf of the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group, and we really appreciate the work of the Ag Commissioner and everyone involved in crafting this pilot program. However, we still have many concerns. I'd like to respectfully disagree with a previous caller about being able to identify hermaphrodited plants, because when you're talking about acres and acres, sometimes it's just one branch on a particular plant that can actually express the hermaphrodite tendencies, and that can be really challenging to identify. And I can speak to that as a cultivator with my plants, that has happened in the past, and it's really challenging. So it is a big concern. I want to remind the board, especially the new supervisors, that when this pilot program was first being discussed, the Round Valley Area Municipal Advisory Council submitted a letter in opposition to having a hemp pilot program at this time in our county to be allowed in Round Valley and Covelo. And so we would like to just express that again. That's not something our community wants. And to remind everybody that the Municipal Advisory Council is not made up of cultivators. It's actually, a greater pool of citizens, including the Round Valley Tribal Council members. And so I just want to make sure that that is highlighted, as well as to also state that in terms of water usage, at least specific to the state regulations, if any cannabis operator is within 600 feet of a tribal area, they have to get approval from the local tribe to be able to access the water and be authorized. And we really strongly believe that that same thing should apply across the board in hemp. Tribal communities should have an opportunity to weigh in on water being extracted, so within 600 feet. And if this does go forward and any applicant is allowed in the Round Valley area, we would like to specifically request that our Round Valley tribe has an opportunity to weigh in on the application being approved or not for water usage. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, and hopefully one day we can get the same treatment as we are seeing with hemp. I also want to highlight that I'm grateful to see that the testing will actually be conducted by the county taking the samples, because in the original draft it was going to be the applicant submitting their testing samples, which that would have been a complete conflict of interest. So thank you so much to the Ag Commissioner and everyone else that worked on drafting this to remove that and make it more fair. So thank you so much.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chair. I just have two more questions. I realize that the board moved forward with this item last year, so forgive my ignorance on these two questions. I see in the RFP that you have to be on over 10 acres, and it says that you have to be in a zoning area where row crops are allowed. Can you verify which zones those are for me? And then also, how many acres of cannabis could one grow? It doesn't appear to be limited. I mean, hemp. Sorry, keep saying it.
Technically accurate.
Thank you. Through the chair, on your first question, row crops are allowed in all zones of the county. So essentially, it can be grown in any area of the county. However, the coastal zone is problematic because we haven't gotten approval from the coastal zone currently. As far as, can you repeat the second question, please?
The amount of acreage.
Okay, so there isn't a maximum that's allowed to be grown through the RFP. However, there's a minimum, and it has to be 1/10 of an acre. And as I was speaking to other hemp cultivators in different counties, they took it really slow. I don't see that there would be any difference for a Mendocino grower to start at 10 acres. I just don't think they would. They need to learn the crop. And so I can't imagine that there would be anything bigger than 5 at presently. The maximum acreage that is allowed to have a hemp cultivation is 10 acres. So As we have not had any applicants yet, I don't know how many acres one hemp cultivator would like to grow, but I can't see it being over 5 for their first venture into hemp cultivation.
Supervisor Moore.
Forgive me, Mr. Chair, I have one more question. You mentioned during your presentation that I believe a supervisor or 2 supervisors would be part of the RFP reviewing committee, and I wondered if those had already been selected. October agenda item.
Thank you. Elizabeth Garcia, Department of Agriculture, through the chair. Supervisor Glenn McGordy has been helping us with the RFP and the industrial hemp program from the beginning, so he is definitely part of the panel and the team. We do have 1 vacancy on the hemp selection panel, and that's from a representative from the executive office. So the team will be consisting of 2 people from the Department of Ag, John Harper from the UC Extension, Supervisor McGordy, and we still need just 1 more person from the executive office, as is required by the RFP.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, if we only have 1 supervisor assigned, do we have the possibility of adding 1 more? And
Elizabeth Garcia, Department of Agriculture, through the chair. I believe I'd have to ask County Council if that's acceptable, or General Services, if that would be all right. I think we can add. I just don't think we can take out a representative from the executive office, but the more the merrier. For sure, it would be great to have more representatives on the panel.
So let's look to the County Council if they have an answer to that question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Christian Curtis, County Council. I don't see any problem with the board adding additional seats to the review panel for the RFP. Frankly, I don't even know that there would be a problem in terms of removing one of the other seats at this stage, since we're talking about the evaluation, not the criteria that goes into the RFP itself. That being said, I would suggest that I think that the best way to do that would be have the board to designate, which supervisor. I think having that be made as a board decision will help avoid any sort of confusion and make it clear that it's coming from an appropriate authority.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angela. We would gladly give up our seat on the RFP committee to Supervisor Mulheron or any other supervisor that would like to take our place. Thank you.
yeah, if we're offering, I second that. And I think it makes sense to keep the cannabis ad hoc separate from the hemp program. There's, if there's crossover, we starts looking like a Brown Act concern. So I appreciate you stepping forward.
Definitely not stepping forward, but if I was just asking. So I actually appreciate the comment, Supervisor Williams, about keeping the hemp separate from the cannabis as they're currently aligned. I'm happy to have Supervisor McGordy continue his work in this process. I can't even grow barely cherry tomatoes, so I'm probably not the best supervisor to be assigned to this task. Of course, I'm willing to accept, but.
Yeah, it's okay. You don't actually have to demonstrate that you can grow anything, Supervisor Mulheron. You just have to be able to read and evaluate. I'm sure you're very capable of that. And this is just, again, reinforcement. There will be no pollen drift between the 2 crops.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I found it to be weird that we're putting so much effort into a crop that is federally legal. And, it was grown at Fort Ross for about 30 years until I think our state's Poison Act outlawed hemp cultivation. And here we are trying to evaluate whether we should allow it. Certainly the impact on cannabis farms needs to be evaluated. We need to have safeguards. We don't want to jeopardize an existing industry. But at the same time, I don't see this focus on any other agricultural crop. The Board of Supervisors never evaluates should a certain grape be allowed, or what about this clover crop? Should we allow it? It's up to farmers to decide, as long as it's federally legal.
So if Supervisor Mulhern, if you'd be willing to serve with Supervisor McGorty on the RFP evaluation committee, it sounds like there's a spot there for you. And it'd probably be best if we just sort of clarify that as a board direction right now so it gets reported in the minutes.
That would be fine with me. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion with this agenda item? Supervisor McGorty?
Supervisor McGorty, you were muted.
I move that we accept the informational update on industrial hemp plant pilot program and the status of the RFP, and also that we add Supervisor Mulhern to the review panel.
Second.
RFPs.
Okay. Thanks. Atlas, can you connect the roll?
Yes, I can. One moment.
Welcome to the panel, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams? And Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And that we will next go into our closed session, working lunch. We have two items, 9A, which is existing litigation, Project Coyote, Mendocino Non-Lethal Wildlife Alliance versus County of Mendocino, and a Superior Court case associated with that. And then also public employee performance evaluation for the Air Quality Management District Director. So we'll be discussing both those items in closed session and come back into open session at 1:30. we're going to report out of closed session on items 9A and 9B. Direction was given to staff. And the next item on our agenda is with the air quality district. We are serving as air quality district, and it's item 7A. So do we have air district staff for this item?
They're not yet on the line.
While they're connecting, I'll just read for the public's benefit. This is discussion possible action, including adoption of resolution authorizing an air quality management district to participate in the state farmer grant program for fiscal years 1920, funding year 3, and acceptance of program funds for the farmer grant program, shared allocation pool, selected projects, and adherence to the requirements of the program. Again, sponsor is the air district, and this is a state grant. So when they connect, they will be addressing the public and the Air District Board on these grants. Do you have a question for the CEO? If the Air District staff is not ready, do we have the next item, which is behavioral health? Are they ready to join the meeting?
We're checking, Chair Jurdy. We believe Behavioral Health Advisory Board is ready. Is that right, Dina? Yes, it is. Okay. If you would like to move to the Behavioral Health Advisory Board report, they are with us.
Yeah, let's proceed with that.
Dr. Miller, Michelle Rich, you are muted. We're ready if you are.
We are ready.
I'm ready. Did you want to begin, Dr. Miller?
No, I think you can start, Michelle.
Thank you. So I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for having us here today. I am Michelle Rich. I'm the chair of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. And I'm here to present our annual reports from both 2019 and 2020. You might be wondering why I had anticipated presenting it early in 2020. However, COVID hit and it got delayed. And so the board made a decision to present it jointly with this year as the world shifted really radically in 2020. And I don't want to diminish the work that the board did in 2019. You know, many of our recommendations are still, you know, of need from 2019. But the landscape really shifted in 2020 for behavioral health in Mendocino County. Very difficult year for children and families. It was the children's system of care for mental health has remained fairly stable for many years. I'm not seeing big, the need was definitely there this year, but the access to services was really difficult. And you look at the numbers of children served last year, and it was down pretty significantly from prior years. And I think part of that is actually due to the school closures, in-person learning being closed, and also a reduction in places that normally would make referrals on behalf of children. So doctors' offices, daycares, people weren't going in for routine medical care. And so all of those referrals were down. In addition to stress on children and families, there was additional just stress in the county overall. Our board members reported increases in racism, prejudice they were experiencing in their communities, which definitely impacts mental health. We know that suicides were up, domestic violence was up, child abuse, neglect rates, all of those things that contribute to negative mental health outcomes were increased. And this is true not just in Mendocino County, but nationwide. We're seeing this surge in factors that contribute to decreased mental wellness. And I think our county behavioral health staff really stepped. They put in some really great new programs. For example, they have a wonderful calendar of support groups that were offered online. They rapidly converted services to telehealth. Health had been previously part of the matrix, especially for psychiatry. It's not generally been a preferred way of delivering therapeutic services. And I think that's especially true of children. So even children who were in the system being seen, converting over to suddenly seeing your therapist on Zoom is a hard stretch for adults. It was a real hard stretch for the kiddos. I think there's also just greater strain on resources in general in terms of personnel within HHSA, in terms of people being moved around, doing new duties, ramping up for the COVID response. Mental health also brought in the oversight of the Measure B support person, and has been providing some support for public health as well. So there have been those kinds of factors that impacted staffing. In terms of the actual providers, there's been a real difficulty of counselors, certified counselors in particular. Many had to step down, reduce hours because they were taking care of their own kids. With school out, it really did impact things across the board. Recruitment of professionals has been a huge issue in Mendocino County. Prior to COVID, it became really acute during COVID. And I think that just puts all of our providers at a higher risk of burnout. And that's true, I think, of both county staff as well as with these factors in mind, we did have 3 main recommendations for the board to consider in this coming year. One was around an ad hoc committee to specifically address increasing the number of adequately trained professionals. I know the system of care is working diligently on this issue, trying to be very creative. But I do think it does take a broader segment of people to come up with the solution. Our community college across the board creating pathways to employment in the mental health profession, in the mental health field. I think that's going to become particularly acute as we consider adding psychiatric facilities and making sure we have kinds of professionals to adequately staff. One of the things that's become really apparent is stigma around accessing services and really shifting the lens on what it means to ask for help when you, and there's a lot of stigma around asking for that help. And we've seen it in particular in discussions about where psychiatric facilities go in our county. And I think that's an area that a lot of education about what does it mean to be seriously mentally ill? What does it mean to their neighbors? What's the impact? We've had some wonderful housing facilities put in. I think Willow Terrace is a good example of this. And it has created a real issue around not in my backyard. Places are where, you know, those people live, those people with mental illness. It does create opportunities for people to object to that. And I think what we need to sort of shift the lens on is that everyone needs help sometimes, and some people need help more often than others. There's a spectrum on the mental health needs from, you know, mild, moderate, having trouble adjusting to a particular life moment versus a serious mental illness, which is going to require a different approach to wellness and recovery. You know, certainly, you know, schizophrenia, bipolar is really different than mild depression or anxiety. But all of that spectrum needs to be considered, and we need to have education and awareness starting really in that K-12 system. I was glad Michelle Hutchins brought that up with, you know, how does it look like to have a well mind and to ask for help when you need it? You know, with that said, I did want to mention the Mental Health Student Services Act grant that was awarded to the county. So I think that work is in process of enhancing the services that are already in place and providing new ones. There have been changes with our board this year. I took over as chair at the beginning of 2020, and it was a big shoes to fill, as it were. We also had several members step down for various reasons. I think the COVID pandemic did definitely hit our members personally, and have had some members step down as a result. We do currently have 5 vacancies on the board. One of the things that's really unique about the Behavioral Health Board, 50% be either consumers or family members of consumers. And that certainly makes filling those vacancies a little more challenging as we look at maintaining that balance. The last piece I just wanted to touch on, crisis intervention team training. Ms. McGordy had included a very detailed report on what that looks like, how it's different from just the crisis intervention training. The county is working on Stepping Up, which is a way of bringing together all of the system. But I do think that as we move into 2021, the issues around crisis response and the justice system will continue to be an issue. It was in 2019, and I think it has been pretty much every year I've been on the board. It was not something we addressed in depth this last year, though, but I do want to mention it as an ongoing issue. And I'm happy to take any questions from the board.
Supervisor Williams.
I see poverty as one of the underlying issues that sometimes manifests as social problems, behavioral health related problems. And I see that we spend a lot of resources trying to tackle some of the manifestations of poverty rather than directly taking on poverty. Do you have any thoughts there? And are we successful relative to other counties for the dollars we spend? Are we seeing the same return on investment that other counties see?
I think return on investment is really hard to quantify with mental health. I think we are providing more services relative to other counties. I think that there are areas where we do have higher levels of care. I think there are ways that we are doing better. I think overall, though, that well, poverty certainly can be a factor in creating the kinds of institutional trauma, systemic racism, things like that, that can increase negative mental health outcomes. Mental illness is not limited to those who are poor. You know, all the celebrity tabloids, seriously, anyone could be affected with a serious mental illness. There's the genetic component, there's certainly an environmental component, but it's not necessarily limited to a particular class.
How do we know whether we're successful with the current approach? How does the board weigh what we're doing and decide if...
I think if we're... Yeah. I think that levels of care versus getting people who might be frequent users of the system into a more moderate tier is one way to look at that. Certainly decreasing hospitalizations. You don't want to be paying for the highest level and most intense level of care all of the time. You want to get those numbers down. I think access to services. So how quickly are people being seen? How quickly are they following up? All of the behavioral health programs are audited at pretty much every level very frequently by the state and feds. And so, you know, I think in monitoring those outcomes and trends, I think that on the most recent ones I've seen, we're doing well.
Is that well on outcomes?
Well, in terms of as services rendered, timeliness of service, and with because county dollars all are Medi-Cal or indigent, it has to meet a medical necessity. So it's not that anyone could get those specialty mental health services. They have to meet a really high bar of medical necessity. So when they audit our charts, is it meeting those definitions? And yes, they are. And our hospitalization rates are going down. I think that, you know, some of the populations have really been working. They stayed relatively stable over the last year. And some of those diversion programs, I think, are starting to have an effect.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I had a couple questions. The first one was about the housing on the coast. And Michelle, or the Behavioral Health Advisory Board had proposed it to the Measure B committee, Oversight Committee, and they had approved it and then sent it on to the board, and we didn't approve it last year. And I think that part of it has to do with the financial plan for the whole Measure B money and how PUF and this additional housing and the programs would all fit together. But do you have an idea about how to, you're saying that, you know, the NIMBYism on the coast and how you might overcome that?
Yeah, you know, I think that it's hard to find a way to help people reach stability and wellness in their lives if they don't have a reliable place to live. And we have options with terrace, but people on the coast don't have the same options. You know, I remember we had a member of the public come in and speak at our board member meeting just before we went into 2020, and it was heartbreaking. She was a veteran, she was a nurse, she now had mental health conditions, and she could not find anywhere on the coast to live. She was living in her car. And I think that certainly financing is a factor, but I think it needs to be considered that we do need to support housing across the county for these for specialty mental health populations. I think that part of the issue with Willow Terrace is that it was very public, very highly publicized about who's going to live there. And I think that, you know, it's really hard. There's other facilities in the county that do provide housing, but they're not necessarily the, you know, big, shiny new developments that have that high profile. I think that, you know, part of it comes with community education, but I think part of it also comes with the way those housing options are rolled out. And certainly I am not, and I think that as grants are being looked at and other funding options are being considered, we need to remember that there are people on the coast with serious mental illnesses who are unhoused and for whom housing would make a critical.
Okay. And then I also had a question about the community education and awareness program. And you were saying the second recommendation you have is to reduce the stigma. And I think that program is geared towards that. So do you know when that is going to kick off, and do you think it will be, meet the goal that you're seeing?
So my understanding is that the funding for that was approved through Measure B, and that it is in one of the projects that is being reported on under that umbrella. I think that it takes a long time to make cultural change happen. I think, however, there's a real readiness for people to be a little more authentic about how they're really doing in their lives. And I certainly see that in the younger generations being willing to talk. And I believe the RFP for that is going to be released at the end of this month, so very shortly, in terms of the contractor. I do think it will be important that there are, and that we do get reporting from the vendor of that project about what they're doing and how they know it will be effective.
Okay, thank you.
So first of all, Michelle, I think you're doing a great job as the chairperson and as the spokesperson for the Behavioral Health Board. I mean, you're really clear in what you're saying. On the housing on the coast, the feedback I've received from, I'm not going to say every single council member, but multiple council members in city limits of Fort Bragg, is that they kind of want to see some successes before seeing more new housing. They've already under construction is the Danko project, which will have housing for some of the same populations we're talking about. And they feel like that's a significant new project in Fort Bragg and want to see that launch successfully. Outside of the city, I'm not sure. I haven't really heard from county staff that these grants can be spent outside of the city. Now, maybe they can, but generally I know that they talk about access to transit. There is MTA transit that goes up and down the coast, but I don't think it's every hour. But so my point is there are a limited number of aging motels outside of city limits that might be suitable for a facility like you're talking about, but there's probably just a handful of sites of existing structures because there's not municipal water or wastewater outside of city limits. So anyway, there's limitations outside of the city, but I just haven't heard from county staff that there were suitable sites eligible for the grant funds that were outside of city limits, but maybe that's not the case.
Yeah, again, not a housing expert, but I do know that there are examples of problems in the community, and I think that's definitely true of facilities that have been in the county, the last 20 years that we don't hear about because there aren't necessarily those problems. And I think, it's just an important awareness to keep in mind as projects are being developed that this population is one that needs special consideration.
I appreciate that. And I just think that anything that we can do to help make sure that projects that do exist are as successful as possible is, I think, beneficial to opening the door to other projects, because when people see success, then they have less resistance to another project like that in their neighborhood or in their community. Supervisor Williams?
What does success mean in this context? What do we judge the project outcome against? And over the last 2 years, I've been finding it difficult that we throw money in a project and there's groups that'll look at it through different lenses and say it's a success or it's a failure. And, I want to be objective about it and look at, well, what did we anticipate? And how did the result match up against what was anticipated? Or maybe how did the result match dollar for dollar outcomes in other rural counties? And I'm not finding those comparisons. So I don't know how to grade some of our projects. And it seems like it comes down to more of a subjective. Some people are against it. And if they're against it before it was ever constructed, they see it as a failure when it's constructed and operating. And it'd be great if we could move more towards an objective criteria for judging success.
So I absolutely agree. I mean, and I don't know exactly how you would do that, but I mean, things that come to my mind, if you're talking about like a housing project, is it may not be realistic to think everybody is going to stabilize to the point that they'll eventually move out into independent living. Some will, others won't. But one objective criteria would be, did anybody over time progress out of the facility into something else? Does the police department, assuming it's in a city, or the sheriff if it's in the county, do they routinely get calls for violations of use of the facility, like say drug use at the facility that's illegal, or just other things that are illegal at the facility, or is it just a clean and safe environment and there aren't issues like that associated with the property? So I think there could be and should be some ways of creating some objective criteria to judge the performance of a facility and the people in it, so that we can say, look, we can replicate this with another successful project.
Is that criteria and methodology something the Behavioral Health and Advisory Board might be willing to take a look at to advise us?
I think we could certainly take a look at what does for other complexes prior to Willow Terrace. And now that we have Willow Terrace, I think we could definitely look at successes and lessons learned from that facility. But certainly I think there's interest on the Behavior Board to address housing in a meaningful way. And we would be happy to look at such a consideration.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy.
So first of all, thanks, Michelle, for all the work that you do, because I've seen BHAB up close when Jen was chairing it, and I know how much time it takes. And we don't give credit enough as a board to the many people who volunteer on our behalf to study and understand things. And the two reports that were submitted were quite good. Michelle's was more than adequate and had good recommendations, and everyone should read them. She reiterated them. Jen's report is like one of her college term papers, and I call everyone's attention to page 18, which is it's the Mendocino County Behavioral Health System Program Gap Analysis and Recommendations for Allocation of Measure B Revenues. Go take a look at that, because that kind of will help answer some of the questions that I think we're still facing. So it's when you're finished with the board meeting and you're trying to unwind tonight, with your glass of wine, pull that out. So I just thank you for all the work that you do, because I know it's a lot of work, and pulling the board together, such a large board, getting them to work well together in the process is not easy. The composition of the board is not easy. So if there's people that are not appointed from the first district, it's on my list of things to do to try to help you to be sure that we have a complete board. So thank you for everything.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Michelle, for your report. I agree with my colleagues, and hearing from the community, neighborhood reactions to mental health or support services in neighborhoods is especially concerning, but it doesn't always have to be. And if we can be good neighbors and prove that, then I think that those successes should be celebrated. Oftentimes, as a board, we receive budget amendments to provide services for folks in housing outside of our county. And every time we have one of those, I do research and look at that housing to make sure, as best I can find with Google searches, that that the places that we are sending our residents to are also good neighbors and that there aren't complaints from other communities. So I know that COVID times are different, but is there an opportunity? I think the BHAB often tours these facilities or sort of reviews, make sure that they are good facilities for us to send our residents to. I mean, long-term goal, of course, is to have everybody be able to be located here in Mendocino County, but can you talk a little bit about the plans for this year of reviewing those facilities?
Yes. So historically and traditionally, the Behavioral Health Advisory Board meetings have looked really different than they did this last year. They've typically been much longer, and we've typically traveled around the county to better engage with the whole county. We also historically conducted site visits of facilities and made recommendations and reports based on those. And you can see that in our 2019 report, the summaries of some of those site visits. This year, we do have a site visit committee. We are going to figure out how to make site visits work in this environment. They might look a little bit different, but certainly as vaccinations open things up and, knock on wood, we continue towards a positive trend of lower cases and all of that, we'll have more opportunity to be able to actually visit some of these facilities. But it is one of our goals to do so.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Michelle. And let's open this up to public comments. Do we have any members of the public who'd like to speak?
Yes, we do.
First caller is Jan McGordy.
Good afternoon. Hello?
We can hear you.
Thank you. So I wanted to be here in case you had questions on the 2019 annual report. I'm so grateful to Michelle for taking on this job, and I thought her report was really wonderful, and all of the adaptions that had to be made this year with COVID were stellar. I also want to draw your attention to the recommendations in the 2019 report on page 12 to your board. And the first thing that I wanted to draw your attention to is how to get the recommendations from this particular advisory board onto your agenda. And so if you notice, that's number 2, establish a regular channel of communication so that recommendations are addressed. So many times, the only way that I could get recommendations submitted to your board was through public comment at the beginning of meetings, and then they were never agendized. Also, one thing that's really important that was a recommendation was to encourage Mendocino College to implement a satellite psych tech certificate program in collaboration with Napa Community College, which was a very doable objective. And if you're looking at having psychiatric facilities, you need psych techs. And that's one of the problems in the past was that you didn't have qualified staff. So this is one way of getting that. The other thing that was really important in a recommendation was for the county, particularly you guys, to promote parity between insurance companies, not just Medi-Cal, because I'm sure you're aware that the only clients that the county serves are people who are Medi-Cal clients, who are severely mentally ill. And that's not everybody who's mentally ill, and that's not everybody who needs services. And so many times the insurance companies refuse to serve people. There should also be a way for the county to bill insurance companies so that people who have private insurance have the same opportunity for services. Then there were recommendations from the contract review committee. We had a very active review contract committee during 2019, which is one of the jobs of the BHAB. So there's some issues regarding the county contracts. The main one was that there was never an RFP for privatizing mental health services. And as I understand, it still hasn't.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Well, Jan was the chair of the 2019 report that's on our agenda. If she's still there, could we bring her in? Can you unmute, Jan?
Hello.
Yeah, Jan, please continue on.
So, yeah, that was, it's outlined on page 12 if you want to review it. There was an also issue of grievances that we tried really hard to be an oversight for, but it was very difficult to get information on grievances. So if anybody has any questions, I would be happy to try to answer them.
I have one question, Jan. On item bullet point 4, behavioral health supports the county in its efforts to promote parity and to serve mental health clients with any insurance, not just Medi-Cal. And it says, as propagated by the CCAC policy platform. So is this a policy change that needs to be made by the county or by a state or federal agency?
I'm not sure. I mean, when this was promoted, Carrie Brown said that the CCAC had been in the process of changing their policy, but I'm not quite sure what the CCAC is. I'm assuming it's some kind of state platform. But it would be good for you guys to know what that is. Maybe Janine knows.
Dr. Miller, do you know what that is?
I think Michelle Rich was just about to respond, so I'll let Michelle respond first.
Yeah, and you might need to address the CCAC policy because I'm not familiar with that acronym, but there has been legislation passed at the state level to increase parity with private insurance. And we did also recommend to Measure B, which was then subsequently approved by the Board of Supervisors, to provide for aftercare services. So, I think this is one of those areas that there's been progress in. I don't know if Dr. Miller would have any additional information on that.
Yeah, I would just add that there was legislation passed, as Michelle noted, this year to bring private insurance companies to the table for parity. But I want to remind everyone, this isn't the first time we've had legislation. We had legislation about 20 years ago plus that was supposed to require private insurance companies to come to the table and provide adequate mental health services that match those of Medi-Cal. So we are hopeful that this time we will see a change in what's required of private insurance. But we're hopeful they don't find a loophole as they did last time with the medical necessity criteria that they could roll people out and not provide the same level of care. There's a lot of movement at the state to make sure that private insurance is held accountable and starts providing more access to services and more types of mental health services. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But parity has been an issue. It's been an issue with that the level of service that's offered, the number of different treatment options that are available do not match those that are available through the Medi-Cal system. So those that have a serious mental illness and have Medi-Cal get 10 times more services than those that have private insurance or that have a mild to moderate diagnosis.
So Dr. Miller, on that, I've heard from some community members who have private insurance and their child or adult child is on their family insurance and they can't access county services because they're not on Medi-Cal. Are you saying that the concept is that the private insurance would provide coverage that the county could provide service, or that a private vendor would be available to them because their insurance would cover the cost?
So that is what you're hearing is correct. So the county is a mental health plan, and so with the state of California, so we are like private insurance, but for Medi-Cal. So we're a mental health plan. What we are contracted to do is provide mental health services, especially mental health services to those that have a serious mental illness. So I try to say we're like the specialist. So like if you went to your primary care and they wanted you to see a cardiologist, they refer you to the cardiologist. That's how the county is viewed sort of by the state. We're the higher level of care for those that have a serious mental health condition. For those that have private insurance, unfortunately, the county does not provide services besides crisis. We still do all crisis services. So sometimes that gets confused. We do crisis services for everybody, regardless of their insurance, and we do not get reimbursed for that. So the insurance companies do not reimburse for the services we provide in crisis. We have to use straight realignment dollars for those services. No county I know currently is providing, it has a contract with private insurance to provide those higher levels of care. The insurance companies generally only pay for therapy and sometimes family therapy, where what we provide is case management, wraparound rehabilitative services, therapy, medication management. So it's hopeful that these private insurance companies will have providers within the communities that will take their insurance, not only just provide therapy, but provide that case management, that wraparound service, and make sure that their clients' needs are met. So really what they're looking at is for the private insurance companies to contract with somebody, whether they approach the counties to do that or private providers within the communities, to actually provide a full level of wraparound mental health services.
So if I could just make a comment, you can see that that doesn't exist because the only services that do exist are the ones provided through the county's private RQMC. So if your friend has private insurance, there's nothing for them, which is a problem because that encourages families to, have to alienate their family members so that they'll qualify for Medi-Cal where they can receive services.
Definitely a problem. Supervisor McGordy. Your audio.
A question for Dr. Miller. So what's the status on a county psychiatrist and psychiatric care for private psychiatric care for people in Mendocino County right now?
So we do have a couple psychiatrists who still take private insurance. It's limited. One of the things we have been seeing for the last couple of years is those psychiatrists are starting to age out. They're starting to get older and no longer wanting to continue to provide services. They want to retire. So we have not been very successful, or the private insurance companies have not been successful in getting a lot of new psychiatrists within our community. And so it's definitely something that's been a concern. It's something that we talk about from the specialty mental health perspective, even though it's not for our services, because we have our psychiatrists. We have been very worried about any individuals being able to get access to a psychiatrist, especially in Mendocino County. I often hear people with private insurance saying they need to go into Sonoma County to access that care. So we definitely have a need for psychiatrists in Mendocino County.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. This is for Jan McGordy. And from the 2019 recommendations to the board, you say, encourage Mendocino College to implement a satellite psych tech certificate program. Have you had discussions with Mendocino College? Because they're very good with me. And when I was expressing the need for a paramedic program, that they went out and collaborated with College of Siskiyou to get one going for this fall. So I was wondering where you are with those kind of communications and if I could help.
Well, that's why it was recommended that somebody from the county actually approached the college. I met with the college a couple of times. They weren't very receptive. They were all happy about another program that they just implemented. but it looked like a real possibility to have a satellite program, which didn't look like it would be very difficult. So I don't know what the pushback was.
Okay, well, I can reach out. And also, okay, and the other question is about the crisis intervention team program. And, you know, there was talk about, you know, paying for the program or the training that happened at the fairgrounds for the sheriff's department. And there was questions about whether that met the criteria that, a certain criteria. Anyway, my question is, what can the county do to implement this program? Is it through behavioral health? Is it just saying this is the kind of program we want to see happen? What's that look like to you?
Well, Sam Cochran was the person who helped found CIT International, and you may have heard of the Memphis model. That's where he's from. I did a matrix comparing the program that has been presented by the sheriff's contractor and this Memphis model, which is a 40-hour training. And I thought I shared it with you. It has to do with a team approach. And so you have your own trainers within the community, and it's like a specialty. And Sam Cochran was willing to come here last February before everything was turned upside down. They have a conference every year, which if anybody is so inclined, I've been pleading with Sheriff Matt Kendall to attend, because it's just fantastic and there's so much information. But if you don't have my matrix, I'd be glad to share it with you about what is required. There's also a booklet that was published by the CIT International on how to start a CI team, which I can't find at this exact moment, but it's available for downloading, and I highly recommend it. Does that answer your question?
Well, if you could send that information to the board, that would be great.
Okay.
And
sure.
And I guess my question, the basic question is, what can the board do about implementing this CIT training?
The proper training? Well, I think that to support it, to support the idea, to see if we can set up Sam Cochran coming here, you know, it demands a whole collaboration of different agencies to be effective. So you have law enforcement, you have mental health, and you have mental health advocates within the community. So if there's some way that, you know, you can move it forward. We've tried for quite a while. There's pushback from law enforcement, but it's something I think is really imperative. And the mobile outreach teams that have been suggested by the Measure B, and I think they're in the beginning stages, are an example of what the team should look like. They need to be specially trained people that work together as a team.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I have two questions for Jan. The first, over the last 5 years, are we in the same state, better, or worse?
Well, in my executive summary, I went over all of the differences in the 5 years that I was on the board. And we've done a considerable amount of progress. I mean, there's, I don't know, more than a dozen bullet points there. So do you want me to tell you what has been successful in the last 5 years?
Well, I not so much in recommendation, but outcome.
No, yeah. Yeah, well, okay. So one thing was establishing the behavioral health court under the oversight of Judge Ann Mormon. Competency training is now offered in the county jail, because before they the only way that people who had been declared incompetent was to wait for a bed in the psychiatric facility, which they didn't want to give to inmates because they don't get paid for them. So now there's competency training within the jail. They've also established competency training for felonies, which originally they still had to wait. The Stepping Up initiative was adopted by Mendocino County to divert mentally ill individuals from incarceration. The crisis intervention training was initiated, even though, it's not up to par, in my opinion, but it was initiated and it's now a regular thing. The Center for Healing Hearts was established as a respite resource center in Round Valley. The Medi-Cal billing practices were improved very dramatically because when I first came on the board, the county had to repay Medi-Cal $5 million because they hadn't kept their records correct. I think that's right, Janine. There's detailed reports on the status of the severely mentally ill services provided by AQMD. The county passed Measure B. The Mental Health Advisory Board is now the Behavioral Health Advisory Board because substance abuse frequently is a co-occurring disorder with mental health. And in 2019 alone, my last year as chair, Willow Terrace opened. The felony competency training was approved. And there was a discharge planner placed in the jail by Behavioral Health Recovery Services who follow the mentally ill. So does that sound like good outcomes to you?
It does. I appreciate that list. And then the second question, I've received numerous reports from families concerned about a loved one in our jail. And the fact patterns have been consistent on behavioral health problem, maybe a mood disorder, in jail, not medicated for months, solitary confinement out every other night for maybe half an hour. And I brought it to staff. I as a supervisor, I don't have the ability to learn specifics about the case because we need to keep confidentiality and protect privacy. Of course, I support that. But I have asked, well, what is the take of our own behavioral health experts? And I've learned that they don't really know because we outsource the mental health care in our jail to an outside contractor. Do you think that contractor is doing a good job? Do we have the visibility that we should to ensure that the outcomes are as good as they can be, given that these people are under our care while they're in jail?
My understanding is that the new medical provider, NAFCare, is much better than what was there before. They screen people upon booking by qualified people, which wasn't happening before. My understanding is it is the circumstances of the jail itself that make it difficult because there's really nowhere to house people with mental illness except in the general population, which is many times not a good idea. Now, when the jail addition is completed, that wing will serve mentally ill people. I don't know when the deadline is for completion, but that's one of the problems. So NAFCare, in my experience, has been extremely receptive. Sometimes people who are incarcerated refuse to take their meds, so it has to be court ordered. It's hard to say, nothing's perfect. I know that the national director of NAFCare is meeting with the Stepping Up initiative because one of the issues regarding diversion is to keep track of data and to follow people to see if they're getting the services they need to divert them and follow up to see if they're having services when they're released. And tracking that is really difficult. And she has offered an IT program to our county to do that, which looks like it's extremely well written and will serve all of our needs. It's just finding all the money, which I'm not quite sure about. I know that Stepping Us gave us $300,000 as a grant, so I'm thinking that most of the money should be there to do that. But as far as NAFCare goes, I would think if you have questions to contact their medical directly who serves in the jail and talk to her, Adrienne Carfey, I believe.
Okay, do we have any other questions or comments from board members? Jan or Michelle, any final comments?
I'm sorry?
Do you have any final comments?
I would just, again,
hello?
I would just again thank the board for their attention to this matter and just thoughtful questions. It is definitely, issues that need to be continually looked at, and I appreciate the questions raised and look forward to continuing to help make the system in Mendocino County better for everyone.
And I appreciate you taking the time to hear these reports.
Okay. Do we have a motion to accept the reports?
So moved.
Oh, I'll second it then.
Okay, Atlas, can you conduct the roll call?
Sure thing. Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Do we know if the air district is in the waiting room?
Yes, they are on the line.
Okay, maybe you can go back. We'll go back to item 7A.
Hello, district directors. Barbara Moed, Air Pollution Control Officer. The agenda item in front of you today is adoption of a resolution authorizing the Air District to participate in the state farmer grant program for fiscal year 1920, funding year 3, and accept program funds for the farmer grant program shared allocation pool, selected projects, and adherence to the requirements of the program. A little bit of background. In 2017, the state legislature allocated $135 million to CARB through Assembly Bills AB 134 and AB 109 to provide incentives for the agricultural community to reduce emissions from heavy-duty diesel equipment. So the farmer actually stands for Funding Agricultural Reduction Measures for Emission Reductions Program to meet the legislature's objectives. So in 2017, they funded $135 million. The following year, they funded $65 million with $4.6 million allocated to a shared allocation pool, which we are a part of. The shared allocation pool was specifically designated to ensure that farmers in 18 rural air districts had the opportunity to access farmer grant program funding and to streamline the implementation of the farmer grant program. The farmer grant program shared allocation pool is administered by Placer County Air Pollution Control District. And so in March of 2020, the district solicited applications for a farmer grant program, and we received 22 applications. Of those 22 applications, 10 were eligible for funding according to the guidelines for the grant program. So those 10 proposed projects were submitted by us to Placer Air Quality Management District and also to join many other proposed programs from the 17 other air districts. And the outcome of Placer County's evaluation of the projects, and of course this is based on cost effectiveness was to fund one of the 10 projects that we proposed. So in other words, you have a table in front of you of the 10 projects we submitted. 9 were eligible but not selected, and 1 was selected. So what we're asking for is we're requesting authorization by the board by resolution for the district to participate in fiscal year 1920 or funding year 3 of the Farmer Grant Program, accept funds for Farmer Grant Program shared allocation pool selected projects, the one selected project you see on the table, and to follow the requirements of the program. Any questions I can answer?
Do we have any director questions? Not seeing any. Do we have any?
Or I guess I need to move my hand a different. I do have a question. Thank you. There's clearly a need for this funding source in our community with our farmers to be able to replace their equipment. So my question is there going to be another grant round opportunity, and how could we potentially notify, especially the folks that applied not receiving this round? Seems like they might be next on deck to be able to receive eligible funding. So do we have any indications about that?
Yeah. So first of all, regarding interest, we keep lists of interested parties for each of the grant programs that we administer. So, when we do get grant funding, we reach out to the interested parties on those lists, as well as posting public notices, on our website, in newspapers, and sometimes the radio. So now, farmers in particular, I don't have an indication of right now, Supervisor Mulhern, or Director, I should say. As you know, the state budget was contracted, and what I'm hearing from the air districts through ARB is that not all grant programs will continue to be funded. Carl Moyer is one, which does help the agricultural community, which I'm hearing will continue. So I'm not sure about Farmer at this time. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy.
Barbara, I wonder too, have you heard at all about California Department of Food and Ag's SWEEP program, which also is kind of targets the replacement of pumping equipment with solar? Has that come through your shop? Do you know about?
No.
Okay. Yeah. So they're supposedly it's funded with carbon credit or carbon offset monies.
Mm-hmm.
There may be a possibility. They ran out of money, but I hear that they're going to fund it again this year. So if that comes out, I'll make sure that you know about it.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a lot of old ag pumps still out there.
Yes, we do, and it's hard, when you run a frost pump for, I don't know, maybe somewhere between 0 to 100 hours a year, the expense of replacing it is considerable. So there's not a lot of incentive to do something about it.
Yes, and the point that you raise about a lack of incentive to replace is exactly why also it's difficult for our ag pumps to get selected based on cost effectiveness by the grant administrators. So we're, ag pump, when they get that little use, it's difficult for them to compete against other projects that see greater use.
Okay, any other questions? Do we have any members of the public who want to comment on this item?
Yes, we do.
Devin Jones is on the line.
Good afternoon, Board. Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. And I just want to appreciate the continued support through our Air Quality Management District and the Board for some of these programs like Farmer and Carl Moyer that have been of great assistance. Farm Bureau and myself specifically traveled throughout the state significantly in 2018 to lobby before the California Air Resources Board for the farmer money. Mendocino County, the blessing and a curse, like Ms. Mowat was talking about, is the fact is we have really good air quality, and we're also subjected to the one-size-fits-all regulatory requirements that has been established by the state. There are 18 counties that got put together through the farmer program, what they call the 1% counties, of which Mendocino County is one of those. We saw the writing on the wall. Farm Bureau sat down with our membership and Ms. Moed back in 2018 and 19 to be proactive, get a lot of these permits ready to go for the farmer program, because it was an active competition. We had to compete against 18 other counties for, a pretty short allocation of funds to go back. So we did get several programs and projects funded in 2018 and 2019. And that was primarily for the replacement of stationary diesel irrigation pumps. I did hear Ms. Moed mention that we do have low use pumps here in Mendocino County, and this again is just unfortunate reality that a lot of these diesel engines are used very little throughout the year, but they are forced now to be in a replacement category. So the other issue we're up against now is the farmer monies cannot be used for compliance purposes. So going forward, the farmer monies, are no longer really readily available for a lot of the stationary engine replacement. We are seeing some tractor replacements and other diesel engines that are just as critical going forward. I did reach out to our contacts over at Placer County Air Pollution Control District because they are the administrator for the shared pool when it comes to the farmer program. They did say that they are expecting additional application periods to come up for the shared pool districts. However, they weren't presented with a timeline as of mid-March for when the state's final budget would provide that allocation. So I would encourage our Mendocino County Air Quality Management District to continue to work with Farm Bureau, our members, and Placer County to research when that funding mechanism may come forward. And I'm happy to help promote that program, and I appreciate the continued support. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Devin.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Barbara?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I thought you were about to say something.
No.
Okay. Well, do we have a motion to approve the grant?
Move the recommended action.
I'll second it.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Atlas, can you conduct the roll?
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, well, thanks.
Thank you.
That takes us to item 5F, discussion of possible action, including approval of a memorandum of understanding between the state of California, Government Operations Agency, and the County of Mendocino. The sponsor is the Executive Office.
Hi, good afternoon, Supervisors. Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. We are here before you today for an approval of a memorandum of understanding between the State of California Government Operations Agency and the County of Mendocino. The State of California is building a statewide vaccine network to ensure the equitable delivery of current and anticipated vaccine supply to the state. The state will allocate vaccines directly to providers to maximize distribution, efficiency, and have real-time transparency into where the vaccines are and to whom they've been administered, and ensure they are distributed to communities disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. The state has entered into a cost-based contract with Blue Shield of California to serve as a third-party administrator for the statewide vaccine network. The network will include providers who meet program requirements, such as data integrity, equity, and volume capacity. The provider types will include health systems, hospitals, clinics, pharmacies, and mobile clinics. The state is asking counties who are providing COVID vaccines to sign this MOU with the state. The county vaccine health clinic partners are being asked to sign a contract directly with Blue Shield, the TPA. This will allow the health providers to receive direct vaccine allocation from manufacturers versus having to go through county public health. I don't know if CEO Angelo would like to add anything.
This is CEO Angelo. No, I think that Deputy CEO Antle covered it. This is our MOU between the county and the state, and our providers, our network providers, will be entering into a contract with Blue Shield. The state has worked with the counties, with CSAC, and with the statewide County Council Association. There's been a few different iterations of this particular MOU. We have been told repeatedly that this is the last revision. And so I believe we do have Deputy County Counsel Charlotte Scott, Assistant, my apologies, with us, and along with Ms. Antle for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Any questions? Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, as I understand, this is the deal. If we want vaccines, we sign it. Is that?
Correct.
So I think we want vaccines.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Do we have any public comments on this item?
We do not have any telecomment on this item.
Okay, thanks. Supervisor Hashak.
I move approval of the memorandum of understanding.
Second.
And authorize the chair to sign the same.
Okay. Atlas, can you conduct the roll call?
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we have one more item we'll try to get in before our break, and that is item 5G. It's a notice public hearing, discussion, possible action, including adoption of a resolution approving and adopting a negative declaration for rezoning of a parcel in Piercy. Looks like we're bringing in probably planning and building services.
Yes, Supervisor Jurdy, this is Keith Thorndike, Mendocino County Planning and Building Services. This is a request to rezone a legal parcel that totals roughly 34 acres from rural community to limited industrial to facilitate continued use of the property for cannabis cultivation activities. On August 6, 2020, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the rezone, finding that the proposed rezone will have a less than significant impact for CEQA regulations. Therefore, a negative declaration be adopted. And the proposed project is consistent with the minimum parcel size per the Rural Community General Plan land use designation, and the proposed project is consistent with the minimum parcel size per the limited industrial zoning district. It should also be noted that previous uses on the property include a sawmill, fabrication of aluminum boats, and a firewood processing plant, which are pretty similar to limited industrial type uses. So that concludes my presentation. I'm sorry about my video. For some reason, my camera's not working.
Okay, I'd like to go to the clerk of the board. Have we established that proper notice was given? So
Yes,
just looking
proper
for
notice has been
confirmation from the clerk of the
established.
board that there was proper notice for today's public hearing.
Yes, proper notice was established.
Okay. All right. And we're going to open the public hearing at 2:49. Do we have any board member questions for county staff? Are there any correspondences that we need to note for the record?
All correspondence that was received has been attached to the item.
Okay. And okay, well, 2:50, I'd like to open the for public comment in this public hearing. Do we have any members of the public who wish to comment on this item?
We do not have any telecomment for this item.
Okay. We'll leave it open for at least a full minute. Looks like it's about 2:51. So we're going to close the public comments on this public hearing. Supervisor Mulhern.
Yay, it worked. I'm gonna try any kind of hand waving that I can try. I just had a question for staff on the timeline. It seems like it took a long time to get this to the Board of Supervisors from the Planning Commission. And I was wondering if there was any particular reason for that, or it just took that long.
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Mulheron. This is Julia Acker-Krog, Assistant Director. And I can just say that, it went to the Planning Commission. At times there's a delay between us getting from the Planning Commission to the Board of Supervisors. This one was especially delayed because we had some revisions that needed to be made to the hearing document. So this was originally scheduled previously in February, but we had to make some revisions to have it all ready to go for this meeting today.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? So we're to close the public hearing at 2:51. Would someone like to make a motion? Supervisor Williams.
Well, given that it's 4th District, could we hear from you?
I think this is consistent with the zoning, and I think in a way it's kind of a cleanup item.
Okay.
So I would support it.
In that case, I move we adopt a resolution approving and adopting a negative declaration for rezoning R 2019-0015 and adopt ordinance rezone R 2019-0015. Tree Farm 1 legal parcel comprised of 2 assessor parcels 053 110 10 and 053 13001, totaling 33.79 acres from rural community to limited industrial, and authorized chair to sign same.
Second.
Okay. Atlas, can you conduct the roll call?
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right. Well, thanks. It is 2:53. Let's take a break and come back at 3:05. We're going to resume the board meeting, and we're going to next go to item 6A, which is a discussion of possible action, including direction to staff to author a resolution to terminate the cooperative service agreement with USDA Wildlife Services, and a resolution to vest administrative responsibility for implementation of the Mendocino County Non-Lethal Wildlife Damage Management Program with Mendocino County Animal Care Services. And this is being brought forward by Supervisor John Hashak. Supervisor Hashak, would you like to introduce your item?
All right, thank you, Chair Jurdy. Yeah, so this has been, this is an issue that people have strong feelings about. And what I see it as is local control. So Supervisor Jurdy and I met as an ad hoc committee. Is there a problem?
Oh. No, go ahead.
Okay, so Supervisor Jurdy and I met as an ad hoc committee. We went down to Sonoma County. We visited the Sonoma Wildlife Rescue Facility. We've talked to the Ag Department. We've talked to Wildlife Services. We've talked to the Sheriff and the Ag Department down in Sonoma County. And after all of that, I decided to bring this forward about the consolidation of animal care with animal control, which the Sheriff is on board with, and the Wildlife Services. And I think that if we do this and use it to do local control, we can still deal with a lot of the issues like, you know, we want to have a non-lethal approach, but certainly if there's a rabid animal, it's going to have to be killed. If there's an animal that's, you know, attacking people or, you know, danger to people, then that's going to have to be dealt with too. You know, so there are certain situations that we have to be realistic and say, okay, you know, in some situations we're going to have to use lethal methods to deal with these. But, you know, we went 3 years without Wildlife Services, and it just came back about a year ago. We've tried to have this service fee for service, and it just hasn't worked out very well with the Ag Department in collecting those service fees. And so, you know, I think that there are some questions about how the whole thing will be funded, but, you know, I think that if animal care with one approach for dealing with animals can take what is in the Sheriff's budget for their animal control, and then we'll save money on Wildlife Services contract, you know, almost $100,000. And if we use those, then we can create really a special program. And I think that, I think that Rich Molinari has created a format today, and I'd like for him to present that format to everybody and see what he's looking at as far as a timeline and the steps that he has laid out. And we have the collaboration of Doris Duncan, who is the head of the Sonoma County Wildlife Services program. She's on the call if needed to answer any questions too. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Rich. And if you could present your slideshow. And thank you, Rich Molinari, who's the head of animal care.
No problem. Good afternoon to the board. Thank you very much. What I will do is I will go through the slides and do a little narration in regards to each slide. What I put together was basically some steps and some time frames in regards to how all of this will be accomplished. And if somebody can start the slide presentation, I can start the narration.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Staff would have to run and operate their own PowerPoint presentation and then share their screen.
Gotcha. Just a second, please.
This is Doris Duncan, and I just jumped in on your meeting. Thank you.
Doris, could you do me a favor? And while I'm getting set up here, could you explain what Sonoma County Wildlife does and what they provide, the services they provide?
Yes, I'd love to. Around 17 years ago, we started a wildlife exclusion service. We're a nonprofit wildlife rehabilitation and education center located in Sonoma County. Our Board of Supervisors has located 8.5 acres where we do all of our work on, and we exchange our services for the county of Sonoma in lieu of rent or anything like that. We started the wildlife exclusion service because we were getting a lot of orphaned raccoons and other animals from pest control services that were going out and trapping and killing the parent animal and then bringing us the orphans. It was costing us about $500 an animal, which probably amounted to a good $20,000 worth of rehabilitation work even 15 years ago. So I worked with the Department of Fish and Wildlife for California, and I asked if we could start our own wildlife exclusion service. We were very successful once we began because we understood the ways of wildlife, what was attracting them to residential properties and businesses. We were able to put together a pretty quick service even that long ago. Right now, we have 2 employees that work on that. We do about 3 exclusions every day. Our administrative staff handle the phone calls that come in. We book appointments for the public, like I said, 3 times a day, times 5 days a week. We help people by doing natural evictions. We don't trap or kill any of the animals. We're able to use different techniques that I want to train Mendocino County on to successfully evict the animal. And then the animal leaves and takes the babies. You'd never even really need to put your hands on any of the wildlife. In situations where there are predation of people's livestock, we also have different plans for each wildlife exclusion. Everybody's farm or everybody's agriculture area is different. So we go out and do consultations. We work with the public and with those farm owners on solutions to help eradicate animals that are coming in for predation by teaching them how to provide protection for their animals and use other things like lighting that goes on when they come around at night, predator sense, lots of different hazing techniques. We're also working with Dr. Quentin Martin. He's the mountain lion specialist here in the state of California, and he's helping us a lot with some of the larger predators like mountain lions and black bears. But I would say most of our work is done with the people who live in homes, residential areas who have, skunks, possums, and raccoons. In the 17 years that we've been doing this, we've never had one rabid animal that we've had to deal with. So we've never actually had to go out and trap and kill anything because of that zoonotic disease. We also do work very close with our animal control in Sonoma County. So if there were any issues like that, we would be able to work side by side with those officers and also our public health department. And I see you're ready for your appointment right now, your PowerPoint.
Yeah, thank you, Doris.
Thank you.
Yeah, before we leave, Doris, maybe I could just ask you a couple questions because I think this, for people who are seeing this for the first time, this could be a little bit confusing because there's several moving parts here. One is there is the contract between the county and the federal program for the exclusion or the wildlife damage program. Then there's in Sonoma County, they don't have that contract. They have county employees, 1.5 positions providing that service with county employees. They also have a contract with your nonprofit, which is providing this exclusion service. As you said, much of it has to do with removing animals from underneath homes. And could you just tell the full board a little bit more about your nonprofit? Because when we met with you, you talked about how you had multiple nonprofits and for-profits, and what's the total budget for all of your organizations?
Sonoma County Wildlife Rescue, the nonprofit, operates on about a $950,000 annual budget. We have 3 businesses that we own and operate. The first one we began 17 years ago is called the Wildlife Exclusion Service. That's where we go under people's homes. We knock on your door. We say, we're a Wildlife Exclusion Service. We're going to help you with your issues today. We do a full inspection of their home. We might go under the subfloor, crawling underneath the house, or up into the attic or on the roof line. We do a full inspection and we find out what's attracting the wildlife. Usually it's people don't keep their houses in good repair and the animals will go in through a vent that's been off for quite a while. A lot of times people don't even notice the animals are there until they've been there for a while and really taken hold. So we use different techniques to do evictions. And then once the animal removes itself, then we go in and seal off all the entry points so the animal can't get back in. We're also working with Dr. Quinton's True Wild program, where we've just purchased about $8,000 worth of camera equipment. So we're using some of the latest technology where if we had a one-way door on somebody's subfloor, meaning that there's a door that springs open, so if there's a raccoon under the house, the animal can go out and then the door closes and the motion detector picks up the image of the raccoon, and we could actually get it to our cell phones and send it to the homeowner while they're watching the latest episode of Yellowstone, for example, and they're going to go, wow, right now that skunk's trying to get back under our house and it's not doing very well. So this way, the animals that do provide a lot of benefits to somebody's backyard, they eat a lot of mice and rats and gophers. That's some of their main diet. A lot of these other animals eat a lot of insects and other pests. So there's a lot of great benefits about having them in the vicinity. We just don't want them under the house. That's where they can cause damage. So we do really well in that. That program brings in about $120,000. Then of course we have expenses. So we probably clear about $20,000 after expenses. All of that money goes straight back to the nonprofit work. We also started a barn owl maintenance program. So we just installed our 600th barn owl box. We do that on a lot of the vineyards and people's farms and other agriculture. And we study what the owls are doing in the boxes during baby season. And then we clean them up after nesting season. That program brings in about $150,000 and the overhead on that is about $75,000. And I would love to help you guys get that started in some of your new cannabis farms and things like that you have going over there. That would be a wonderful asset. We also have the PEEP program, Predator Exclusion Education Program, and that's a live farm. It's the first of its kind in the United States. It shows different ways to protect your livestock, your goats and your chickens. We just put together a Puma-proof pen. And we have worked with a lot of different agencies and made a little film. It's on our website. And it actually will show that mountain lion might be attracted to your farm, but they can't get into this pen. It's a very inexpensive and easy solution to protect smaller farmers, which you guys have a lot of. We do a lot of consultation work where we'll go out to somebody's property and they might think they've done a really good job by protecting their chickens with some fencing, where we'll go, well, look, you put the fence right by this tree so the bobcat can jump up into the tree and then down into the chicken coop. So we just need to make a few changes here and then you're good to go. So a lot of times they'll hire us to do the work or we'll teach them how to do the work themselves. So that's 3 of the programs that deal with these kind of predation issues.
Thank you, Doris. And clearly, you have a very robust grouping of nonprofits and for-profit. Of your $950,000 in annual revenue, how much of that is donations?
I would say probably half. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I would say half. We get a smaller portion from the community, probably about $130,000. We also have one donor that helps us over those rough times, and then the programs bring in a lot of the money themselves.
Okay, thanks for the overview, because I think it's helpful for people to get an understanding of how robust and substantial your nonprofits are.
Thank you, and I'll stay on and watch the PowerPoint if you need any more help or any questions answered.
Okay, Rich, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Doris. All righty, in early January 2020, Sheriff Kendall reached out to me and inquired in regards to animal control, is it better suited to fall under animal care services? And we started that process in regards to talking about transitioning of the unit from the Sheriff's Department to animal care services. Unfortunately, COVID happened and that kind of put everything on a holding pattern, but we're in the process of picking that up. Supervisor Hashek has asked me to put a timeline together in regards to the transitioning. And along the way, the wildlife exclusion services program kind of came up as well. So as I go through this, it's primarily with animal control, but there are things for the wildlife exclusion program as well. All righty, so we'll be talking about the transition of the animal control unit from the Sheriff's Department to animal care services on or prior to July 1st, 2022. We'll be discussing implementing a wildlife exclusion program, which Animal Care Services and the newly transitioned Animal Control Unit would be responsible for providing wildlife exclusion services for citizens within Mendocino County on or prior to July 1st, 2022. The current animal control officer and supervisor job descriptions would have to be updated and approved by Human Resources to include the wildlife exclusion duties and responsibilities. Timetable for that would be roughly 3 to 6 months. With the added wildlife exclusion duties and responsibilities, the salary for the animal control officers and supervisors will have to be reviewed by Human Resources to see if a salary increase is warranted. Again, the timetable would be about 3 to 6 months. We would have to conduct a review and edit the animal control policies and procedures. We would have to conduct a review and edit of the Animal Control Field Training Program Manual. We would have to incorporate wildlife exclusion duties and responsibilities in the Animal Control P&P and the Animal Control Field Training Program Manual, as well as their job descriptions. And the timetable would be roughly 3 to 6 months. We would have to meet with Human Resources and determine the possible testing, interviewing, hiring process, and timeline for the animal control officers and the supervisor's position. The Animal Control Unit is currently approved for 3 animal control officers and 1 animal control supervisor. Animal Care Services would request an additional 4th animal control officer be added due to the increased workload from the wildlife exclusion calls for service and the large geographic size of Mendocino County. Timetable on this would be 6 to 9 months, and the hiring process could take several rounds. It depends on the candidates. The candidates with no experience could possibly be hired early and assigned to work at the animal shelter while waiting to participate in the California required animal control law enforcement officer training. If candidates with animal control experience come on board, they may be able to start the 2-month in-house required training as soon as possible. So if I'm lucky enough and I get people with prior experience that have met state standards, that would speed up the timeline. Currently, the state of California is not offering the required law enforcement training for animal control officers. Everything has been suspended due to COVID. The training will most likely be offered in late 2021 or early 2022. Timetable is roughly 6 to 12 months. And then there is some additional training, euthanasia training, California Post PC 832 dealing with firearms and arrest. That would also have to be conducted. That could be done at the Santa Rosa Junior College in Windsor as well. All righty, here at the shelter, unfortunately, I'm maxed out on space. I do not have any additional space to house an animal control unit with 3 or 4 or 5 personnel. So there's no place for desk or storage or anything of that nature. I would recommend that a mobile office trailer be rented or purchased. We could do that in the back of the facility. There's a place that could be cordoned off and fenced in. I would recommend install security fencing around the mobile office and trailer and the animal control vehicle parking area in the back of the shelter. Basically, this would prevent or deter any kind of theft and protect the vehicles, mobile office space, and the department equipment from any type of vandalism. Timetable on that would be 6 to 9 months. The current animal control unit vehicles caging is not properly sanitized for diseases under industry standards. It is a metal surface, and unfortunately, it's porous. And basically, disease will sit there and linger. So it's very hard to sanitize and clean properly. So the current vehicles, the vehicle with the enclosed and open cages are not equipped with interior doors, thus causing a safety issue when attempting to remove. So I'd be requesting for these vehicle caging to be replaced. 4 units would basically cost around $70,000. The units, if taken care of properly, can last for up to 15 years. The units basically are closed. They have the interior security doors. They have air conditioning, and animals can stay on the vehicles longer during the hot summer months or bad weather.
So, Rich, if I could jump in, this is Supervisor Haschak, and that one of the issues you were saying was that if there's a dog that's picked up in Laytonville or Covelo or someplace and it's a hot summer day, then the animal control person needs to bring that back to Ukiah immediately. Otherwise, they'll die of heat exhaustion in the cage as it is. With the situation, the air conditioning and everything you're talking about, then a person could keep that animal in a cage and then pick up several others. So it'd be a much more efficient system. Is that correct?
You are correct. Yes, they could stay out in the field. They would save time. They'd save mileage. They'd save gas on the vehicles. The animal would be in a nice air-conditioned vehicle, probably under 80 degrees. And then in the winter, they currently have an open caged vehicle. So in the winter, when it's rainy and so forth like that, the animal is then protected from the elements. All righty. One of the units right now for the animal control vehicles, and like I said, it's open, and there are some concerns in regards to citizens possibly placing their hands or fingers into the caging where animals are kept when the vehicle is parked and the animal control officer is working calls for service. Unfortunately, with animals, people are always curious. And, if the officer's away or out of sight, they don't have sight of the vehicle, you never know if somebody will walk up and try to sweet talk the animal or whatever. But unfortunately, people are curious. They'll put their fingers where they shouldn't be, and we don't need any accidents to happen. With the request of an additional animal control officer, this would basically allow more officers to be working calls for service throughout the county at one time. This would be very beneficial. The county is very big, so customer service and our response times would be improved. It would be very good, thus making everybody a little bit more happier when they have an animal-related call for service that needs to be worked. I would also assign, if we had a 4th officer, I'd be assigning the officer on the coast. They'd be working out of the Fort Bragg shelter, and that way our coastal residents could receive good customer service as well. So we would have to create, implement an MOU with the Sheriff's Department that will basically determine how they will assist us in providing animal-related services. Sheriff Kendall said that he would, so to a certain ability, what they can do. Overnight arrest with friendly animals, they would still be transported down by the sheriff's deputies and so forth like that. I would then basically take the animal control officers and put them on an on-call status from 7 p.m. to 7 in the morning. And if there was an injured animal, an aggressive animal, a situation that normally a sheriff's deputy couldn't handle, the animal control officer would be called out. Timetable for that would basically be about 6 to 9 months as well. We would have to meet with the county council to determine if animal control officers could carry firearms on duty. Currently they do, but they fall under the sheriff's department and they are considered a peace officer under state standards. But due to the remoteness of the work and dealing with aggressive wild and domesticated animals, Animal Care Service would be requesting that the animal control officers retain the ability to have a firearm while on duty. Currently, like I said, animal control officers under the sheriff's department carry firearms and receive routine training by the sheriff's department. Animal control officers, if they take California PC 832 training to the California Post, and if the agency authorizes it, are able to carry firearms. Let me remind everybody that back in 2010, prior to the transition, the officers that worked here out of the Animal Care Services, the animal shelter, did carry firearms while they were not under the sheriff's department. Timeline for that would be 6 to 9 months. And as I referenced before, under California Penal Code Chapter 4.5, basically animal control officers can carry firearms if permitted by their employing agency, and they attend the California PC 832 courses. Timetable for that would be 6 to 9 months. We would have to establish and approve by the Board of Supervisors an MOU with the Sonoma Wildlife for the training of the animal control officers and supervisor on wildlife exclusion procedures, duties, and responsibilities that also offers support for a predetermined amount of time after the program implementation. I'm sure we're not going to experience everything while Doris and Sonoma Wildlife are training us, and I'm sure we're going to have to reach out to them occasionally and ask questions. So that's why we would have to have an extended period of time for some training. Looking at roughly 3 to 4 weeks of training, on the job training, most likely our officers would go down to Sonoma and do real life training with them. Then once trained, they would come back here and implement the services. We would have to establish a fee schedule for the wildlife exclusion services. I would recommend that the fees be low to moderate to ensure that all citizens can be assisted. We will have to have the Board of Supervisors approve this fee schedule. Again, timetable would be 6 to 12 months. And we will possibly have to do short-term housing here of wildlife animals. So we would have to have Sonoma Wildlife conduct an assessment of our current animal shelter, our housing and our caging that we have here on site, regarding what type of improvements may be needed to house wildlife animals for short durations of time. And again, you're looking at 6 to 12 months. Wildlife animals would not stay here. They would transition to the rehabilitation locations or rescue organizations. And we would have to create an educational wildlife exclusion resource webpage that Mendocino County residents can utilize for their solutions to the nuisance wildlife animal problems they're experiencing at their residence or on their properties. Sonoma Wildlife has a great interactive page for the citizens that can research that, and we would try to do the same and duplicate it and basically offer the same type of services for the citizens. And that concludes the presentation.
That was well done. Very impressive.
Well, thank you, Rich. And yeah, very well thought out. Okay. And so I think that if I could say something, Chair Jurdy, that you know, we're looking at this exclusionary service and the animal control services and, you know, in essence, the wildlife services all under one roof. And I think that Rich Molinari is a capable administrator and would be well suited to do this.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Looking at the agenda title on this one, the presentation had a lot of discussion about the movement of animal control. I'm just a little bit concerned that the title on this item might not have been clear enough. That there would specifically be a movement of animal control services from the sheriff's office to animal care. I think the mention of the non-lethal wildlife damage management program is a little bit vague in that respect. I would just suggest as to that part of the conversation, it may be appropriate to come back with another agendized item a little bit later. I recognize there's another part of this that is very clearly called out in the agenda. I have concerns about that part and the specificity of the agenda item for Brown Act purposes.
So to clarify, the transfer of animal control from the sheriff's office to the animal care, you're concerned that is not called out in the agenda summary?
Correct. Just that part of it.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Can you clarify why 2 doesn't cover it? A resolution to vest administrative responsibility for implementation. Shouldn't that be adequate?
And if I may respond through the chair, my concern is just that it really doesn't talk about the animal control services, or the movement of that function from the sheriff's office. I would just say, when I read this, I thought that was a reference to the creation of a non-lethal program as an alternative to the trapping services, as the proposal had been raised previously.
Chair Jurdy?
Go ahead.
Yeah. County Council, that in the summary of request, it does say the funds saved could be used for a non-lethal program and consolidation of the animal care, animal control, and wildlife services into one department. So that's not sufficient either.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I did see that. I guess I have my concerns are just that the title itself, it needs to be pretty clear. I will say, yeah, I understand there's some ambiguity on this. My concern was just that the description under number 2 was pretty vague, and I don't know that it really called out that we're looking at a potential program shift from one existing department to another.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy.
I have lots of questions. The first thing is, are you saying that you basically don't want to continue using USDA wildlife services to protect livestock or assist our ranchers in protecting livestock and handle all the other vertebrate pest problems here in Mendocino County like we presently do?
Well, Supervisor McGordy, I think that with this program we're talking about, we could deal with all of those pest programs, and some of those, the depredation permits would not go through wildlife services. We would stop that contract. And if there was hopefully there would be education, and we'd be working with some of these experts on it. And if there is a depredation permit, then that person would have to go find a trapper out, because we wouldn't perform that depredation.
So, so in other words, you discontinue the service we presently have. So people who are experiencing predators attacking their livestock can call up the USDA trapper through the ag department, and they can assist them in removing problematic animals from their property. That would no longer be the case. Is that correct?
Right, because we wouldn't have that contract with the USDA wildlife services. And but if it's a rabid animal, if it's a animal that's stalking people or anything, one of those kind of issues, yeah, we would have the ability to deal with that.
Mm-hmm. And then the second thing I don't see on here, what is the cost of creating our own program?
Well, Rich has some of those costs, but we're not totally sure about the whole thing. And so I guess what I'm looking for right now is kind of a direction to proceed in figuring out these costs. Some of the cost of transferring animal patrol from the sheriff's department over. There might be cost savings. There would be so anyway. We're looking for the general direction at this point.
Okay, so I have to tell you, I ran my campaign on protecting wildlife services for our ranchers. It's something that's critically important to them. A lot of them use non-lethal approaches already. Electric fencing and guard dogs is pretty standard, and I support that. You don't take out the guns until you've protected everything you possibly can. It's the same thing with my vineyards. If deer get in there and start eating stuff, it's not because I haven't tried with fencing, and I don't shoot anybody. We try to chase them out. So I'm real concerned about taking away a service I think that is very vital to livestock producers and 4-H members and people who have animals. And I think I hope this doesn't trivialize the problems that you have keeping predators out of livestock, even when you try really hard, because I have friends who raise a significant amount of sheep. They do a very good job. It's pretty rare that they have any predation episode, but when they do, it's really good to have an expert come in who knows how to handle the problem. And it's not someone you randomly train who comes in starting as someone taking care of animals in the shelter and gradually works their way up the ropes. This is specialized skills. I really don't want to take a tool out of the toolbox that I think is important to the ranching community. That's not to say that I want everyone to be out there blazing away at things. I don't. But when there is a problem animal, we want to be sure they're dealt with efficiently. And I don't have a good feeling about this. I'll just be honest with you. I don't have a good feeling that this is going to do what everybody intends. The other thing that was also kind of vague about this was the animals that need relocation. My understanding is it's not legal to relocate pest animals, that you can't just sort of pick up the raccoon and take them for a ride and drop them off somewhere, that the state law doesn't allow that. I'd like some clarification from Doris and Rich about that.
I can help with that if it's okay.
Sure.
I'd also like to address your first concern about the livestock predation. We are in a partnership with Two Wild, Dr. Quentin Martin, who runs the Living with Lions out of Audubon Canyon Ranch. We did just do some fundraising and signed a contract with him to provide services for Sonoma County, where he would go out and meet with the individual owners, work with the property owners and put up cameras. He would possibly even trap and collar mountain lions that were possibly a problem. He has a lot of experience. He's from South Africa and worked with the leopard program there for predation issues. I could get a lot more details from him and have him address how he would help Mendocino County, because that was part of our partnership, was being in line to help get Mendocino County trained for these issues. He's much more of an expert with the larger predators like mountain lions and the black bears than I am. And then as far as the relocation, you are right. It is against the law in the state of California to relocate wildlife, and we get calls all day about that. That's what's so wonderful about the exclusion service, is because we do evictions. For example, we have mountain lions and coyotes and bobcats at our wildlife center. We take their scat and we put it under people's houses or up in their attics, and the animals move their own babies or they take themselves out, and then we seal off those entry points so they can't get back in. But then they're still in the area, and they're really a benefit, because if a raccoon or a skunk isn't an area, they eat a tremendous amount of mice and rats and gophers and other pests that people don't usually like.
Mm-hmm.
So
I understand that end of the program. I think is really admirable, and I think a lot of people attempt to do that, certainly, is to exclude animals if they can. I've done the same thing before when I've had animals underneath one of my buildings. And the other question I have on that is, under the model that you're using, what does it cost to have that done?
Well, that's a really good question again. The average costs are anywhere from about $180 to $300, depending on the extent of the work.
the great thing is that we will meet with that homeowner, we'll do a full assessment, and we'll go out to our van where we keep all of our supplies. We'll open it up. We'll show them everything that they need to have, what kind of hardware cloth, the steel washers to secure the hardware cloth. We teach them how to do it, and if they want to do it themselves, there's a lot of good, handy people who can save a lot of money. For example, if you had to trench around your whole deck and install hardware cloth, instead of paying us $700 to do it, it's about $100 an hour of labor. We'll show them how to do it, and we'll make sure before we leave that they know what they're doing, and they'll be successful at evicting their own wildlife. So we continue working with them even after they're doing the work to make sure that they were successful, and it really empowers them to take care of their own home and also get a chance to enjoy the benefits of the wildlife right in their own living areas.
So presently, under the existing program that we have with the USDA wildlife, what do people have to pay for exclusion or removal of animals from their property?
If I could answer that, there's a fee schedule, but we haven't been successful in recuperating a lot of those fees. So I think when we checked with the Ag Department, it was like over the first half year of the fiscal year, we collected like $1,900.
So for clarification, the fee schedule was adopted several years ago, and in past years, they had collected maybe $20,000, $30,000 a year, but it was inconsistent. And people would get a hold of the cell phone number for the trapper, contact the trapper directly. There was no fee collected. If they went, as far as we could tell, if they went through the Ag Department, maybe a fee was collected. And I see, I want to get to Supervisor Mulhern and Williams next. A couple other points, just going back in time when the board was asked to not approve the U.S. Wildlife Service contract by some members of the public, we were repeatedly told, look to Sonoma County, do what they're doing in Sonoma County. And it is important to note just how much Doris's nonprofit, I mean, this is a very, by Mendocino County standards, $950,000 a year in total revenue. This is a very substantial nonprofit by Mendocino County standards. It has, as you said, 2 employees just working for members of the public doing exclusionary services under their sort of urban, suburban homes. Separate from that, the County of Sonoma hires 1.5 full-time equivalent trappers. They're county employees, they are trappers, they are fulfilling depredation permits that are been acquired through the California Fish and Wildlife Department by property owners. If I understand what Supervisor Hashak's proposing is our County of Mendocino employees, if I'm understanding his proposal correctly, they would not do what they do in Sonoma County, which is fulfill the depredation permit when those have been acquired by the property owners. I think it's important to know that when depredation permits are required, they're obtained by the property owner from the state of California. I saw a presentation about over 2 years ago now, and the state of California Fish and Wildlife Department is requiring more information, more documentation before they issue depredation permits. They're issuing fewer of those permits statewide than they were in the past, and they're only issued to the property owner, not to the federal employees. The federal trappers will implement it with their expertise. And one more thing before I go to Supervisor Mulhern. Also, Supervisor Hashak and I met with the Ag Department in Sonoma County, and they pointed out that 2 things. One is if they have a program in the Ag Department, they're able to recover roughly 40% of the cost of that program, whatever the program is, through state gas tax dollars that are available to Ag departments. If this service or any service was removed from the Ag Department, we would not be able to recover that 40% of that cost from that those gas tax dollars. We could still apply for those gas tax dollars if the Ag Department took on new services, but that has been ill-defined. What if any new services we would want the Ag Department to take on that they could then get reimbursed those same gas tax dollars. So finally, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, or the U.S. Wildlife Services contract, we're effectively paying 2/3 of the cost of the program. But we're getting this gas tax dollars covering 40% of our expense. So we're netting the program. We're paying basically 40 cents on the dollar for the cost of the program because it's residing in the ag department and because the federal government is subsidizing the program. Again, and finally, when we met with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services recently, again, there's information the full board doesn't have. They have brought back a longtime trapper that they employ in Mendocino County, Chris Brennan. They also hired a brand new federal employee, fairly new out of college, and she is focusing her job on the urban suburban projects. So more of these exclusion educational programs and not so much the trapper services. So the board hasn't met this person, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife have offered to have public presentations to introduce the public to their two employees in Mendocino County and what services they offer that they just haven't been scheduled yet. And so now we'll go to Supervisor Mulhern. Thank you.
Thank you. This was quite a bit of information that we received today that was not in our agenda item. So I appreciate being able to get caught up to speed, and having watched the meeting from 2019, I suppose, or 2020, both, you know, I heard the community and the board say, what would this look like in Mendocino County, and bring back a recommendation. And today what I see is that recommendation. Sounds like there's some more work to do regarding budgeting and finalizing some details, but I just wanted to thank Supervisor Hashak for working on trying to figure out a solution that might meet the needs of the community that is impacted, the ranchers and homeowners that are impacted, as well as truly hear the community about using USDA Wildlife Services specifically in our community.
I think it's all been said. But did I hear Mo say she watched the video from the last U.S. Wildlife Services session?
I was looking at the dates. I was in the room both times. I was in the back, hiding in the corner like I did all of.
And it's your impression that the proposal being brought today is a follow-up from what was discussed in that meeting?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy.
So what is the cost presently for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service program that they're offering the county? What are we paying? I mean, the total cost less all of, just the total cost. We won't not talk about the subsidy.
I think we're paying about 180, 190,000, and then we get the gas tax. So we get about 40% of that back.
So the net to the county is about $110,000.
So that's the number to beat if we want to do this on a based on a cost saving idea, right? And then the next thing, of course, is efficacy, being sure that we have a program that works well. I think that's sort of an important step, is to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples in terms of what we're paying and what we're getting.
Okay, it's probably a good time to go to public comment. It is 3:57, and I don't know if we have anybody from U.S. Fish and Wildlife on the call, but do we have public comment at this point?
Yes, we do have public comment.
First on the line will be Jim Donnelly, followed by Derek Millsaps.
Okay, we will come back to Jim Donnelly.
Now is Derek Millsaps.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Chair Jurdy, supervisors, for allowing me to talk today. My name is Derek Millsaps. I'm the Newark District Supervisor for Wildlife Services, and I've worked as a wildlife biologist for 20 years. I'd like to update you on the program since starting back in August of 2020. Wildlife Services currently has 2 full-time employees that work in both urban and rural areas throughout the county. Since starting back up in August, we've had, I'll give you some stats on some of the work that we've been doing. Verified damage to livestock, agriculture, such as pasture, trees, field crops, property damage, including landscaping, buildings, and grass. We've reported over $166,000 in damage. Technical assistance, which is our non-lethal consultations, are either in person or over the phone. We've helped 249 parties in a short amount of time. This includes 34 bear technical assists, which is 97% non-lethal take, 13 mountain lion technical assists, which is 100% non-lethal. 54% of our take in Mendocino County is urban animals, which includes striped skunks, raccoons, and opossums. 37% of our take in Mendocino County is non-native feral swine. Feral swine can carry 30 plus diseases and around 40 parasites that can be transmitted to humans, pets, livestock, and other wildlife. They also cause extensive damage to our agriculture, property, and our natural resources. So 91% of the take in Mendocino County since August of 2020 are non-native feral swine and urban wildlife. 64% of the time, Wildlife Services provides non-lethal technical assistance. Wildlife Services does not use poisons, or M44s, or body gripping traps in Mendocino County, and we do not indiscriminately kill wildlife. Wildlife Services conducts investigations that look at tracks, scat, hair, performs necropsies to determine the cause of death, and we use trail cameras to catch the right animal on video. Wildlife Services responds to human health and safety calls throughout the state. We have highly trained staff that work hand in hand with CDFW, and we do DNA testing on animals to ensure we have removed the correct animal. Just a few weeks ago, Wildlife Services caught and removed the coyote that attacked 5 people in the Moraga Lafayette area, including an innocent 3-year-old girl that was walking down the street. Now the residents are safe to walk or jog down the street again without having to carry bats, sticks, and one person even jogging with a broom. Wildlife Services plans on doing outreach and workshops this year to educate the residents of Mendocino County how to live with wildlife and reduce or eliminate conflict before it ever starts. So thank you for your time. I hope you continue the Wildlife Services Integrated Wildlife Damage Management Program for the benefit of everyone in Mendocino County.
I have a question.
I can answer questions. Oh, go ahead.
Chair, may I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, would it be possible, I imagine you already have digital record keeping. Would it be possible to send Board of Supervisors a monthly report of how many kills and the reason why? Just so that we can start getting some visibility on how the program functions?
Yeah, I could meet with Jim Donnelly and discuss that with him. We do monthly reports. We're starting to do biannual reports as well for another county. So I have no problem getting that information, as well as like the technical assist and what kind of advice that we give out on the calls as well.
Supervisor McGordy has a question.
So Derek, what kind of training do your wildlife biologists have typically that are doing this work?
So when we've hired Abby Timke, out of college, you don't really, you get educated in wildlife biology and management, but the hands-on tools is something you actually learn in the field. So as a new employee, I didn't want to just throw her out to the wolves. So I had her work with our special up in Modoc County, one up in Butte County, some over out of the Sutter, Yuba areas as well in Shasta County. So I had her work with multiple different specialists and different calls, and before sending her back over to Mendocino with Chris Brennan. So a lot of that work that we conduct and we do is hands-on in the field. And these people, the big difference between maybe someone that works for animal care or the sheriff's department is, we go in this field because we love wildlife
and we want to coexist with them. And so there's a lot of training that goes into it, and I think the best way to get it is just a hands-on training from working with the seasoned employees in the field.
Derek, I have a question. The County of Mendocino has a long-standing contract with USDA, and if we were to leave the contract and then at some later time re-sign up for a contract, would the reimbursement rate from the county be different from the way it is now?
I would have to talk with my state director and our admin staff on that. I'm not sure the exact numbers. I know that one other county that came back in recently, I think it was a higher increase than they thought. So, but I can get that answer to you for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'd heard, that a county that resumed the service paid a higher dollar figure. Supervisor Mulhern, do you have a question? Yeah. Okay. Is Jim Donnelly on the call?
Yes, he is.
Chair Jurdy and distinguished board, CEO Angelo.
Excuse me.
This is Jim Donnelly, County Agricultural Commissioner. The program that we currently have is a 5-year contract, and it's renewed every year because costs can change and we might want to change or add something to the contract. The next year's contract for year 21-22 is for $189,556. Traditionally, the unclaimed gas tax is paid for county general fund expenditures to agricultural programs. So, and it pays at 38 to 40% generally. But with the additional gas tax for roads that Governor Brown put into place, last year we collected 52% of our general fund monies expended on agricultural programs. So if we lose the Wildlife Services Program, we will no longer have access to the 52% that's paid for the Wildlife Services contract, and that money will be dispersed between the other counties. So currently, with the 52% for this year, we estimate we should get reimbursed. We would get a reimbursement for next year's Wildlife Services contract for about $95,000. So the program would only cost around $95,000. And when the additional road tax ends, then we'll go back to $117,000 for the expenditure on Wildlife Services Program, and that would be at a 38 to 40% reimbursement. Wildlife Services, USDA Wildlife Services has many programs for non-lethal animal control methods. They have a research station in Colorado that spends its time working to develop new non-lethal animal control techniques. And usually we would collect around $20,000 a year for services that the users paid for Wildlife Services back to the Agricultural Commissioner's office. In 2 to 3 weeks, we should have a credit card system in place that will allow clients to pay the county with a credit card. we've stressed on USDA Wildlife Services to implement non-lethal techniques as much as they can. And so there's been an increase on telephone calls the last 20 minutes or going out to a location and teaching people how to use non-lethal methods. So we have fences going up and lights and glitter and everything that we should work to keep the animals off of people's properties. But like Glenn said, sometimes that doesn't work, and especially the pigs are knocking down fences and coming in and rutting up fields and destroying irrigation pipe and just raising havoc. They can do a lot of rutting overnight and you just see the damages in the morning. Coyotes will trick the guard dogs, and they'll keep one guard dog busy while another coyote comes over the fence and takes out a lamb. The animals adapt to new conditions many times. The USDA Wildlife Services follows all the laws that the state of California requires of them. They get California Fish and Wildlife Services depredation permits when needed. We estimate that once the program gets more established, then we should be receiving more farm contracts and bringing in more money for the county. But since October, when the program started again, we've only received, as of March 5th, we've received about $2,600 reimbursement for services to users that needed wildlife services. The USD Wildlife Services has won awards for their work at non-lethal control of birds on airports, and also for reestablishing wolf populations in California. All the techniques that they use are humane techniques that are approved by the American Veterinarian Medical Association. So they're a great service. They're not very expensive. They do a good job. They've got people that when an animal attacks, they may see the animal at the scene and have to stop the animal at the scene from destroying livestock, or they can track that animal and get the correct animal and they also have genetic methods of identifying the correct animal. In a recent coyote attack, they trapped 30 animals, and they were able to choose the correct animal that was attacking people through genetics. If we get rid of this program, we're going to have vigilantes that are trapping without licenses or permits. They move animals to new areas where the animal doesn't have proper shelter, food, or an environment to help it, and that might also it may also be spreading disease, or it may get sick from the new environment. Other things that can happen is somebody can just go out and hunt the animal and shoot the wrong animal and still have the problem. A lot of the animals coexist with the ranchers. They don't need to be trapped or shot. And when this happens, you end up reducing population more than is needed. Once an animal starts going after livestock are easy. The animal continues to do that. It's the same with bears on trees. Once they start taking the bark off the trees and getting the sap, they train their young to go climb the tree, and they end up killing the trees in the tree stands. So animals can cause a lot of problems, and Wildlife Services does a great job, and they're not expensive. So Are there any questions?
Okay. I'm not seeing any questions for Ag Commissioner Jim Donnelly. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
We do have more public comment.
First on the line will be Michelle Lute.
Thank you, Chair, Jurdy, and Supervisors. My name is Michelle Lute. I am the National Carnivore Conservation Manager for Project Coyote, speaking to you on behalf of over 250 Mendocino County members who support science-based modern wildlife management, including and especially ending Wildlife Services' lethal program and replacing it with a non-lethal program. I speak to you today also as a PhD in wildlife management, former state wildlife biologist, and daughter of 3 generations of farmers. Wildlife Services claims that its goal is to allow people and wildlife to coexist, but nothing could be further from the truth. Wildlife Services wasn't created to serve wildlife. It was created to serve an outdated management model at all costs, and its costs are high. Tens of thousands of animals in California every year, hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars, untold numbers of non-target kills, negligence that kills over 400 family dogs in the county, and poisoned a child in Idaho, prolonged FOIA requests that they ignore or circumvent, the list goes on. All these costs and yet no benefits to be seen in nearly a century of Wildlife Services and its predecessors. Just piles of dead animals and continuous killing that ensures more killing will happen year after year if we allow them to continue. Why do they hold tightly to their lethal arsenal? Job security. Lethal control does nothing to address the root cause of conflict. So Wildlife Services kills more coyotes. Coyotes respond with even more pups, which increases the chance of conflicts, and Wildlife Services gets to go out again on the taxpayer dime. It's a conflict feedback loop that never ends until we end the contract with Wildlife Services. It's time to put Wildlife Services out of the cruelty business, not just because carnivores and their ecosystem services belong in California, but also because we as a society stand for science-based democratic decision-making. Wildlife Services has had many years and chances to update their policies to align with modern scientific evidence. Way back in 2016, Project Coyote Science Advisor, Dr. Adrian Trevis, reviewed over 100 studies of predator control programs, the same studies that Wildlife Services depends on to justify their policies. None of them held up to scrutiny. The only studies meeting an acceptable level of scientific rigor found that non-lethal methods, like fences and guard dogs, were the most effective at protecting livestock. The best available science points to localized, non-lethal methods to prevent conflict because they are preventative, targeted, and address the root causes of potential conflicts. Wildlife Services may research non-lethal tools, but they don't implement them. Predator populations don't need controlling. They have self-regulated based on compensatory mechanisms, competitors, and native prey availability for millennia. Non-lethal tools protect humans, domestic and wild animals, biodiversity, and ecosystem health and function. Wildlife Services disrespects California's natural legacy. Please support this common sense move out of the deadly feedback loop to an effective non-lethal program. Thank you.
Next on the line is Rosebud Ireland.
You can press *6 to unmute your phone. We'll come back.
Next on the line is Don Littmanson.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Don Lippinson, former Mendocino County Planning Commissioner and advisor to Project Coyote. The written comments I submitted a couple days ago emphasize that Mendocino County can and should take leadership in reducing the killing of wildlife rather than clinging to old, ineffective methods of killing most any animal viewed as an enemy. There's been talk about a bifurcated approach that would spare small nuisance wildlife while allowing the unrestricted killing of all local predators except mountain lions. That would offer no protections for bobcats, coyotes, black bears, and gray foxes, or for the ecosystems that benefit from their presence. Also, statewide, there's a growing recognition of the need to reform the ways we manage human versus wildlife conflicts. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife now is focusing on preserving sustainable and stable populations of native carnivores. Now, though, I want to describe my own personal experiences with wildlife predation on the chickens and a goat farm during 30 years of living in Navarro, followed by years of living on a farm with 300 to 400 prize-winning milk goats. In Navarro, every time I lost poultry to predators, it was due to my failure to adequately inspect and maintain fencing or forgetting to close birds inside their coop before dark. My own shortcomings did not justify the killing of the bobcat, the weasel, the fox, or the raccoons, whose normal pursuit of food caused my losses. About goats, a Redwood Hill farm outside of Sebastopol lost exactly one prize-winning goat to predation in 10 years, although it's adjacent to a wildlife corridor where mountain lions and coyotes regularly are triggering trail cameras. The loss to a mountain lion was due to fencing failure, and with that one exception, routine careful maintenance prevented losses to large, economically important herds. Look, farmers and ranchers have access to relatively effective modern tools that would exclude or at least deter predators and minimize livestock losses and equipment damage. As in any business, farmers and ranchers take risks and they periodically incur losses, but those losses do not justify trying to kill off any threat. If ranchers in Tom Minor Basin, just outside of Yellowstone, can learn new husbandry practices that allow them to peacefully coexist with grizzly bears, surely ranchers and farmers in Mendocino County can learn to coexist with coyotes and bobcats and bears. Please focus on developing a non-lethal program that allows coexistence between humans and wildlife.
Next on the line will be John Spitz.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. My name is John Spitz, and I'm from Laytonville. First, I would like to thank my supervisor, John Hashak, for sponsoring these resolutions to bring humane and responsible non-lethal wildlife management to Mendocino County. And also to thank Richard Molinari, Director of Animal Care Services, for putting together a workable and affordable non-lethal wildlife management program to educate county residents on how to effectively protect their property from wildlife damage. And to thank Doris Duncan, the Sonoma County Wildlife Rescue, for offering her vast experience and expertise in helping our county set up this innovative, state-of-the-art, non-lethal wildlife management program. I think Mr. Molinari and Ms. Duncan have done an excellent job of explaining exactly how this non-lethal wildlife management program would work and what it would do to both protect all county residents' property from wildlife damage and protect the county's wildlife from needless suffering and death. However, I also think there has been a good deal of confusion created by those who oppose this program as to what it does and doesn't do with regard to county residents' ability to use lethal methods to protect their property from wildlife damage. The implication is that if the county adopts this new non-lethal program, that county residents will no longer have the legal option to use lethal methods to protect their property, but this is simply not true. It is not within the county's jurisdiction to determine whether county residents can legally kill wild animals that pose a threat to their property. It is the California Department of Fish and Wildlife that sets the rules on when and how wild animals can be killed by property owners. Since 1990, mountain lion hunting has been banned in California, and mountain lions are designated as a specially protected mammal. However, mountain lions may be killed if they harm pets or livestock, and the property owner obtains a depredation permit from CDFW. Bears and feral pigs are considered game species, and they can be killed by either obtaining a hunting license or a depredation permit if they are causing property damage. Coyotes are considered a non-game species and can be killed with firearms or trapped without obtaining a depredation permit. The question is not whether property owners have the right to use lethal methods to protect their property from wildlife damage. It is who is going to pay for it. Some ranchers in Mendocino County seem to believe that public taxpayer dollars should be used to subsidize their private business by paying USDA Wildlife Services trappers to kill wildlife that prey on their livestock. As a 40-year resident and taxpayer in Mendocino County, I don't want my taxes being spent on killing county's wildlife on behalf of private business interests. In closing, I urge this board to vote yes on these resolutions that would usher in a new era of humane and effective non-lethal wildlife management in Mendocino County. Thank you for your kind consideration.
Next on the line will be Paul Katzif.
Okay, we'll go to the next caller and come back to him.
Next on the line will be Anna Stockel.
Hey, it's me again. I'm so happy this morning we determined that we can actually public comment after 8 a.m. in the morning for an important topic, and a lot of us didn't know, and I'm going to follow up on that particular subject offline, but I want to talk about this one. As a farmer and somebody who has 4 very tasty goats outside that I'm looking at now, I do not agree. How do I want to say this? Because I didn't write this in advance. We are living in their forest, and there is no expectation that these animals, coyotes, bears, and mountain lions, should be removed from the population. I have done everything I can to protect my tasty goats. And I actually would like to talk to the woman who has contributed to this conversation already. But I've got lights, I've got fencing, but I know darn well a mountain lion can hop over that fence and grab a baby goat and leave, and they have every right to do so. I am disgusted by some of the commentary I'm hearing online about how people who move into areas and want to raise livestock in an area where there are these animals and then want the county to do something about it. It's terrible. I know my goats are tasty, and that's something I have to live with. I have 2 loaded firearms, but it's only for my own personal protection. I have no intention of killing an animal. So the coyotes, the mountain lions, the bears, they live here. They were here first. Deal with it. It's called, I don't know what you call it when somebody steals from your store, but it's part of the deal. Or don't do it here. Go do it where it's not going to happen to you. But don't blame the wildlife when you move in and they want to eat and you take over their lands. So in closing, I want to say there is one animal that is an issue, and that's feral pigs. And I can tell you from personal experience that you've got a million hunters that want to come up and legally hunt pigs. And I know the Mendocino Board is all about making their decisions over what taxes they can collect. So hook them up and deal with the feral pigs, but leave the animals alone and go do your business somewhere else.
Next on the line will be Janine Pfeiffer.
Hi, my name is Dr. Janine Pfeiffer, and I'm an ethnoecologist. I have a 12-year history of working with communities in Mendocino County as a county facilitator during the North Coast Marine Life Protection Act initiative, as the secretary to the County Fish and Game Advisory Commission, as a high school AP environmental science instructor, and as a volunteer ambulance driver for Anderson Valley. I have a permanent address in Boonville and a history of losing chickens to bobcats and rattlesnakes in my backyard. I appreciate the opportunity to provide public comment on this very complex issue. I listened to the proposal put forth today by Supervisors Jerde and Hashak. In line with over 100 public comments submitted for Agenda Item 6A, I support Mendocino County in developing alternatives to the agency I refer to as Wildlife DIS Services because of their track record. Wildlife DIS Services has a long history of relying on outdated ecologically unfriendly methods that result in widespread killing of target and non-targeted wildlife, foundation species and apex predators, and endangered, threatened, and culturally significant species, including species of high cultural importance to Mendocino tribes and tribal communities. Yes, as some letter writers noted, more emphasis on non-lethal methods are being developed. I would argue that due to too little oversight, their toolbox remains flawed. When we deal with rogue wildlife, we have a plethora of choices. I encourage us to choose better. Those of us living in the wildland urban interface or the boonies have the responsibility to practice more sophisticated approaches to deal with both wildfire and wildlife challenges. I think of it as the rural equivalent of installing security cams, double locked doors, and anti-theft devices that city folk find necessary. Among other options, we could adopt more proactive homestead maintenance and hands-off livestock shepherding and enclosures, work with hunters to manage feral pig populations, encourage natural predators by installing owl boxes, secure funds to reimburse ranchers for legitimate livestock depredation claims, cooperate more closely with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and other practices that we heard about from Sonoma Wildlife Rescue in today's meeting. If the Board of Supervisors does resolve to terminate the agreement with Wildlife DIS Services and elects to go with another agency, I do hope that we can ensure that they are expertly trained and employ environmentally and culturally friendly, conscientious, cost-effective, and scientifically based methods to deal with wildlife incursions. Thank you for your time.
Next on the line is Kelly Hendricks.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Okay, my name is Kelly Hendricks, and I'm the Ranching with Wildlife Coordinator for Project Coyote. And I'm also a longtime volunteer with Sonoma County Wildlife Rescue, where I foster orphan wildlife babies. I'm speaking today to ask the county to end its contract with Wildlife Services and to adopt a program that prioritizes non-lethal tools and prioritizes the use of proactive strategies that can help prevent conflicts with wildlife before they occur. But I'm not just speaking today as a wildlife advocate, I'm speaking as a rancher. My husband and I live on a cattle ranch where he has managed the cow-calf operation for over 25 years. Over all those years, we have raised thousands of calves on lands with lions and coyotes and bobcats, and we've never killed a single predator. In fact, we love having them around because they help control the rabbits and the gophers and the ground squirrels. So instead of killing random predators to protect our livestock, which is something we feel like can increase conflicts because it fractures the predator's social structures, instead of doing that, we use strategies like calving our first calf heifers closer to the barns so we can keep an eye on them, riding through our cows more during calving season, which when we do that, it actually helps us spot sick and orphan calves that we otherwise might have missed. So in that sense, having predators around probably saves us more calves than they ever take from us. Non-lethal tools aren't 100% effective. We do occasionally lose calves to predation, but lethal tools aren't 100% effective at protecting livestock either. And if we continue using them and making predators live in war zones, then we shouldn't be surprised when predators become desperate and unpredictable and our livestock ends up paying the price. Thank you.
Next on the line will be Gowan Batiste.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Gowan Batiste. I'm a fifth-generation Mendocino County farm owner and sheep grazer using wildlife-safe methods. We have our own ranch and also contract graze on small homesteads, vineyards, and thousands of acres of rugged rangeland. Last year, I was interviewed by the Ukiah Daily Journal along with some folks from Mendocino Wildlife Alliance. I shared how we manage lambing alongside coyotes without trapping. The article also included comments about wildlife services that were not made by me, but apparently made me a target. After the article came out, I received threatening phone calls from a wildlife services employee. A call was made to my cell phone claiming to be from a wool growers association, which I documented but did not answer because caller ID showed it was actually from a wildlife services employee. The other call was to my family's landline, which my father answered. At the time, my dad was very sick. This government employee lied about his identity in an attempt to locate me, saying he was a reporter with the surname Sumner, despite his caller ID contradicting that. The caller screamed at my father when he refused to give my location, was told the caller was going to find his daughter, and was subjected to verbal abuse. It was incredibly traumatic. My father would be here telling you the story himself, but he has since died. The stress of this harassment and the fear he felt afterwards when I was out in the field by myself are not something he should have had to go through in the short time he had left on Earth. I feel a responsibility to protect other grazers from this treatment, so I made a police report. I spoke with a supervisor at Wildlife Services who assured me that there would be an investigation. I have not heard from their office since July of 2020. I am also a local employer, and I worry about the organizational culture that retains an employee who represents them in this way. I feel it reflects badly on the county as well. I had no previous issue with Wildlife Services, and I could have been an ally for them. Those of us who are using wildlife-safe methods should have a seat at the table with the USDA and be helping to shape policy. Unfortunately, after being targeted for abuse simply for sharing methods that are supported by current rangeland science, I fear I will never be able to work constructively with Wildlife Services. I think grazing in Mendocino County has a bright future with capable adaptive grazers. I do not believe we need our businesses propped up by free trapping services. We can do better for the animals and the ecosystem, for fire safety and biodiversity. For those that need support, organizations exist to help implement safe methods that do not require money from the county. I have lived and worked in close proximity to native carnivores my entire life, and I have never felt like I needed government intervention to protect me from wildlife. I do feel that I need protection from Wildlife Services, and I ask the Board of Supervisors to represent my interests as a constituent by moving forward with the proposed changes and ending the relationship with USDA Wildlife Services. Thank you.
Next on the line is Carol Misseldine.
Hello. My name is Carol Misseldine, and I live in Ukiah, and I am employed by the Humane Society of the United States. Thank you, Supervisor Haschak, for introducing both a motion to terminate the county's contract with Wildlife Services and the related motion to vest responsibility for a non-lethal wildlife management program with Animal Care Services. I strongly urge the board to adopt both. As you just heard from Project Coyote, the science is in on wildlife management, and it clearly and overwhelmingly shows us that lethal methods of wildlife control are not only often ineffective, they sometimes result in even greater predation due to the profound disruption to the social systems of predators that Wildlife Services killing results in. But the killing methods Wildlife Services uses are not only ineffective, they are also unspeakably inhumane, contrary to what you heard from Wildlife Services today. Snares are cruel by design. A steel cable serves as a noose that tightens around whatever body part the animal is caught by, her neck, her chest, her abdomen. The noose tightens as she struggles to free herself. And conibear kill traps are inherently inhumane killing devices that can cause prolonged agony to animals, also compounded by their violent struggles to escape. Family pets have been found immobile but breathing, dying slowly and painfully from asphyxiation due to being caught in these snares and traps. Wildlife Services is a relic. They have been exterminating wildlife as a government subsidy for private ranchers and other special interests for far too long, while taxpayers foot the bill. The public preference for non-lethal practices is clear. We must do better. We can do better. You've heard from Doris Duncan and Rich Molinari that non-lethal methods exist to address human-wildlife conflicts. They're ready to get started launching our own non-lethal program here under the direction of Animal Care Services. Please adopt both motions so that we can move this compassionate and effective program forward. Thank you.
Next on the line will be Devin Jones.
Good afternoon, Board. Devin Jones, Executive Director of the Mendocino County Farm Bureau. Farm Bureau is opposed to the direction for this agenda item to terminate the Cooperative Services Agreement with the USDA Wildlife Services and to administer a non-lethal only wildlife damage management program through Animal Care Services. The agenda background and supporting documentation for this agenda item is vague and generalized when compared to the agenda title. County Council also indicated this discrepancy, and Farm Bureau requests clarification on Brown Act requirements for providing background information related to the agenda title. As seen with the comments, there's little to no connection to the consolidation of animal control with animal care. There are no details provided on the envisioned scope of service, the county financial contributions to establish and maintain this program, what licensing staff would need to have, or what wildlife species are intended to be dealt with through animal control. Farm Bureau does not agree that this item is coming back from the ad hoc committee formed at the direction of the board to investigate supplementary wildlife management options as directed in early 2020. Farm Bureau supports proactive actions to resolve human-wildlife interaction issues. We encourage the use of tools and resources that reduce conflict and allow the residents of Mendocino County to live where we do. Providing resources for exclusionary services as an option is not the issue. The issue is that this agenda item is proposing to reduce the options that are currently available to our residents of the county without having an honest dialogue about what is driving this decision. Outside interests continue to attempt to influence wildlife management in Mendocino County. And let me reiterate this fact. Since the CEQA challenges have failed, this item proposal seems like a political end run toward the same goal. Farm Bureau encourages the county to honor the time and resources that have been put into the EIR development for the Integrated Wildlife Damage Management Program. Wildlife Services has been discussing the organization of informational workshops, webinars, demonstrations for topics relevant to wildlife issues in the county. We have a new County Wildlife Services staff member that is willing and capable to diversify this program. However, it has only been 4 months since they've come to Mendocino County. In conclusion, a county-administered wildlife exclusionary service could be supplemental to the current USDA Wildlife Services program, but is not going to be an equitable replacement for the current program that is in place. It will be a disservice to county residents to appreciate having a suite of options, both non-lethal and lethal, to utilize for mitigating wildlife impacts to their property, personal safety, or livelihoods. Farm Bureau encourages the board to not move forward with the direction in this agenda item to terminate the Cooperative Services Agreement with USDA Wildlife Services and to administer a non-lethal only wildlife damage management program with the Mendocino County Animal Care Services. Thank you.
Next on the line will be Sean Fries.
Hi, you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Sean Fries. I work for California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I am the Wildlife and Lands Program Supervisor for Mendocino, Humboldt, and Del Norte counties. And I just wanted to be on this meeting just as a resource if anyone has any questions. I can tell you that the department, based on Fish and Game Code, Section Code 4802, we do issue depredation permits if the investigation on site deems that the depredation took place and we have the evidence suggesting so. And we also very heavily implement non-lethal measures on all of our depredation permits, particularly mountain lions. If a mountain lion depredation occurs, biologists will go out to the site, investigate the site, investigate the kill, and confirm whether the damages were conducted by a lion. And we implement and prescribe non-lethal measures for that homeowner to implement. And so we issue an advisory permit prior to a lethal permit. If all those non-lethal measures are implemented by the landowner and they suffer continual loss, a secondary deprivation by a lion, then we would issue a lethal permit. I just wanted to make that clear. We have a long history of working in our region. There's a very high level of human-wildlife conflict compared to most of the state in our 3 coastal counties over here. I think the stats were earlier suggested. I think we had somewhere about 13 mountain lion depredation permits issued in Mendocino County. Upwards of 50 or 60 bear permits issued. The vast majority of those were resolved with non-lethal measures. The department does work with nonprofits. We do work with USDA Wildlife Services in our region, as well as most of our other regions. I just wanted to be here as a resource if there's any questions.
I have a question for California Fish and Wildlife. Are the rules in California different from in terms of protecting wildlife than in other states?
You know, I'm not the best point of contact for that. I don't know what other states implement. I do know, like for example, Oregon has a much easier depredation permit issuance process. So I can tell you Oregon, which I work with continually because we're really close to the Oregon border, they do have a similar process, but they issue a lot more depredation permits for all species than we do here, at least in my 3 counties.
And I guess my follow-up question, Mr. Spitz mentioned that if this federal contract was terminated, property owners would still have the ability to go to California Fish and Wildlife and seek, request a depredation permit. If there is no government employee who's going to execute that permit, how would the property owner use the permit? Would they hire a bounty hunter type person? What would they do?
So I can explain that. So if a landowner incurs a verified loss, meaning that we had a site visit by a warden or biologist that positively confirmed an offending animal, for example, if it was a mountain lion or let's say it was a bear, we would issue them a permit for that lion. And if that homeowner has the wherewithal, the tools that say they're comfortable with firearms or comfortable with their property, they would have the authority to implement that permit. However, we do take in consideration heavily local firearm discharge laws. So not everybody can discharge a firearm in their neighborhood. And as you know, Mendocino is pretty diverse. You've got very rural farmers, very remote properties. So some people can fire firearms in their property, some people cannot. So in a case where a person could, and that specific citizen has the wherewithal and a firearm and the ability to use it and the confidence to use it, then they are approved and authorized to utilize lethal means to take that animal. If they don't, then it's really, they're at a disadvantage. So I feel those folks that don't have that ability are underserved. They do need a mechanism to do that. And again, the department does initially heavily stress non-lethal measures. So the last thing I want to do is continually have a revolving door of depredation permits on a particular property. And the way I see that is if I have a landowner who, say, had a bear come in and kill a lamb or chickens, and that landowner's conducting their property and having best management on their property to keep that offending animal out, it happens again and again. But that tells me there's something going on there. We're going to take a heavier look at that property, at the management practices. A lot of these practices have been talked about. So motion sensor lights, motion sensor sprinklers, electric fencing. There's tools called Fox lights, which are remote battery powered lights that are very effective at scaring off predators. There's a lot of tools to use for non-lethal. But when there is the need for lethal, if those folks don't have the ability to do that, they are definitely at a disservice. Whether they would go to USDA Wildlife Services, for example. If they are not there, or an acting entity is not there to help them, then you have folks that are underserved. Did that answer your question?
I guess my question was, do they have the ability to hire someone to use a firearm?
Yes, we allow them to add an agent onto their permit, up to 3 different agents. So that can be, you know, anyone that they disclose as to be on their permit. Typically, we line those folks up with USDA Wildlife Services to implement lethal measures. If they don't need it, when it happens quite often, they don't, nope, they've got it. You know, there are folks that have the wherewithal, whether they're hunters or marksmen or whatever they do. But again, we do, you know, it's first and foremost the non-lethal path first.
That answers my question. Supervisor McGordy.
Hi, Sean. This is Supervisor Glenn McGordy. This obviously is really an emotional topic, and you can see people are pretty upset about it. But, you know, in some respects, it's not exactly my field because I'm a plant scientist, not an animal scientist. But there has been a lot of kind of impugnment of wildlife services and their professionalism. And I just wondered, I'd like your take as somebody who works in this field, what your assessment of the people who are actually delivering the program.
Department of Fish and Wildlife has worked with USDA Wildlife Services throughout our region in a very effective manner. They've helped us with wolf conservation up north and northeast. My experience with them here in Humboldt, Del Norte, and Mendocino counties has been nothing but positive.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that the average rancher would have the skill set to be able to assess which animal is attacking his livestock?
I think that would be difficult. It is possible. It's definitely something that folks learn. So I think it's possible for sure, but it's a little bit challenging when you have a dead animal on your property, and you know, what's the first step to go through to find that offending animal? Well, somebody who's well-schooled in animal behavior, particularly carnivore behavior, knows that if there's a kill, usually mountain lions will drag and cache that prey, and usually return to it on a secondary evening for, you know, to find, basically continue to eat that. So that's usually those animals that return to the site are the offending animal. But as far as, you know, the typical landowner, are they going to have those skills and ability? No, I don't think the typical landowner would. We do have tons of resources. We have our Living with Wildlife page on our website that prescribes non-lethal measures and preventative measures and best management practices for property owners so they can implement those to better safely have animal husbandry on their property. And again, I just want to stress that the department, our first line of dealing with human-wildlife conflict, I mean, unless it's a imminent threat to life where we have our law enforcement arm respond, but it is non-lethal. We want to go look and make sure that landowner is doing the right thing on their property. The last thing we want to see is continual loss of wildlife.
And I support the same thing. I think these non-lethal approaches are critical, that you basically have to make it as difficult as possible for wildlife to get into your property to hurt what you're trying.
Absolutely. And that's our goal, is to educate landowners. And I think what, the nonprofits that have spoke here today have great ideas. I applaud what they're doing. I think having tools in the toolbox is important in Mendocino as well. I feel like the non-lethal approach is here. I think we're doing a good job at that. I think it's a very dynamic, it is a very visceral reaction when something comes and takes something that's dear to you. I've been on the ground countless times where that's occurred. It's a very visceral reaction, and it's a hard thing for people to understand and be okay with. And I've had a lot of sad stories of kids with 4-H animals that have gotten taken by bears or lions. And again, it is a complicated thing. there's a lot that goes into it. And I do actually completely believe and endorse non-lethal measures as much as possible. I just think that having the tools in the toolbox for lethal removal and non-lethal best management practices are imperative.
Thank you.
Can I take any other questions from any other supervisors?
Not seeing any. Do we have any other members of the public wish to comment?
Yes, we do.
Going back to Rosebud, Ireland.
You can go ahead and click *6 on your phone's keypad, and that'll unmute you and allow you to comment.
Did that work?
Yes, it did.
Oh, thank you very much. Hello, Chair Jurdy. My name is Rosebud Ireland. I'm commenting on 6A. I am a wildlife biologist, and I wanted to comment on something that came up earlier on the actual agents themselves. I did live in Chris Brennan's neighborhood for 14 years. I'm a 20-year resident of Mendocino County, and have been in close proximity to him as a neighbor and witnessed many things that have happened in his methodologies, very heavily, predominantly lethal methods, quite often humane, relatives, domestic dogs, hence he to spread the dog ranch. Everyone knows that. That's not a secret. He's said, admitted under oath, but much of his work goes on in the backcountry where he's free to kill whatever, whenever, and he does. Is it effective? Well, it's effective for keeping his job. As wildlife biologist George Werther says, the wildlife services management techniques actually beget more predators and therefore increase predation, creating a circular feedback mechanism that then creates further political support for continued agency funding. In other words, wildlife services doesn't want to see predator predation reduced, since the more predation it can create through its inept tactics, the more funding wildlife services receives. They definitely want Wile E. Coyote to keep clocking back in on the job, right? And it's interesting that Gary Johnson, who was his former Mendocino Wildlife Service agent, he is no longer, admitted at one of the Mendocino Non-Lethal Wildlife Alliance's workshops, Ranching with Wildlife, in 2019, that he basically said, Chris and I are only two trappers in this huge 82,000 acre county. We don't even have time and can't even check all our traps on a regular basis. That leaves a lot of room for, of course, being inhumane, but completely ineffective, and a broken, inefficient system for sure. He's no longer working for them, I notice. While Chris Brennan is, even after threatening Gowan Batiste. Many ranchers, when it comes down to it, the public sentiment of awareness is growing, and Mendocino County School of Adaptive Ag has many ranchers, some of them multi-generational, and coastal ranchers also.
We're going back to Paul Katz.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you please turn down your speakers so there's no echo?
Is that better?
No, we're still getting a lot of feedback from whatever device you're listening to the meeting on.
Okay, 1 second.
It's gone now. Mr. Katzif, the echo was gone with the last few words you said, so if you want to begin. Okay, we're going to jump to an unidentified phone number, and then we will come back to Mr. Katzif. Okay, that person hung up, so we're going to try Paul Katzif one more time. Okay, so we are now going to move on to the voicemails.
My name is Margarita Scannell, and I own property on Nash Mill Road in the town of Philo. I'm calling regarding your Board of Supervisors meeting on Tuesday morning at 9 a.m., specifically the agenda item 6A. I would like to see a resolution that the Board of Supervisors terminate their CSA agreement with the USDA Wildlife Services and instead implement a Mendocino County non-lethal wildlife damage management program with the Mendocino County Animal Care Services. I feel I have a right to request this as a resident of the town of Philo and the county of Mendocino. I hope you will consider this. Thank you. Hi, my name is Miranda Edison. I live in Elk, California, and I am calling about 6A in relation to the terminating of Mendocino County's contract with the USDA Wildlife Services and its lethal integrated wildlife damage management program. And I want you to establish a non-lethal wildlife damage management program to be administered locally. This is because every year for nearly 9 decades, Wildlife Services have killed thousands of wild animals with traps, guns, and other very cruel methods. Non-target species, including dogs and cats, have fallen victim to Wildlife Services. More than 400 dogs alone were trapped by one man. Mountain lions, bears, and coyotes and other bobcats have been targeted by Wildlife Services needlessly, and they're ecologically vital species. So please reconsider this. It's hugely important for everyone.
Establish non-lethal wildlife. 626-264-2322. Cecilia Dominga.
My name is Kent Barnes. I'm calling regarding item 6A. First, I would like to thank the council for taking the time to consider our comments. And just an introduction, I am the president of the California North Coast chapter of the Wildlife Society, and am representing over 200 wildlife biologists and wildlife professionals from Mendocino, Humboldt, and Del Norte County. And we do not think that a decision to end the current contract with the USDA and move that contract to the animal shelter would be a good decision. And we think that that sort of a decision would not be necessarily scientifically based. The task of helping people with wildlife issues or wildlife problem animals should be handled by wildlife professionals and wildlife biologists as provided by the USDA. This proposal also appears to become reactive rather than proactive in its efforts, such that problem animals may be removed and relocated, which has scientifically been shown to be ineffective. Relocation of problem animals does not work. They typically find their way back. We believe that the proactive methods used by the USDA are much more beneficial to both humans and to wildlife, and that is to provide people with the knowledge and the methods to prevent negative wildlife interactions. Anyway, thank you. We also understand that animals that would be captured and then re-released would include, even potentially include feral pigs. And as those are an invasive species, we do not think that is a good method. Anyway, thank you for your time, and hopefully you will continue your contract with the USDA. Thanks. Bye.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Lara. I'm calling regarding agenda item 6A, which consists of ending the county's contract with Wildlife Services, as well as implementing a non-lethal coexistence program. I'm calling in support of this because every year for nearly 9 decades, Wildlife Services has killed thousands of wild animals with traps, guns, and other cruel methods. Non-target species, including imperiled wildlife and domestic dogs and cats, fall victim to Wildlife Services' lethal approach. Just really showing support here for ending the contract with Wildlife Services, as well as implementing a non-lethal coexistence program. Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Jacqueline Lara. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Larry Stornetta. Agenda item 6A. My name is Larry Stornetta. My brother Charles Stornetta and I are in business known as Stornetta Brothers, self-employed in the field of agriculture, raising vegetables and livestock that helps us pay our taxes to Mendocino County and continue to care for our land. I would like to comment on agenda item 6A. I would like to see the agreement with USDA Wildlife Service continue as is. Also put on another specialist in the field and continue to train these people to be the very best in wildlife management, thereby to assist and help improve wildlife damage issues, non-lethal technical assistance, and lethal alternatives when needed. In 2020, I planted 20 acres of oat seed for hay in a field. Wild pigs came into my field and destroyed my crop. Zero hay was taken off my field. Lost about 60 tons of hay at $150 a ton. I tried running the pigs off my field by using livestock dogs. Tried to scare them away by using noisemakers, and also did fencing, but did not stop the pigs. I contacted the USDA Wildlife Service, and a professional specialist came and addressed our issues. The man and lady removed a lot of wild pigs in our area. Thank goodness. The USDA Wildlife Service helps not only people in agriculture, property owners, businesses, private citizens, and other agencies in resolving wildlife damage issues. Please continue to support USDA Wildlife Services and do not terminate the contract you have with the USDA Wildlife Service. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Candace Hale. I'm calling about agenda item 6A. I'm calling to ask that you end your lethal wildlife control contract and enter into a non-lethal wildlife damage management program to be administered locally. There's so much more that we can do than blasting wildlife that is part of our state and county treasure into oblivion. Please consider these other methods and terminate your contract with the USDA Wildlife Services and the Lethal Integrated Wildlife Damage Management Program. Thank you.
This is Erlyn Schmidbauer in Willits, and I'm commenting on agenda item 6A. I am opposed to changing a good program for animal control. I think the sheriff's office and the certain program in place right now where the trappers are doing their jobs again is the
Hello, this is Dan Saylor, S-A-Y-L-O-R. In reference to your agenda item 6A, I'd like to let you know that I hope you don't curtail this service. Just recently had a skunk under a commercial retail business in Fort Bragg that held 5 different businesses. So we had a skunk visit that sprayed under the building, and not good, of course. So I made a phone call, and a young lady named Abby came over with a couple of traps, and eventually she caught the skunk and then gave me some advice as to how to check to make sure they weren't coming and going with blocking the opening with some newspapers to see which direction any other animals may have gone. And after 3 weeks or so, we figured out it was just the one skunk, and we patched the leak, the hole there. Anyway, I hope you guys don't stop this business. It was invaluable. We were glad to pay the $125, and just thank you very much for her services, and please keep her going. Thank you. And my number's 367-1327. Thank you.
My name is Linda Goshert. I'm calling about item 6A. I think it's idiotic to let people from the Bay Area tell us how to manage our life. And I think that it's idiotic to ask somebody from Fish and Game to risk their life facing down a mountain lion or even a raccoon or a skunk that's in a bad mood. It's absolutely stupid to think that you're going to be able to say, oh, kitty, kitty, don't stalk that little child. Don't go after that senior couple that's taking a walk. And if you behave, I'll take you to a nice new location. They're not going to listen to that. The Fish and Game people are going to end up having to kill them. And finally, I think it's absolutely idiotic that you're willing to spend all the money for retraining Fish and Game personnel to risk their lives in many cases when we already have an extremely well-trained staff working for the Department of Agriculture that will come in and, if possible, relocate, but most probably because it's necessary, terminate the life of a wild animal that is endangering domestic animals and humans, and most importantly, children. Shame on you for being so arrogant that you think people that do not live here don't know what they're doing. Don't listen to outsiders. Don't listen to animal lovers that want to go hug trees and relocate wild animals. They're wild, and they're called wild for a reason. Thank you.
That concludes the voicemails, and we're going to try one more time for Paul Katzeff. Okay, hearing nothing, that concludes public comment for this item.
I'd like to go back to the board and put a request that we all, I know we try to do this, but I've just put a request that we all try to think of how this issue is affecting other people, not just people in our district, not just people who voted for us, but how it affects all people in the county. So that's my request as we deliberate. So who wants to go next? Supervisor McGordy?
I feel like I don't have enough information. I'd like to know more about the cost of Supervisor Hastrick's program that he's proposing. I would like to know more about how many animals are actually depredated, and because it sounds like we're having a Holocaust out there, and I don't think that's the case. I think that this is a pretty targeted program. I don't want you to think that I'm heartless. I'm surrounded by wildlife. I see coyotes frequently. And the rancher around me runs 100 cows on close to 1,800 acres. He hasn't shot anything in ages. However, I have been at the Hoffman Research and Extension Center looking at damage from predators, and it's pretty horrible when something goes in there and rips up livestock. It's a sight you don't want to remember. So this is a very emotional issue. I think we need to have information that's solid before we make a move. And I actually make a motion that we postpone this until we have more information. And specifically, I want to know more about how many animals are actually taken on an annual basis. And I want to have a dollar figure and a little better sense of how a non-lethal program would be run by Mendocino County if we decide to terminate U.S. Fish and Wildlife, or Wildlife Services rather.
Okay, Mo or Ted?
I had a question for Supervisor Haschak. So the board previously and the board today has heard a lot of comments, in particular about the service that is currently being provided by a particular service provider, which is the USDA Wildlife Services. We also heard today that if Mendocino County moves to this new model, there will still be a lethal option. It just won't be paid for by the county. Those expenses would be borne upon the business owner or the resident to pay for those services. Is that correct? Is that what you understand that to be as well?
Yeah, you're correct in that. But if there's a rabid animal or an animal that's stalking people or a danger to people, then the county, these people would go out and take care of that animal, would kill it. And but if it was a depredation issue, then the county would not be involved in that. Okay, so I agree with Supervisor McGordy in saying that, we do need more information about the cost for implementation of this non-lethal program that's being proposed. And I think that what County Council said about, not adhering to the Brown Act because it didn't include the transfer of the Sheriff's Department animal control over to animal care, that needs to be dealt with in another meeting. So I hope that answers your question.
So, Chair, may I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't want to stop ranchers from doing what they need to do to take care of their livestock, but I don't feel like this is an expense that a poor county should be covering. And it's like driving a car with bald tires is a risk. You don't ask the county government to come put new tires on your car. It's, you know, if you're running a business and there's a expense related to the business activity, that's on you to provide. And I would say there's some accountability for residents as well. If you have a skunk under your house because you have an opening, you need to patch the opening. You don't ask government to come patch the opening. This is not something that we should be subsidizing. So my issue is not the program so much as who pays for the program. And then on the specifics of a transition, I agree. More details would be good. You know, I may be willing to support it. If there's a way to have the level of service that we have today, but better, and shift the expense onto the party receiving the benefit, I'm not necessarily against that. But I think it's a problem that we only have part of this agendized. So I guess I would look at the sponsor. Do you want to, I don't know, maybe we need to take a break anyway. Do you want to come back with with proposed language that would give you some next steps in line with the feedback you've heard?
Well, I think that we would have to come back in regardless of what we do, I think that the animal control needs to be shifted over to animal care. And that's what the sheriff wants, and that's what animal care wants. And so that will have to be brought back because it's not properly noticed in the title. According to
my point was, one possible outcome is that we give you and staff direction to, at a high level, that we want to see a proposal come back. But we should see if the full board supports it before we allocate the resource.
And we do have a motion on the floor.
I don't think there was a second.
So Supervisor Williams, I'd be willing to do that. I hope that Rich Molinari could put some numbers and figure out more of the budget on that, the whole program. Because I think that we do need to have those numbers, right, for the budget.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Chair, do you just need consensus on bringing back the animal control being folded into animal care services item, or do you want a roll call vote on that?
Well, just the ad hoc committee discussed this, and we both supported the movement of animal control from the sheriff's office to animal care services. So that's not a point of disagreement between myself and Supervisor Hashak. Anyway, so I think there's consensus on that. There's really nobody who's opposed to that. So I think if we could just give direction that item will come back as a separate agenda item.
So what do we do with the first part, the terminating the cooperative services agreement with USDA Wildlife Services? Does that come back, or is that heard today?
Well, so we should probably all verbalize our thoughts and concerns about that item. So that piece, I personally have concerns. I have concerns that we might be a little bit naive in what we're able to pull off as a county in an alternate service. If we make it very narrow, we could probably pull it off. And when I say narrow, I mean if we, as Supervisor Hashak's proposing, if the county has no involvement in dealing with depredation permits, that's left to the private sector, people hiring bounty hunters, whatever, and the county's not involved in it, we could probably pull off the other part of the wildlife services contract. On that point, if we were only looking at that aspect of the wildlife services that they provide in the county, the board did get new information today, because I don't think the rest of you knew this, that they have a new second person in the county, Abby, and that her focus is on the urbanized areas predominantly. And I don't know that that's really been a point of, I haven't heard that that's been a point of controversy in the community, that, that aspect of their services. And now that they've divided their workforce into two people with distinct services, I'm just putting it out there. If the board does not have a concern with that aspect of their services, it seems like it would be at least worth our effort to at least talk to U.S. Wildlife about a modified agreement for that one service from that one employee. That would at least give us the flexibility of not ending our existing rate structure with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services. We would be narrowing our contract with them, but at least we'd have a backup, because if we ever got to the point where you go, wow, we've got wild pigs taking over the county and we don't know how to deal with it, we need to bring wildlife back into service. At least we'd have an existing contract that we could amend at some later point, rather than terminating the contract. So I'm just putting that out there, that I think there's more options out there than were presented today. But personally, I don't want to end the contract, because I think I think we're going to have unintended consequences with people seeing an increase in wildlife and human interaction that are going to result in complaints. But that's a concern of mine. It may not be a concern of the majority of the board. Supervisor McGordy?
Well, I want to address one of the things that Supervisor Williams. Can you hear me? Great. So I want to address something that Supervisor Williams talked about, which is that personal responsibility. And in general, I go along with him. But there are times where things are just a little bit bigger than our individual capabilities. And I look at the pandemic. We could just say, well, go to your doctor and take care of it. Well, it's way bigger than that. And I see this as sort of the same. Taking on doing predator control is something that takes some real skill. And while in the past there may have been cases where, I know there were, but for a long time we could grow sheep anywhere in Mendocino County because all the predators were killed. We don't do that anymore. And now we really have adopted a policy of where we try to live with wildlife as best we can. That takes someone who really knows what they're doing. The amount of money that we put into the program is pretty modest. And I bet when you run the numbers on what Supervisor Hasjack is proposing, it's going to be more expensive than that. Then becomes a question, can you recover it through fees? It doesn't look like we're doing a very assertive job right now through our county ag department, who basically runs the program along with wildlife services. And that could be improved. So before you throw the whole thing out, I really want this board to spend some time doing some really good analysis and make sure you have all the information in front of you.
Supervisor Williams?
Why are we not recovering fees? I heard something about if you call a trapper direct, he comes and there's no fee recovery. That strikes me as, if I get a building permit by calling a planner direct and they issue it over the counter, do we not recover? It's just weird. Why is it that people aren't paying us when we've billed, or is it that we aren't billing?
So that's my interpretation, is that people have the cell phone number for the trapper. It's probably been out there to hundreds of people and they're calling. That's my interpretation. I haven't heard that directly from Ag Commissioner Donnelly. It looks to me like the Ag Department has not been very aggressive in trying to collect the fees. He's talking about, in a few weeks, getting online credit card payments up and running. We asked for that, a couple years ago. It's about to happen.
It strikes me as a gift of public funds. I mean, seriously, it's like if you have Julia Acker-Krog's number, you can call her and get a building permit or your plan. There's fees involved here. There's a fee schedule. If it's not being followed, I recognize that's not exactly the agenda item, but now that the discussion is open, we have a problem if we're not collecting what's due.
I absolutely agree. The Ag Commissioner is under the direct purview of the Board of Supervisors.
Can we ask the Ag Commissioner to explain why we're not being paid for services?
Get in. Can you hear me? How do I respond here?
Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, this is Jim Donnelly, Agricultural Commissioner, Chair Jurdy, and Board of Supervisors. Yeah, the trappers have been trying to, what I'm hearing from the trappers is that they've mainly been doing non-lethal work, and they're getting on the phone with people and they're not charging for it. And we didn't really have a charge in the fee schedule, as I recall, for the non-lethal methods. We can set up fees that would cover those methods a little better than what we're doing. Sometimes the trapper will show up at a location and it's an older person who's on limited income, and they'll say, well, there's a fee you have to pay. And then the person says, well, I'll just deal with it. I can afford the fee. Chris has been the one who has been reporting to me on fees. And so we can ask Derek to make sure that he's charging those fees on all cases, if that's your wish.
Yeah, so I understand that is already the procedure. Is it true that we've only collected $1,900?
No, actually, as of March 5th, and it's been several weeks since then, we collected a little over $2,600, which isn't much more than 19. And
So we're basically giving away public money at this point.
Yeah, I don't know how much we're giving away. We need to have a fee structure for the non-lethal services, for one. And I can talk to Derek and make sure they're charging for everything that we have a fee for. But we haven't been getting the ranch agreements, and a lot of the money we got before came from the ranch agreements. And it's just the program's new, and they're not going to set up the agreement until they probably have a problem. I can talk to Devin about that too. We have a yearly and a monthly and a one-time occasion and ranch fees, and we haven't been getting requests for that yet.
Just so you know, the ad hoc committee has expressed strong support for collecting the fees, aggressive collection of the fees. But to be clear, the county general fund is only paying about 40% of the cost of the federal program when you take into account the federal subsidy and the gas tax dollars. So the fees are trying to recapture that last 40% of the cost of the program.
Okay, well, I'll push Derek to get his staff on the ball and collect that money.
Supervisor Gordy.
So hold on a sec. I mean, this is a part of a suite of public safety services. We don't charge to respond to a fire, do we? This is the same equivalence to a rancher who's losing livestock. So while I think it's great if we can recover fees where it's reasonable, let's think about the whole intent of this program. It's not to simply provide a service that anybody can do. It's to use someone specialized and kind of on an emergency basis, much like a fire or responding to a medical emergency.
Well, on that point, the Planning and Building Department collects fees, but it also gets a general fund subsidy of about $2 million a year. So, we offer county services and don't always recover all the costs for that service through fees.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think we're starting to get a little bit off topic in terms of the fees for the program. I would just note, I believe that April is when we start the process for collecting the information for the fee hearing that should come forward later this year. It may be appropriate if the Ag Commissioner is going to update the fees to have the more detailed discussion as to whether the board wants the fees at a particular level at that time.
Okay, what does the board want to do?
Well, Chair Jurdy, I think that what we need to do is bring back another agenda item about shifting the animal control from the Sheriff's Department to animal care. And working with Sonoma County to implement this non-lethal wildlife damage management program. Part of the idea with that was to use that $100,000 or whatever that from Wildlife Services to, put it into this prevention and education program and to deal with those and to have fee for service for those services. So I think that needs to come back at a later point with more information. As far as the number one, I'll leave it up to the rest of the board to make a motion on it.
Well, I'll certainly second that motion if I can hand the gavel off to Supervisor Williams to bring back a contract, an agenda item to shift animal control services to the animal care division. If that was your motion, Supervisor Hatchak.
Supervisor Hatchak, could you restate the motion?
Well, the motion would be to come back at a future kind of meeting to have appropriate language to transfer animal control to the animal care department and have some more clarity on the budgetary implications of the relationship with Sonoma County Wildlife Rescue and the creation of the Mendocino County Non-Lethal Wildlife Damage Management Program.
Clark, did you copy that?
CEO Angelo has a few questions, comments.
Chair Jurdy.
Vice Chair Williams, go ahead.
My apologies, Vice Chair Williams. I'm trying to delineate the different actions that this board is planning on taking. And my understanding from Chief Counsel Curtis is you're bringing this back as far as what you're bringing back is a fiscal analysis of the transition from animal control in the sheriff's office to animal control to animal care with under Rich Molinari. Is that the action that you're asking staff to bring back?
Yes.
Okay. That's different than a non-lethal program. So that's what I'm trying to delineate, that the non-lethal program is agendized. However, are you then asking for Rich Molinari to look at the fiscal analysis of developing a non-lethal program under animal control and care?
Right. Yeah,
Okay,
so it would be bringing more, clarity to the budget for what it would require, of all those action items that he had said needed to be done.
Okay, so then Mr. Molinari would be looking at the transfer, the fiscal analysis, the cost of the transfer, where that money is going to come from, and then two, the development of a non-lethal program. So there's two actions there for Mr. Molinari and animal care and control. And then a separate issue is the contract, the existing contract that is in the ag department. And at this point, you're not touching that contract. There's no action around that particular item.
Well, my motion
not with
was
this motion.
My motion was to do what you just said, and I was leaving it up to the rest of the board to deal with number one.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to be clear, so thank you for the clarity.
So do we want to poll on number one?
Would you vote for this one motion first, which is the transition, and then the fiscal analysis on the cost of developing a program? Could you separate it out and vote on that first, please? please?
Yes, we could. Clerk,
Thank
could you
you.
read the motion?
Yes, one moment. Okay, so the motion would read, direct staff to put together a fiscal analysis of developing a non-lethal program and the transition of the program from animal control under the Sheriff's Office to the Department of Animal Care Services.
Supervisor Haschak, is that correct?
Could you read it again, Atlas?
Yes, one moment. The motion would read, direct staff to put together a fiscal analysis of developing a non-lethal wildlife management program and transitioning the program from animal control.
Atlas, wait, excuse me. Vice Chair Williams, if I can assist the clerk.
Please.
And read the motion. Okay. The motion is to direct staff to return to the board with a fiscal analysis of the transition of animal control from the Sheriff's Office to animal care. And the second part of that motion is additionally direct staff to develop a proposal for a non-lethal program under animal care and control. And I would ask Supervisor Haschak if I've captured that.
That was perfect.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I said I would second the motion.
Okay, motion on the floor. Any further discussion?
Just that I would like to make a follow-up motion separate from this, but let's do it one at a time.
Okay, clerk, let's do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
If I could still act.
Supervisor Jurdy, go ahead.
I would like us to explore contract options with U.S. Wildlife Services for a range of modifications to their existing contract, and I put out one example. One example could be we have one U.S. Wildlife Service employee in the county who's focused on more urban issues. That would be one option. But if we at least knew what our options were with U.S. Wildlife, I don't believe we've explored those options. And I don't want us to walk away from knowing what those options are.
Are you proposing that as a?
I would like staff, and I believe Supervisor Haschak and possibly I will be working with Rich Molinari and staff on the first motion. There could be one or two supervisors working with staff on the next motion, but I would like the motion to be to explore, have staff and supervisors explore options with U.S. Wildlife for a modified contract.
So, Vice Chair Williams.
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy, if I may clarify again, and this is the late hour and this is for staff, so thank you for bearing with me. This action item that you're attempting to move forward and that the board will vote on, this is for the contract that is in the Ag Department. And so when you mentioned Mr. Molinari, I'm thinking, are you still looking at Ag doing the analysis here, or are you thinking you're going to, if there is a program and a contract, that you would transfer it to Rich Molinari and Animal Care and Control? I just want to be real clear for staff. Thank you.
I wasn't clear. I was referring to the last motion is with Rich Molinari and at least Supervisor Haschak working with staff on that issue. And I'm proposing a separate motion, which would be for staff. And I would gladly be one supervisor volunteering to explore with U.S. Wildlife Services any and all options for modifying the existing contract.
Okay, but that staff is the ag department.
Yeah.
And I just
perhaps
want to
DO's
clear, I just want to thank you so much for the delineation. Second motion, ag department. Thank you.
Yeah. And I would support that, and because I don't want to close the door. These things are very hard to get. We've gone a long time without their services. They're specialists. They know what they're doing. Nobody comes close. You know, I mean, again, I'm telling you as a scientist, these people are extremely experienced, and there's nobody who deals with this like they do. And I would hate to close the door on what I think is a worthwhile relationship. And as I said, part of the suite of public safety services we have in Mendocino County.
So is that a second?
Yes.
Mo?
I would hope that the two of you will look carefully at whom is employed as part of the contract, about their track record, about the services that they're providing either through the contract or on the side. I would like to hear more about the new employee and the non-lethal alternatives that they are offering, but I think it's very important and critical that this board truly looks at, this is an extension of this board, whom is hired to do this task. So that is incredibly important and should not be dismissed. When we have the public giving very real testimony about the people that are providing these services. So as your review, that's incredibly important, along with the budget and how much money is being spent by businesses, how many, 80-year-old grandparents are we helping by not charging them? I really want to know what those numbers are.
Would the maker of the motion like to incorporate some of that?
When I talk about any and all options to modify the contract, it includes if we have the ability to specify who is employed to work on their behalf, on our behalf here in Mendocino County. So yes, that's part of what I want us to understand.
Okay, motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Supervisor Haschek?
Yeah, I can go with this motion. I think it's just the pain of having it come back to the board and going through this again, because we're going to have to go through this whole thing again with public comment and hundreds letters from the people, and so I hope that it's a significant investigation of what our options are.
Well, I think it is. And I think that's why we're having this discussion, because I don't feel like we have all the information in front of us to make a really good decision. And I understand there will be people who will be disappointed no matter what we do, but Supervisor Mulheron's so right that this is us. This is us making the decision. We live with it. And we want to be sure that we make as good of decisions as we possibly can with the best information available.
Any further comments?
Call the question.
Call the question.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschek?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Vice Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, with that, I think that was our last item for today.
We just have, I think, the CO's report, but I do want to bring up one other item under the supervisor report. In talking to county staff, clerk of the board, after our last meeting, we have a special meeting. I want to make sure the public knows this. We have a special meeting scheduled for April 12th on cannabis issues. And we enumerated those at our last meeting. We will all, in talking with the clerk of the board, we have quite a few other cannabis issues scheduled currently for April 20th. And the clerk of the board feels that there are so many issues on that day's agenda, in addition to the cannabis issues, that it's worth our while, if the board's able to schedule a special meeting on April 19th to just be one entire day on cannabis. That would free up a little more time on April 20th to handle the backlog of other issues that they already have scheduled for April 20th. So I wanted to put that out there before we left today's meeting.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Supervisor Mulhern.
So you're April 12th and April 19th, just cannabis all day?
We would have 2 meetings in April entirely dedicated to cannabis. Supervisor Williams.
Is there any possibility we could consolidate those 2 special meetings into one? I'd rather have one longer day of cannabis than, do we really have enough to fill 2 whole days?
Can you?
After hearing the Behavioral Health Advisory Board item earlier, I wondered the amount of time we're spending on cannabis. Should we have a workshop on behavioral health? There's a lot of other topics we should be covering, and it just, I mean, I'm on the fence. If you tell me it's necessary, then let's do it. But it seems a little questionable that we need 2 full days.
Chair Journey?
Go ahead.
This is Deputy Clerk of the Board, Lindsay Doherty. And it's not humanly possible to manage all of the cannabis that we have right now in just one special meeting. It really is going to take 2 days. So this suggestion from Clerk of the Board, it really is necessary. And that we are happy to answer any questions you might have about that.
I think in part it's the anticipation of public comment on several of those items. It is not something we can manage.
Understood, and I support staff. It sounds like it's necessary.
Okay. So that I guess was on supervisor reports. I do want to just go back to the CO report, but any other supervisor reports? Supervisor McGordy.
It's not a report, it's just thank you. We worked through some really difficult stuff today, and I appreciate everyone listening and trying to think globally.
Okay. Supervisor Hatchak.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Jurdy. I agree with what Supervisor McGordy said. I really appreciate that conversation we just had, and it was very civil and respectful. So thank you. That I did attend CSAC and NACO presentations about the American Recovery Plan, and certainly it looks hopeful for a lot of areas for our budget and programs that will be really needed to reduce poverty levels in the United States and in our county specifically. Supervisor McGordy and I are working on the strategic plan, and hopefully in April we will come back with a kind of looking for direction from the board about what path to proceed on as far as a vendor who can do the strategic plan for us. And also for the Workforce Alliance of the North Bay, on April 9th, there's a virtual job fair. And so if you go to the Workforce Alliance of the North Bay, you can get that information. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other reports before we go to the CO report? Okay. Can we go to CO Angelo's report?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Yes. The first page, of course, is Human Resources update with the vacancy list that is attached to my CEO report. On page 2, we always list the emergency purchases. Basically, those are purchases that we have to do. We don't have time for board authority, and we bring it in afterwards, and it truly is an urgent or emergent issue. And this one has to do with gloves, where we had to purchase gloves for the vaccination clinics. And I would like to say this is good news that we needed $20,000 in gloves for the vaccination clinics. The next item is Whitmore Lane. I would just like to say that we will be bringing Whitmore Lane forward to the board as a follow-up to yesterday's meeting. And I'm sorry, I forget the date that we're coming forward with that. But behavioral health, Dr. Janine Miller will be bringing forward the concept of the ranch for a puff and the concept of Whitmore Lane for a puff. So that will be coming forward. Again, as you know, this is a building that we got with state and federal dollars because we have used it for isolation and quarantine. One of the last rains, the roof caved in, the building can no longer be utilized at this point in time, and we're hoping to fix the roof. And so, again, this is a building that we got without any general fund, and so we've had lots of use and will continue, we hope. The next item is the Health and Human Services Agency update, and I would like to just let this board know that in March, the Health Services Advisory Board met based on they met around the presentation by staff regarding the Health and Human Services Agency, either keeping the agency together or the agency going back to 2 or 3 departments. And again, this was a process that we've undergone to review the agency after 15 or so years. And we hired Kitchen Table Consulting. They put together a really good process improvement plan. And then we had staff meet with the Health Services Advisory Board again to take a look at the agency before it became an agency, those services actually before it became an agency, during the time of the agency, and then what Health and Human Services leadership is looking at as far as going forward. So I want to let this board know that the Health Services Advisory Board did make one recommendation at their March 17th meeting, and that was to look at a 2 or 3 department model for service delivery rather than remaining as an agency. And so the timeline here, the Health Services Advisory Board is meeting again this month. They will give me further recommendations, and I'm hoping to be able to bring a presentation to the board with the Health Services Advisory Board sometime within the next 1 to 2 months. I would like it to be sooner because you're looking at developing your strategic plan. This would be part of that strategic plan, but really because we are also working on the budget for next year, and it would be important to get in front of the board and have the board make some decisions before we continue to work on the budget. So I think those are 2 key issues: Whitmore Lane, Health and Human Services Agency. You also have information about the Oak and August Complex Fire Recovery Update. You know, even though we had fires in 2017, we're still working on recovery of those fires. You have some requests for proposals listed, planning and building as well, and ag, and the usual updates that you have, the Cultural Services Agency, the animal shelter, and then your attachments. You have the usual attachments that we have on here every month from Human Resources, and also the additional meetings. We have the April 12th meeting. We will add the April 19th meeting, which is not on this report right now. And as far as attachments, the only other attachment that is out of the ordinary is the California Association of Local Health Officers and their appointment of Dr. Duhan to the Health Equity Committee as co-chair. And that is my report for today. Thank you. And there is no ledge report today.
Well, Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Jurdy. Just to clarify, so on April 19th, we're going to be dealing with the cannabis issues of Phase 3. Is that the plan?
We'll hear back from the clerk of the board, but I believe April 19th would be Phase 3 recommendations coming from the Planning Commission going back to the board.
Okay, so I just wanted everyone to know because people were thinking it'd be the 20th, so let's make sure everyone knows it's 19th.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And we still meet on the 12th on the other issues we selected at yesterday's meeting. Okay. All right, well, thank you all. It is 3 minutes to 6 o'clock. See you next time.
Good evening.
Thank you.